Hope none of you guys are Leafs fans.
Unfortunately, I am a Leafs fan.
I was gonna ask you. I was like, Sarah, are you a Leafs fan? You must be a Leafs fan.
I am a Leafs fan. That was disappointing last night. Very disappointing.
Disappointing, but not unexpected.
I know, that's what I was thinking. Because at first, when we were up 3-1, I was like, this is very unleaf like, something has to go wrong. And it did. So
Don't worry. It's not like they have a history of poor performances in Game 7, so you're fine.
okay. Jesus.
Daniel, can you put up the graphic? Lirim, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect.
Let me just.
Lirim, you still down in the States right now?
I don't think. Can you hear that, Lirim?
Yeah. Okay. Now I got you. Thank you.
Guys,
All right.
appreciate it, man. How are you guys doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
Good.
Good. Okay, so I'll let you guys know. We'll start letting people in probably a couple minutes as they're jumping in, and then I'll do a quick, just general introduction. Then I'll introduce you guys, and then I'll just give you the floor, and you guys can start.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Thanks.
Perfect.
Do you want to give Darryl the because he has the presentation, and everything else?
Okay. So
Are you gonna give him status for presenting?
Yeah, we'll give Darryl the co-host.
Perfect. Thanks,
Okay,
sir.
perfect.
How are you doing?
Good, man.
You guys have presentation all day long, right?
Yeah, till 5. Yeah. So yesterday was good. We did all the offensive stuff and some practice plan stuff. So today's special teams and defense. So
Nice.
yeah.
Now, are you in St. Thomas now, Aaron? Or
Yeah, I moved back to St. Thomas.
whereabouts are you? I'm in St. Thomas too. I'm just off Sunset by the arena.
Oh yeah, we just live in Southold.
Okay, that's not bad
Yeah.
at all. Okay.
All right, we'll start letting people in.
Okay.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us on the last day of our inaugural Ontario Football Mega Clinic. We are super excited today to talk defense, special teams, defensive skills, special team skills, and defensive systems and special team systems. Before I kind of start off, I want to make sure I thank the OUA and Riddell for giving us the opportunity and the support to be able to, have this mega clinic and to be able to talk football, and especially as hopefully there's a light at the end of the tunnel with the pandemic, and we are getting prepped for football in the fall. It's great to be able to get the community together and just talk ball and to be able to put football in the forefront. So once again, today we have a variety of coaches and even players prepared to share their knowledge. Today, I'm excited to start us off with two unbelievable kickers to talk us probably one of the most important pieces of the game that we probably don't talk about enough. So we have All-Star and Grey Cup champion Lirim Hajrullahu and his partner at Coach Kick Elite, Darryl Wheeler, joining us to discuss the fundamentals of kicking. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Just real quick bios on the two. So Darryl Wheeler has tons of experience kicking and coaching over the past 20 years. He played for the Western Mustangs from 2008 to 2011, where he was a two-time second-team All-Canadian and two-time first-team OUA All-Star as a punter. He has won Yates Cups as a player, as well as 2 Yates Cup as a coach, and has also won a Vanier Cup. Sorry, guys, just lost my screen. Just 1 second. Lirim is also there's a lot of Western Mustangs here on this call right now. So Lirim is also a former Western Mustang kicker. Must be something in the water at the kicking in London, right? Who is U Sports career points record holder and two-time OUA All-Star. He was also recognized as a second-team All-Canadian in 2013. Lirim has went on to be a successful CFL kicker, spending time with the Hamilton Tiger Cats, Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and the Toronto Argonauts, where he became a Grey Cup champion in 2017. And I don't know if anybody saw his kick recently. Pretty impressive distance. What was the final distance on that kick, Lirim?
Oh, this past week?
Yeah.
Oh, it was from 59.
Yeah, I mean, so not so bad, right? Like that's a pretty impressive kick, guys.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys being on. So it was funny. I watch a lot of TikTok, and this guy, you know, put a TikTok out there like, what would you rather have, you know, if you could draft a first round kicker that could make a kick 100% of the time from anywhere in the field. And he broke down the analytics that if you knew you had a kicker that could hit 100% of the time, all the time, you'd have the most prolific offense in, you know, ever. So I don't know if you guys can do that 100% of the time, all the time, but hopefully we can give people the tools to be able to get close. So appreciate you guys being on.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Darryl's going to share our screen, and we have a little presentation for you guys, and just to kind of explain to you kind of what we do, and give you a little bit of background of some of the drills and tips that, you know, if you're starting out to be a kicker, or you know someone, or if you're from a coach, you know, some of these things you can incorporate in their daily practices or daily training. And you know, Darryl and I have been helping our coach Kick for quite a bit now, and we just want to give kids the opportunity to, you know, instead of flying down to the States and spending $1,000 for 3-hour lessons, which I've spent, and to basically, you know, have the opportunity to actually do it in Ontario. You know, we were also doing online coaching as well. So the whole point of this is to help kids, help high school kids get to what they want to be, in terms of football. As you see, Coach Kick there, he's our mentor, and he has the most prolific range of guys from all over Canada, and he has the top 5 guys in every kicking category for the last 30 years, 35 years now, I should say. You know, helped Darryl get to Utah State, has helped me get to the NFL, and you know, these guys are who I look to in terms of kicking on a day-to-day basis. Darryl and I speak, you know, sharing film, whether it's game film, practice film, and spend a lot of time with Coach Kick as well. We're located in Ontario, but like I said, from London to all the way to Toronto, we're able to help you guys out, whatever you need, if you want to see in person, but we can also do online. Just wanted to kind of give you a little bit of perspective of, you know, what we're doing, and what we're doing to help young athletes. So right now we have, I think, 3 guys in the CFL that are going this year, and every kicker that we have coached has a full scholarship in Canada, and we have a letter of intent for one of our kickers that's going to go to Arkansas State. So just so you know, if you're willing to put the work, we're willing to help, and yeah, we'll get the show going. Darryl, did I miss anything else for our introduction?
No, I think you covered everything.
Okay.
We got guys from, you know, and Division I to Eastern Michigan to the youth sports to the high school levels, and kicking wins field position in football games, like what you've done in the spring league with the Generals and with Toronto, and you know, even in training camp with the Rams. It's the hidden points, but it's the hidden yards. And if, as you get later in the season and the games are closer, teams are going to be evenly matched. So kicking's the X factor. And if you have a guy that's capable, you're going to win a lot of games. You're going to win Grey Cups or whatever championships your league plays. So, yeah. So as we digress, and you know, Lirim's gone to some of the background, and a lot of it is being able to put the work. Well, there needs to be a process. You can't just wish it's going to happen, or just show up to the field and practice and game day and say, well, he's athletic, he's going to get it done. In the OUA, there's about 133, 140 plays a game. About 33%, 33 of those on average are kicking plays. So whether it's punt return, kick, kickoff return, field goal, whatever it is. So it has a big impact. And with your roster sizes, high school and college level, there's not very many guys to go around. It's how do we incorporate special teams, and how do we incorporate our kickers to be active in their preparation and drills so they could be successful on game day. So the punts, the number 1 play in the switch of field position in football, on average 40 yards, right? Give and take, high school, college, the pro level. That it's a big flip in not only field position but momentum. Where does a kicker, a punter, a specialist fit into this equation? Because there has to be a process. Some of you that are on here from university level, high school, or pro level, it's a big part of the game. And you can't just, well, you know, we're a good team, we're gonna just do special teams preparation, kick and preparation pregame. You know, it's got to be a process and scripted, and you got to have some fundamentals to it. As a specialist and as a coach, we have to figure out how much time we're putting into it. Obviously, if you're at a high school level, college level, pro level, the amount of time you have changes from some of you that are, teachers, their careers, that you have this time from, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday after school, then you play Thursday or Friday. How do we incorporate a structure into the special teams unit, working with the kicker and punter, working with the protection unit, return units, because they all have to work. Do we do just what's required? A lot of OUA and Can West coaches, AUS coaches call me. They said, well, our kicker just does what's required. Well, can our kicker and our specialists do more than that? Has to be just more than the mandatory meeting time, pre-practice, in-game practice, and Saturday, Sunday walkthrough. To be successful, we need to be doing more than that, because football, as you all know, it's a year-round job. Even though we play games at a certain time of the year, football's year-round. Lirim will attest to that football is a 24/7 gig. How you eat, how you nutrition, but how you train and how you make time in practice, how we script it, how we schedule it, improve on our strength, develop our weaknesses. And we're always a believer in don't do too much, simplify and execute. Good teams might know what you're doing, but that's okay. Can we execute and do what we need to do and have those expectations for our specialists? And will we train our guys? Do we have structure, or is it just more kicking? Because more is not necessarily better. We focus on quality and have the kids try to understand and compartmentalize the why and how, because you can have the best coaches in the world, the Belichick's, the Sabans, but the kicker's on the field doing it. The coach isn't doing it for them. They have to get in that mindset where all we ask them is to do their job. Are we charting performance in practice and games? Are we being transparent? Are we explicit with our goals and the how and the why, and helping them gain confidence to establish a rhythm and make sure they understand each and every rep that they do in practice, that they do throughout the week, that they do in training, even right now. The reps and the time that they do right now is going to dictate their success when football is going to be played, because football is going to be played and it's being played in the States already. So, and I'll hand it over to Lirim here, and he'll talk about some best practices.
Yes, just some of these things like Darryl hit on. If you're an aspiring kicker that's going to play in youth sports, you should be kicking a minimum 1 to 2 times a week. You should also be weight training 1 to 2 times a week, and you got to also do some speed training. So these are all mixtures of things. You can't just do I'm going to kick 6 or 7 times this week and then weight train. You got to have a kind of a system. And speaking with Coach Darryl and I, we'll help you schedule that time. It's like, okay, if for me, I work out my upper body Sunday. On Monday, I kick. Tuesday, lower body. Wednesday, I'll have more of speed, agility, and also yoga. And then back to Thursday, we'll go full body. Friday, we'll do kick. And then Saturday, it's either we'll do more of like recovery or we'll have the full day off. So it's more stuff like this that you're going to do. If you're in youth sports, some of our college kickers, we have them on a similar, but the weight training goes up a little bit. The speed and flexibility has to go up a little bit. So every level you kind of have to do more. And if you're in CFL, it's hard to get there, but it's even harder to stay there. So you got to be kicking 3 times a week. You got to be weight training 3 times a week, and you got to be doing the speed training and flexibility. Your life is football, and your job is football. So you got to have a good plan that you're able to execute and get in good rhythm, that even when the season starts, we have a plan for that. In the off season, we have a plan for that. We know when you should be taking a time off. We know when you should be kicking. A lot of the kickers that we've spoken to, are guys that don't kick until a month before, but those guys are lasting in the CFL 1 or 2 years. We have a system that that really works. That's helped me succeed to get to where I am. It's helped Darryl succeed where he is. And if you look at last couple of years, we mentioned before some of the kickers from Western. Mark Leggio, he broke. He's what, Darryl, 5'8"?
5 foot, yeah, generous 5'8",
I mean, generous 5'8", and you would think how is a guy that's 5'7", 5'8" be able to break the punting record that has been held by a former coach kick athlete who was what, 6'3"?
Yeah, Mike O'Brien. Yeah,
Mike O'Brien. Yeah. So you think if you're a punter, you're going to be, you're going to be doing, you're going to need this the body type of kicking big long punts, but a guy that's 5'8" broke the record for CIS. So it just shows to, his hard work and dedication that, any of these things can be done. Next, Darryl, if we go to slide 6, please.
Yeah, let me get to it. So you see it?
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely. So for kickers, we have areas of focus for training. Stability is a big thing, and I've incorporated a lot of that this past year. When we're doing, we're not necessarily just doing bench presses, but I'm actually doing single-handed bench press on a BOSU ball. So I'm actually engaging my core, able to have stability, but at the same time working my chest. Same thing goes for other pulls, or any other exercises. Everything we're trying to do is incorporate our core, because when we're kicking, we're planting on one foot, and the other one is the left foot for right-footed kicker is keeping your balance, and the right foot is helping you push the ball through. So you got to have high ankles, strong knees, strong hips. Your posterior chain is so important. By posterior chain, I mean everything in the back, starting from your calves, hamstrings, glutes, back. Those are key components when you're working out. And we have plans for guys that do our programs to help them for stability, help them for strength, making sure their psoas is as strong, but psoas can also be one of the most weakest things that help you in terms of stress, in terms of any injuries that you might have. So we understand the biomechanics of kicking and training. Most importantly, like we said, when we have a plan set up for you, your flexibility is going to be just as important as your kicking and your strength training. These all working together in unison. I know if we have some of the high school kids that are on there right now, they can probably walk on a field and start kicking and they'll be fine because you're young. But once you get in your 20s, once you get in your 25s, you're going to start having some of these things where you need a warm up. You need flexibility, you need the strength, to get to it. Because if you look at all the OUA kickers and punters, I always say they're all within probably 4 or 5 yards. If someone's hitting a 50, someone's hitting a 45 on the other end. Do you know what I mean? So it's a matter of, can you hit those kicks consistently? So does your 45 feel like you're hitting it from 35? And those are, once you get to the next level, everyone's within 1% of each other. But it comes down to, hey, are you able to make those big kicks? Are you able to make those big kicks consistently? Because everyone's going to be the same physically, and mentally as strong as you are. It's a matter of who's willing to do the extra work and who's willing to prepare to make those kicks when it counts.
You want next slide?
Yeah, we'll go next slide, and we'll talk about a little bit. Darryl's gonna pull up the iPad here. Some of the kicking and punting drills. We use an app called Huddle Technique that when we go on the field, we're training our guys. We're able to videotape them and then send it afterwards, and we can speak to them and we can add notes to it. And from that, we can actually break down film and add notes and draw certain things on there that we see to help you guys. And it's a great feedback system, especially if you're on the field, because our guys can see right away in like 1/16th motion of how fast, like how we can dictate what's going on in your kicks. These are just some simple drills that we have, and we have this accessible to all our guys. As you can see, it was during the winter and it was -20 inside. But this is just talking about the plant foot, where we want to have the plant foot. We want a plant foot right beside the ball, and we want to be able to if you see the circle here, if you pretend that's a clock, we always wanted to face, if we're in the middle of the field, we kind of want to face it, we call it about 12:30, 1 o'clock. The reason for it, so our ankles can actually be strong, and we're able to come off that left calf, and we're able to come off that left side of our body. You see some guys doing, you see on YouTube, and the reason I speak of some guys is because I've gone to these camps and I've seen some of the other kickers, and they'll actually plant where the ball, their plant foot is at like 11 o'clock, meaning your ankle is really crooked on the side, and you are not able to come off the left side of your foot. So that's why we have our kickers plant more 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, so that we can actually come through the ball and have our hips clear so we can have it. Go ahead, Darryl.
Yeah.
This is just a simple drill that we use. It's called no step. And this is what we do just to start out. We want to know how the ball feels off the foot. So we're just planting, putting our weight on our front foot, and we're bringing that leg back a little bit, and just nice, good contact, and follow through. See how my body's moving forward, and I'm bringing in all the way to the end. Okay. And all I'm trying to feel is how the ball feels, how my body feels that day. It's a warm-up drill that we can use. Most times we have guys go right on the hash, so you can actually see it where the ball is going. It's going straight down the hash. You don't have to use uprights. The whole point of the drill is the ball is going to go about 5 to 10 yards ahead of you. It's not trying to go 60 yards with a no-step kick. So see it from the side angle where my foot is planted, and I follow through. Put my weight on my left side and a little bend, boom, come through and follow through. Okay. This is the one step. So this is the progression. So we're gonna go one step back, one step over. We're gonna put our right foot forward because we want to plant with our left. This one step. And the same idea, this is the next progression step. Go ahead, Darryl. And plant. Plant's good, and a little skip. And this is only about to go 15, 20 yards. It doesn't have to be any further. You can have, if you go down the hash, you can figure out how you're hitting the ball. And this is just another progression. If you have a coach that can catch the ball, the whole point of this is I want to know how my foot's feeling. I want to know how the ball's feeling. And I want to just be able to work on my accuracy hitting it down the line. I don't need uprights. You can hit it down the sideline. You can hit it in the end zone. You just need a line. Okay.
Here's a side view.
Yep. Same thing. See how my body's leaning over top of the ball, a nice little skip. See, plant and skip. We're skipping that as if we're just jumping over the line a little bit, having our momentum carry through the ball so we can actually use our power to win. We'll admit Jeff.
There you go.
All right.
That's the drill. Let me just keep working through that here.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Good.
And this is the app that we use, and we can actually tag, as you see, we tagged one of our athletes who is out in Winnipeg, and I actually sent these drills to him, and we're able to talk about these. I know Darryl, I'll send him film, and we'll speak on it just on this app. And it's almost like Instagram, but you can actually slow it down, slow motion to 1/16 of the actual time. So you can break down film, and it's actually really clear film, and it just gives us another tool that we can use, just like golfers. This is one of the drills called down the line. If you a lot of times kickers have free time during practice, so you can use this at the back of the end zone if you have a white line. I just use the center line. Sometimes the offense and defense are split, and same thing. I'm just trying to hit, do my normal steps and hit it across, and just work on accuracy. Not always, we don't always have the uprights, so we have to be creative in what we can do. And you see some of these drills, I'm not trying to kick 1,000 balls at full strength. I'm just trying to work on my technique, make sure the ball's feeling good, make sure my body's feeling good, that when I'm ready to do field goal block, I can go full tilt, and I can actually focus on what I'm doing because I'm already prepared. This is one of my favorite drills. So the whole purpose of this is to work on your angle. Sometimes we see the angles as being too wide, so we try to exaggerate it even more so that when you actually go back to kick a regular field goal and you're on the hash, it feels like you're down the center. So what we do, and we actually used to do with Darryl a lot during our practices, and the whole point of this is you can even have a competition. You got to get the ball through the uprights we usually go just between the numbers and the sideline, and then you just go down from 45 yards, and you're just trying to hit an angle. If you make it, you go down to 40. If you make that, you go down to 35, and you're just trying to work those angles through the upright all the way down to the 5-yard line, where the angle gets really tough, and it can be a great skill to get some, if you have more than one kicker, to have a little competition, but also is just to other things that we can do. This is also called similar to the down the line. If you're on the goalpost, you're trying to hit the goalpost and you're just trying to hit it straight on. So if you have some free space, you can work on it, and you're just trying to hit straight onto the goalpost. If the goalposts are smaller, if you're trying to work on height, you can get even higher from the sideline. Our next one is going to be working on height, and this is something I incorporated with Darryl when I first came to Western, and I said 5 yards back. So I from the field, I'll go in the back of the end zone, where the field goal post is anchored, and I'll count 5 yards back that way. So therefore, I'm trying to get it above the upright. So this kind of helps with my height to make sure that, you know, it's not going to be blocked. If I'm 5 yards away and I can kick it 10 feet high, no one should be able to, in 1.3 seconds, run 3 yards and jump the size of a basketball net to block it. So that's a really good drill that you can incorporate in your warm-up routine.
I'll get to some of your pointers, and we can get to the punting.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Yeah. Perfect. Okay.
There we go. So, oh, this me there. Okay. For punt, I'll talk to kicking, and you can talk to punting, because Darryl is one of the best punters ever in CIS, especially into the elements. So when we're doing some of these kicking drills, are we staying focused on the process, not just the end result? We understand the whole purpose of the kick is to get it through, but if we're just focused on getting it through, we're forgetting, hey, is my process of setting up properly, my mind is clear, I'm focused on my one thought, and are we able to come through that ball? Are we building rhythm? Are we building timing with our snapper and holder? You know, are we being consistent with all these things? Is my ball going one left, one right, one down the middle? If that's the case, then you kind of have to incorporate some of these drills so that, you know, the ball is staying consistent down the line. How's the rotation of the ball? We call the X ball, when the ball is just moving in different direction. You see a lot of times on NFL Sunday when the ball is slowed down, it just end over end, and that's a perfect rotation on the ball. And you'll see the line. I know the NFL's, the hashes are just right down the uprights, but you know, how's that ball moving when you see it? How's the velocity? You get enough height, enough distance, and are you able to, you know, next day take it back and watch the film? I had a game last night in Houston. The film was up 30 minutes after the game. First thing I came home, watched the film. What did I do right? What did I do wrong? You know, you want to build that kind of a plan for yourself, that if I'm going to practice and I have a coach with me and they're videotaping me, I can look at that and I can write down, what am I doing? What am I doing right? What am I doing wrong? What can I do for next time? You know, having these things, it's very simple, little things you can do to make yourself more successful. Next, Darryl. I think it's punt.
Yeah, let me get to it. So
And punting, yeah. Go ahead.
So obviously, right, everybody sees, you know, the success of the field goal kickers because it's cut and dry, make or miss or distances. Punting's kind of more that hidden position where, you know, it's kind of like that good referee, or that, you know, nobody notices because he's doing his job. A lot of good punters, nobody notices because they're just doing their job, right? They're just taking control of the hidden yards. And you look at some of the stats in some games of OUA, the top guys are 47, the bottom guys are 30. So you're flipping 17 yards, almost 2 first downs every possession. 5 possessions, it's a touchdown, right? So we talk about punting, being able to finish drives. Jimbo Fisher, Texas A&M, talks about finishing every drive with a kick, a PAT, a field goal, or a punt, minimizing turnovers. So when we talk about punting drills, it's not just going there, getting a big, huge guy to smash the ball. We'll talk about some holding the ball fundamentals, things about step, drop, what we go through with the guys, step in a swing, no step to one step and punt pass, which I will bring up on huddle right here. And the big thing is having some structure, making sure, especially as the season goes on, guys just want to get into kicking. They have to be able to do the drill. So if you have a punt focused day, they better be starting out pre-practice after a warm-up, doing their punting fundamentals, not just going out and punting, so they can pay attention to their footwork, pay attention to their swing, as their hand-eye coordination. Are they seeing contact? Are they following through? The elements, like Lirim said, there's a lot of guys that are kickers that try to punt. A punter who can kick is way more valuable, especially in a Canadian game, because the roster sizes, most of the programs in youth sport, high school, even the CFL, like Lirim, he had to do both, has so much more value. because you can use that roster spot somewhere else. So I'll get into the film. Just going to share it right here. Just bear with me a second. Okay, it's loading up now. Okay, perfect. So punting fundamentals, this is Lirim going through the drop here. Talk about placement. His drop is not at his chest, hip pocket, okay? His eyes are down. His hands, the fingertips are almost together like a big baseball glove. His thumb is on the seam, right? Where the laces are. His guide hand is just as important as a drop hand. It's cradleable. Lots of guys make a mistake letting go of their left hand, or if you're a left-footed kicker, the right hand early, they twist and turn, and their drop turns like a tennis racket. They're volleying the ball. You look at his feet. He's got a good shoulder width relationship. A lot of guys, they step like they have penguin feet or duck feet. We want to be able to simulate like we're on skis. As we drop it, he keeps the hip height. His eyes stay on the ball. And he goes through it. His eyes don't pop up. His shoulders don't pop up, making sure when he drops it, it drops on the fat part of the ball and comes up. Lots of guys around the league, they struggle because of their drop and their timing, right? So even if guys think, oh, it's tedious, it's menial, it's very important, because if we don't have a controlled working drop, our punch is not going to work at all. And the idea is, you know, even good punters, the best team in OUA in 2019, they punted 45 times. One team punted 84. Most, you know, you are punting more times than anything else. So let's make sure we start from the ground up, the base up. We get here and we talk about our steps incorporating with the drop. You look at Lirim's feet and eyes. We call it stacking feet when guys struggle. They step right over left and they have to turn. Their eyes pop up, their chest pops up, so they get a quarter of a swing. Your swing is your back swing to your follow through. You want to be able to maximize it. And having this drill, they're paying attention to their steps, working with their drops, rising their hands. It helps it a lot. You see his eyes. He catches a drop, sets it at his hip. Doesn't waste time bringing it back to his hip. He sets it where he catches it. He uses his two hands. As he sets, he starts moving his feet. You see his right foot staying on the hash and his left foot keeping his width. Because you're not kicking with your legs. You're kicking with your posterior chain, your upper body, your hips. It's almost doing like a hang clean or a deadlift, or it's that pelvic tilt that's creating the torque in your punt. And you see his eyes following the drop. And you see he doesn't let go of the guide hand until he plants. His swing comes through. And when he swings, his eyes are still seeing the ball through contact. His eyes is looking at the ball, hitting the ground. You see the width in his steps. He has a heel to toe relationship with his steps. He's a shoulder width relationship. That's consistent. Whether it's kicking boundary, field, with or into and kicking out of his own end or into the opponent's end. This doesn't change. Okay. And this is stuff that we'll rep, right? We'll rep with the pro guys, we'll rep with the college guys, making sure he's hitting on a bony part of his foot and his eyes follow the drop. And one thing about Lirim, he came in as a natural field goal kicker, but the one thing that's probably improved the most, and he'll tell you, is his punting, right? He started his college career 29, 30, he finished in his 40s, mid 40s punter now, right? He's really become a balanced kicker, but it took a lot of work. It took a lot of time. Right. And he's improved his field goal kicking, but it's the details on his field goal kicking that he's improved the most, right? Where you may not see it, but guys at high levels see it, right? Where and again, this is another drill that we'll talk about. It's the next progression, okay, where he's incorporating more steps in that swing. Okay. You see him go, he's not looking up and trying to swing so hard. He's trying to establish his rhythm. We talk about rhythm, timing, speed. Your rhythm is your speed. Your speed is your timing, and the timing's everything, right? There's lots of big body punters in the NFL. They last 2-3 years try to hammer the ball. Guys like a Thomas Morstead and other guys, they have a good rhythm. It's consistent. Justin Tucker, talk about one of the best kickers. He's not a big guy. He doesn't smash the ball. Talks about rhythm. This drill with a step, drop, swing focuses on rhythm, follow through. He's getting a lift off his plant foot, as you'll see. See, he catches it. Look at his eyes follow the ball. Look at his hands follow the ball. Lots of guys one-handed or cheat, or they pop their chest up, look up like bad golfers or bad baseball hitters, right? They won't see the ball. He's focusing hand-eye coordination, sets a drop. Look at his feet. They don't deviate from the line. Look at his timing. He doesn't let go of the guide until he drops it. And as he drops it, it's just over his hip height. And as he comes through, look at his swing. We talked about a pendulum. A lot of guys, their swing gets stuck behind their left glute, so they roundhouse. His swing is a pendulum where it's behind the right glute. It comes forward through the hip, up through the sternum. And you look at his swing, look at his eyes, look at his arms, right? Look at that lip. His eyes are the last thing that pop up. His arm and right side of his body rips through his shoulders, his core. He's kicking just as much with his upper body as his lower body, right? He's efficient. He's not trying to smash his groin. He's not trying to smash his quad like lots of guys do. It's effortless. He's gliding. He's floating. Look at him pushing off the balls with his feet. Look at the explosion off the plant. Okay. Lots of guys waste time with their feet on the ground, sinking in their heels. He's bouncing off the balls at his feet. It's like Usain Bolt running. He's minimizing time on the ground. He's transferring so he can put his momentum, his posterior chain into the kick. He's kicking with hamstrings, getting that lift off the ground. His eyes and his arms are following the ball. Okay. Punting is kicking with your body as field goal kicking. And this is stuff that will replicate. Again, same idea. Effortless. Okay. His plant foot, his swing foot, his hips are all going in the direction where he wants to hit the football. Okay. And again, as we get into making contact, this is like a goalie getting pucks hit on pregame. We'll do no step, one step, and punt pass, where he's here. He's just at a stacked position, working on a finish, working on transferring and pushing off his plant foot, creating explosion. His drop here is around his hip. He's working that full swing. His eyes are seeing contact as we go through. Look at his backswing. Lots of guys, you'll see their backswing starts here and their finish starts here. They're missing over half their swing. Make sure your guys are paying attention. Your backswing should be at their glute or lower back. They should be finishing the swing. Look where he finishes contact. Right, he finishes up here. Lots of guys are kicking in this league, even a pro league, he's getting quarter of a swing, a third of a swing, an eighth of a swing. Your guy could be like Mark, who's like a 5'4" or 5'6" guy. Maximize what they have and make sure they're paying attention to these details. Lirim isn't the tallest guy in the world, but he's more than tall enough, but he maximizes his lever. He doesn't have half a lever. His lever doesn't go from here to here. His lever starts from here, ends here. So he's increasing his leg like he's kicking like he's 6'6" or 6'7". Okay. Now, the last drill we have on here is a one step, much like the field goal. We're really incorporating and focusing on the follow through. Lots of guys stop at contact, right? As they stop at contact, their swing slows down. Velocity should be the fastest as you hit the ball. And you look at his stance. He's relaxed upper body. He's not stiff. Chin is tucked. It's imagining like a sinker's on the chin or on a helmet, keeping it down. Shoulders are rolled over so you can use your posterior chain. See him pushing off his feet. You see his drop, patient. His drop doesn't leave his hand until he's ready to plant. As he plants, his backswing is ready to strike. He comes through, finishes, his arm rips. Same idea. And it's very relaxed. So one common thread, he's not trying to hit the ball hard. Lots of guys, they think, well, if I hit the ball hard, I'm being successful. Well, it's not about how hard you kick it. There's no ribbons given out on who's the hardest kicker or who can bench press the most or jump the highest. Functional strength, functional flexibility, being efficient. It's not the game day reps that tire guys out. It's the practice reps and the training reps, because they're just kicking the kick instead of kicking with a purpose. So we'll get back to the presentation here. And we talked about the punch out pointers. It's making sure our guys don't get lazy. Lirim will tell you there's lots of guys that have strong legs at the high levels that don't make it because they're lazy. They don't work on the fundamentals. They don't work on the drop, the swing. They don't watch film and break it down. Probably a lot of Lirim's teammates after the game didn't break down the film. They may look at it when the coach tells them to look at it. Are our guys being proactive? Or as coaches, are we making sure they're putting in the work, being consistent with their preparation? Footwork. Can we film the footwork, even if it's once a week or they're under training, to see where they're actually going? Do they have that hand-eye coordination? Do they have the end zone? Do they have the feel? Can they gauge the how? Not worry about the how far. Worry about the how, rhythm. Even if they're timing, focus on when they start to when they swing. Is that timing fairly the same? And feel. Can they make sure the ball, it's that subtle pop, not a heavy slap? Can they feel that subtle pop and be more and more comfortable with that? And as a coach, before I hand it off to Lirim, are you supporting your specialists and being transparent? Especially at the higher levels, if you have an opportunity for strength and conditioning coach, are they involved with the programs? Lirim develops lots of programs for kickers and punters across North America, and they're not the same position as linemen or receivers or quarterbacks. There's different demands. Are we tailoring workouts towards the kicker's needs? If they lift heavy and slow, how are they going to kick? Heavy and slow, right? If they're trying to do everything hard, that's how they're going to kick. So can we ask and get the information so they can develop and strength train, flexibility train year round for something that's specific to their needs? As a coach, supporting your specialists, being transparent, building short-term goals, but finding ways to track and measure progress, knowing, hey, what are our goals? Are we getting there? How can we get there? And understanding when to utilize the drills and how to incorporate them, right? Depending on who your opponent is, depending on what they struggled in the day before, making sure that you have guys that are kickers like Lirim that are self-leaders, that they get it, they understand how important it is, especially some of you that you're coaching every position to high school level, or some of you that at the college level, coaches, recruiters, everything else at pro level. You don't really have time to help develop them, right? They have to take that leadership role to be accountable, to do these things themselves, to pocket time. And maybe you're scripting, time every day during training camp or practice where they have to do this. And once a week, you get to film that to see, how are they putting in the time, and does that correlate to success come the game? And from a parent's perspective, I get all the time and Lirim does too, where they see it with rose-colored glasses. As a parent, you're making sure that your kicker son and daughter, are accountable, right? Are they putting in the work? Are they just, parents are telling them they're better than they really are? Are they putting in the time and the commitment? Because Lirim said, if you want to be the best, it's hard. You got to put in that sweat equity. And are they willing to take feedback? Are they consistent in the frequency, how they train? Can the kid give themselves an honest evaluation, what they're doing good, but what they need to do better? What is their mindset? And, we have access to sports psychologist, Dr. Friesen out west, and talks about the mindset. It's not just a switch. Can they have a positive mindset when they're training and put themselves in a game-like scenario, even today when they go out and train? Because they can't just turn it on because it's a Super Bowl. Do they take feedback? Do they understand, or do you notice a point of frustration? They need to step back and take a deep breath. And are they willing to communicate? And how can you break that communication barrier if not? And are they all in, right? We want guys to be all in, not halfway in and halfway out. Are they taking care of their bodies? Are they studying film like Lirim, eating properly? Are they a kicker who plays football? Or are they a football player who kicks? There's a difference, right? We want our guys to work hard and gain respect of the coaches and teammates, and making sure that, hey, football's hard. It's not for everybody. Are they willing to be all in so they can reach their potential? And that's the goal. So, and again, we talked about the process. The process starts every year, January 1, and go forward, right? The process of game week starts the following day. Break down the film, break down what we have to do. And whether it's Tuesday, punt day, Wednesday, kickout day, Thursday, field goal day, break up the different elements, because they're all different ways to kick. Kicking, punting, and kick. Field goals, punts, and kickoffs are all different. So they should be emphasized one at a time. So again, how much time do you have? Script it, right? Have specific drills, right? You can't do everything at once. Make sure they're focusing on the details, reinforcing the how, and set your expectations. Whether high school coach, college coach, pro coach, you have no expectations, or you tell them to do what they want, lots of times they'll do nothing. So, and
Darryl, just one thing to add before you go to evaluate film. One thing, I'm sure you've heard this, I never have enough time on the field. I never have not enough time with my snapper and holder. These are some of the things, whether you're a parent or you're a coach. The problem, not the problem, the way the culture of the football is, once the whole team comes, it's about, offense, defense, special teams. You'll have those time within the practice, but how long is your field goal and punt? They're most likely 15, 20 minutes of your whole practice. Yes, it's 1/3 of the game, especially in the Canadian football game. It's crucially important and you need to spend more time on it. But that time is usually used for the guys to make sure that you're protected properly. Like for punt, making sure those guys are doing the drop steps properly, making sure that everything is done to make sure that you succeed. So what do you have to do as a kicker, or as a parent, or as a coach, to kind of get them to figure out a plan? Darryl and I, when we're at Western, the practice would start around 4:30, 5 o'clock. We'd be there at 3:45, and we'd be warm at 3:45, and we'd get in all our kicking before practice. That when the practice began, we had it set up. We had a really good coach that understood our process of, hey, we're going to do all our kicking at the very beginning of practice, because our kickers just spent an hour kicking beforehand and warming up, working with their holders, working with their snapper, working on drills, that when we begin practice, Coach Marcus would always have us do our special teams at the very beginning. So we'd have our 15, 20, or 30 minutes at the very beginning of the practice that we're able to stay warm and complete everything that we needed to complete. And then the rest of the practice, we were lucky enough that our workout gym was 5 seconds away, that we'd actually go in and work out and then come back out. And for the last part of the practice, where we'd have situational football, whether it's 2-minute drills, we need a field goal to win it, or if we're running Tuesday gasters, whatever it was, we were coming back out to join the rest of the team. There's days where we stayed out with the rest of the team because the practice was different, but you have to put the initiative of being there early. Right now, yesterday we had a game for the TSL down here in Houston. Our game was at 8:00 here. Our bus was leaving 5:30. So I know I need to be at the stadium 3 hours before, because I need to make sure I have all my visualization done, do my own kicking, and then my snap hole kick with my holder and snapper. So I actually came earlier to make sure I can get done what I need to get done while I have full accessibility to the field, because the other team, if I'm late and the other team's starting to do their offensive and defensive work, they're not going to let you in their own half. They'll be like, beat it. So same thing, get there early, make sure you set up your stuff. And if you can't get there early, have the availability afterwards, and do it afterwards. But you got to take the initiative of doing these things on your own, because no one is there to take practice time to make sure that, hey, I'm working on my plant step, I'm working on my follow through. That's not a time for follow through. That's time for execution and putting all those things that you did beforehand. So I just wanted to mention that, Darryl, before,
Yeah, and that's awesome. And that's something that, if you don't have a guy like that, find a guy like that, because there's many hours. And I understand kids have class, kids are busy, but they want to be the best. Or, you set up those expectations and make them accountable for it, and make sure that they know you're watching. Because if it's important to you, it'll be important to them. And if kicking matters to you, Urban Meyer, John Harbaugh started out as special teams coaches, and look at them now. Special teams matters. You're going to win a lot of games in the college level, 2 to 3 games a year, one because of the kicking game, even people that win championships, because it's that close as you get to the elite levels. And I know we don't have a super amount of time left, so we'll make sure to get through everything, have some time for questions. Again, evaluating film. There's so many guys that put on YouTube out there or Instagram, I kicked a 70-yard field goal, or the old Central Florida guy wasn't very good with the Argos, that Donald Dele put an 80-yard kick. I want consistency when I'm looking at film. Is it a one-off, or can I go out there and hit 10 field goals in a row, or 10 punts in a row, so it's a pattern that can be repeatable? It's not just a one-off. Is it consistent? Does it stand out? Or is it a bunch of converts or 20-yard punts? Be like, I can get anybody to do that. If you have thousands of film to watch, does the film pop out at you that you watch more? Do they have game film? If they don't have game film, obviously because of the pandemic, do they have practice film? Is it snap hole kick? Is it situational? Is it charted? Do they have field lines? Can you see the hang time? Or is it from 2 miles away that you can't see anything, right? It needs to stand out. Is it indoors or outdoors? Do they have the ability to kick boundary, or kick field, or angle, or kick field goals from hashes? So I get film from American guys every day that want to go to schools, Western, whatever it may be. If it doesn't stand out, I don't waste my time. Lirim gets hundreds of films a day too. Does it stand out? Doesn't waste his time. Can they be consistent? Do they have the explosion? They have the tools where you can see that potential, and they have a high ceiling, but also a high floor. Practice film, like Lirim said, what we do is so important, because are they training with the coach? Do they understand what to do? Or are they just a natural, just kicks to kick, and they can't figure it out because at one point or another, the lack of coaching will fall apart? Is there improvement in their film? Do you see a progression that they're getting better? You could see the strength development, the flexibility development, but the consistency. During practice, like Liam said, we have a structure where we're out an hour early, we practice, we go lift. Are they staying busy? Are they getting better? Are they just, hanging out, being a spectator, choking around, chatting around, being a kicker who plays football instead of a football player who kicks? And game situational. Game film is situational. There's so many guys that are the best up by 30 players in the world. But can we look at game-changing kicks, possession-changing kicks, down by 2 kicks, or you're pinned and you need to get a guy out of trouble and give your defense some field position? I want to be able to have guys that have that mettle and have that intestinal fortitude that they get it done. And it's not about stats or numbers. It's about context. Because if you're good, they'll find you. So many guys are worried about numbers and stats. And it's like, oh, look at my sheet. I want to see the film. Can they do it when games are close, when the opponents are great, and when your team needs it? And is it super long or is it concise? I don't need a 2-hour game film. Can it be 2.5 minutes, right? The best kicks first. Can it see everything that I want to see? And for a coach, me wanting more. And expectations like Lirim talked about. First of all, have a game plan. Do we understand the abilities of our specialists? The thing, we don't understand what they can do or how they can kick. If we have unrealistic expectations, we set ourselves up for failure. And we have our game expectations. Is it a freshman that's in? Is it a senior? Is it a pro guy? Is it a 2-time LKN? Is it somebody that's new to the program? What can't they do? Because I'd rather have a guy that I know what I have and what I don't have instead of a guy that can hit a 70 but miss a convert, right? Can our guys be consistent, whether it's location, distance, height? Because we can plan around that with specials. We can be aggressive and dictate to the other team instead of the other team dictating to us. Same with the long snapper. What can our snapper can again do? What can our protection units, what can our skill position guys do covering and breaking the game open? So let's set our expectations at all facets of the kicking game, understand what our players can and can't do, and making sure that, hey, we're out here to do our jobs and emphasizing the importance of special teams. Lirim will tell you, most of the Canadians that play in the CFL, unless they're an offensive lineman, they're covering kicks. Can we make sure high school kids, college kids understand the importance of playing in special teams and where that can get them, right? Because if they don't, they're not going to have that opportunity most likely to play where they want to go to the NFL. Now, most of your rosters filled with special teamers. So can we set the expectations, set the importance, and make sure that our best players are playing on special teams as well, even at the high school level? And after, if you guys have any more questions, we want to leave some time for a Q&A. I know we covered a lot. We do have this presentation if anybody's interested in it. Again, we're available, whether it's Lirim's in Houston right now, so he's obviously available online. We do stuff virtually. I do stuff obviously adhering to the COVID rules, one-on-one, small group stuff. But our goal is, it doesn't matter what sweater you wear. Lirim and I train lots of guys that didn't go to our alma mater. We want the kicking game to grow. We want the kicking game and special teams to be a plus aspect to your football team, because so many teams, it hinders their abilities to win. We want your kicking game to be able to enhance your ability to win games, to be comfortable in tight situations, and to use the 3rd down and 4th down game to your advantage.
Guys, this is awesome. So we do have questions. So first question that we have is, the relationship between, specifically the kicker and the holder, and how do you cultivate the trust in the holder and the skill of the holder, and then similarly when the kicker's doing everything right, but for whatever reason the holder maybe isn't doing exactly what you want during the game. How do you, I guess, just cultivate that relationship and that trust between the two?
I can take that there. I'll explain, just because for me right now, we're at the spring league and we only have 38 guys on the roster. So meaning, and I kick and punt. So if I kick and punt, I'm most likely not going to have a punter that holds, because I'm punting and I can't hold for myself. All right. So I have Ryan Mallett as my holder, and some of you guys might know him, but he also played for 3 years with Tom Brady, and he's holding footballs because of the type of guy he is. You want to find a guy that wants to do it, that wants to learn, understand how important it is to the actual game. He understands that, hey, if I can't score a touchdown, we need these 3 points because these are going to help us win. Having a guy that wants to do it will make your day or your season make or miss. Right. So you got to have one, you got to find a guy that really wants to do it. And 2, if you have to bribe him with some Subway or some Quiznos or something, do it, whatever it is, because this is going to make you successful, especially if in college. You have to carry his pads, you have to do whatever you want to do, like help him out, make his life easy, just so you can have 5-10 minutes. And the biggest thing for holders is actually understanding, start off slow. A lot of these guys haven't held. So have them, like when I first got to Toronto, I didn't have a holder. So I would prefer to have a guy that's never held before. And I had Logan Kilgore, who, never held, but every day after practice, we get 100 snaps in. And we all started to have it, go slow, catch the ball, understand how you're catching the ball, understand how you're putting it down, and just have your kind of wire your brain of how the ball should look. And you're standing over top of him, understand, okay, this is how I want it, this is how I want it, this is how I want it, I want it more lean. And you just have to explain to them, bear with me just the first 5 days, and you'll catch this. And then afterwards, we can pick up, go to the second speed, go to third speed, go to fourth speed, and then fifth speed is game film. Right, or game speed. So that's the whole point, is that you want to go slow, understand, so that, because like a lot of competitive athletes want to go straight right away. No, let's go full. No, this is a specific skill. You want to be able to break it down, understand, if I'm getting the laces in the back, what is my left hand doing and what is my right hand doing? What are my fingers on top doing? These are all some of the things that that we teach too. Because Darryl was my holder in university, because I got lucky, but as soon as he left, we had to teach another guy. Is find a guy that really wants to do it. If you have to bribe him with some food or carry his stuff to the car, whatever you have to do it. And third, we used to do 100 snaps each day for 3 weeks straight. It's the whole thing of 10,000 reps or 10,000 hours until you becomes a professional. Darryl, help me out.
To become an expert at it, right?
Expert at it. Yeah.
Especially like you look at the hold, is the front knee down, the back knee up. We'll put the elbow inside the knee to track that placement. Use the middle or the index or ring finger. We'll talk about using the thumbs like a receiver, catching, bring it down the eyes, following, and making sure the holder talks to the kicker. The kicker is a quarterback of the field goal unit. Make sure the fine details are taken care of and they communicate, because the holder has to be all in. And we talk about operation. You can have a great kicker, but you don't have the snap or hold. It doesn't matter how great the guy is. So it's making sure and have them understand how that versatility, even if it's a high school level or college level, how do you catch the coach's eye? The ability to hold for lots of guys may be their opportunity to get on a roster, because they can hold on top of playing their position. So Lirim says it's getting those reps and making sure that guy's all in, because you can't worry about the snap or the hold. You just have to focus on your job, and you have to trust those guys.
Lastly, to add for that, sorry, Aaron, you have to understand, once you get older a little bit, game management. I know when I was with Hamilton, I had Luke Tasker. He'd run 80 yards down the field, catch a touchdown. He's super hyped and excited, that everyone's excited. But you have to understand, hey, I'm a kicker. You'd love to go celebrate with your teammates, but what's the next play that comes up? Field goal, point after, whatever it may be. You have to be able to get back to your field and dial in, and then understand, if my holder is a quarterback, my holder is a receiver, a running back, they probably just got hit. They probably just, their adrenaline is going through the roof. Calm down, take your time. And that is on the kicker. Slow down your process of getting to the spot. Wait, like the refs are going to wait until they put the ball down. Take your time getting there, because you want their heart rate to come down a little bit so they can actually focus. So a lot of times, you got to be able to, once you get to the next level, understand these processes, so that, hey, he's locked in. He's not worried that he just hit an 80-yard bomb down the field, and now he's going heads over tails and not focused on the hold. So that's another thing to control what you can control.
So that's a great transition to my next question, because we talked, I love how detailed you guys got into the technique. But, being a kicker, so much, like you said, Lirim, is the mental aspect of the game. And how, when you're asked to make kicks, whether it's, a punt in inclement weather, or whether it's a kick of the final second of the game, how do you train your young kickers to be able to be prepared throughout the game for these big moments, both physically? You might not have been on the field for the past, 10 minutes, and all of a sudden you got to kick a 49-yard field goal to win the game, or similarly, you got to punt into the wind. How do you train them mentally and physically to be ready for those types of moments?
Well, physically, when we, a lot of guys that I see down here in the States is they'll come. I remember going a couple of years ago to one of the camps. He literally came out, kicked 5 field goals. Like, I'm good for the day. Next day was the competition, or 2 days later, the competition happened. He missed 3 out of his 5 kicks inside the 50. He didn't even make it past the next round. So I understand that, especially if you're younger, you got to be able to be out there for not just an hour. It's not, you don't have to kick 50-yard field goals for 3 hours straight. But if you ever came to one of our sessions, you'll see me. I'll work on my warm up. I'll go through my kicks, and eventually I'll be able to get out to 50 and 60. But I'll come back to my 40s and work on technique. So it's a matter of building that technique, that longevity of your practice, so that a football game's 3.5 hours long. So making sure that you're able to do that for a full game. So physically you got to be able to put that sweat equity in practice, and mentally is, setting as a coach, we're setting up guys and be like, hey, game-winning kick, loser has to do 10 push-ups. It's just adding that little extra something, for as a special teams coach. Hey, coach, we're doing 2-minute drills today. Okay, is it possible to, if we're down by 2, to hit a field goal? And if we're down by touchdown, let's do the extra point, because you still need the extra point to be able to win or tie the game. So incorporating that into practice, so they get more and more practice. It's all about that. And like Darryl said, we have a doctor out west that we, sports psychologist, helps about, talking about the process. Worried about am I going to make this 49-yard field goal to win the game? If you do the process right, that field goal will go in. You're kicking into the wind, and you need to get your team out of trouble. I remember Mark Leggio last 2019, where they're playing the Yates Cup, and he crushes into the wind like a 50-yard bomb that made him get out of their own red zone and change the whole game. And it's what they focus on the process. He can't control the wind. You can't control whether it's a 49-yard field goal or a 12-yard field goal. Focus on your process. Have practice with your coaches, have practice with yourselves, putting yourself in situations and understand and writing things down. Okay, why did I miss that one if I was in practice? Oh, I got distracted. Why did you get distracted? Where'd your mind go? It's about getting back to your target and what your process is. Just a short, because you can talk about that a whole hour long.
That's fantastic. I love it. I like, it comes down to the process. And, I think we've heard that a lot this weekend from a variety of coaches, just, understanding the process, being consistent. And guys, I appreciate you guys so much talking kicking. Absolutely. A lot of times,
thank you.
It's the last thing that we think about until it's the first thing that we have to think about, right?
Exactly.
So I appreciate you guys being here, and make sure everybody follows them on social media. And if you got young kickers, we need as many young kickers as we can to be developed for the game, right? So appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so we're going to move on to our next presentation.
It's a little guest, little Chloe. She's a future kicker, so she said she'll be watching.
It's like, hey, we have actually a really big announcement on female football coming up, so it's going to be a great. We need more female kickers for sure.
Yeah, she'll be one of them. So she's more athletic than I am. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
All right. See ya.
All right. So the next on the topics is we're going to talk about D-line. And we have Coach Brad Miller from the University of Ottawa, who is a very experienced with over 30 years of coaching experience, a former player for Oregon State before transitioning to coaching. He has spent time in both the NFL as well as the CFL. He has dedicated his career to helping players realize their potential both on and off the field. And we are excited to talk today. Coach, how's it going?
Good. Can you guys see me?
Yeah, you're good. So I'll hand the floor to you. And
okay, so you guys are going to have to forgive me because I'm not a big Zoom guy and I can't see myself. I'm going to share the screen. Okay, and I'm hoping you guys can see that.
Yes, can see it.
And the first thing I'm going to talk about is my general coaching philosophy. Okay. So I got this from Don Matthews, and he was big on it. Every player wants to do it the right way. Okay. Our job is to teach them how to think, not what to think. And everything that you do on the field has to build a desired reaction for something that they're going to see in the game. The key to my coaching philosophy is communication from coach to player and player to coach. Central to that idea is that everybody wants to be the hero of their own story. And it's our idea as coaches is to shape the story in such a way that each player sees themselves as a hero in their role. It's especially important when you're coaching defensive line or offensive line, because those guys have to sacrifice a lot of what the other players are getting on the field. They have to subsume that in their roles. As coaches, we're not just teachers, we're salesmen and counselors. We have to help each player realize that the best avenue for individual success lies within the structure of whatever schemes we employ. I believe quite thoroughly that players are a reflection of their coaches, and what you bring to the field, they bring to the game. It's our job as coaches to help our players achieve that understanding so they can play at maximum speed. Okay, so the defensive objectives for the defensive front, the first thing we want to do is we want to play physical. Secondly, we want to play fast. And thirdly, we want to play with great effort. What we try to instill in our defensive linemen is the idea that we're going to get off on every snap. We're going to play with our eyes beneath the eyes of our opponent. We're going to be extremely active with our hands in our run and pass game. As a defensive front in the run game, for our interior two, we're either going to take two blockers or make the tackle. We're never going to be satisfied with just canceling our responsibility and trading one for one. We're going to recognize that in being great run defenders, it allows us opportunities to beat pass rushers, and pass rushers is where defensive linemen get any love that they're possibly going to get. We're going to understand how to react to offensive schemes and how our reaction affects our second level players. We're going to be aware of down and distance, personnel and formation indicators, and we do a pretty thorough job of coaching that as much as we possibly can. And obviously, as a front, we want to consistently apply pressure in the pass game. The key teaching fundamentals for defensive line is alignment. So we use a gap numbering system and gap control rules. Assignment, we want to execute the discipline of the defense, and each defensive lineman should be responsible or should have the goal of having no yards in his gap. Okay. We talk about pre-snap keys. So our gap, stance, and eyes, the tip of the football in the snap, and the V of the neck of our cue in regards to our offensive linemen. The key teaching fundamentals of get off, we're going to anticipate the snap count, but we're not going to guess. A great stance and start for down and distance situations. So flat back in a rundown, we're going to get our butt above our shoulders in a pass down. And attack and stimulus with 3 points of contact. We want to have our eyes beneath the eyes of our opponent. We want to snap and lock out on contact. And we want to show color in our gap. For control, our hand placement, we want our hand on the sternum and the bicep to the gap of responsibility so we can show color in our gap. And we always want to be ready to escape and shed as the ball comes. And we're consistently going to work on pursuit. So either you're going to be in on the tackle or you're busting your butt to get to the tackle. Okay, the key teaching fundamentals for defensive linemen, in my mind, are stimulus and response. So the ball is always going to start the action, and whatever the V does, I must react and counter. How I react is a stimulus and response. So if I get a base block coming to me, my response is to squeeze. If I get a cut block, hands down, eyes up. Down equals trap. So if it's down and nobody's coming to block me, I have to look inside to see if anybody's coming to trap me. You don't want a guy who's running up field and getting kettled all the time. Reach means lockout and squeeze back. Pull, midline, cut off, you're going to rip through. Double, you want to get your hands on the V, or your hands in that same position we talked about earlier, and hit the double so that as he pushes me off, I'm not getting knocked past the gap. And when he goes up to the linebacker, I'm covered up by the player that I'm on, and I'm not showing color in my gap. High at equals pass. Influence is a trap. An arc, we're going to get our eyes back inside. Okay. The key teaching fundamentals for pass rush is we're going to anticipate the protection scheme by down and distance, and position of the running back in the backfield or backs in the backfield, because we have to know who is blocking us, and we have to have a plan to attack them and be able to counter the offensive scheme. Okay. For our practice routine, practice tempo is coached. The energy the coach brings sets the tone. Practice drill should be set to correlate with the day's concentration. And I've always gone with a day 1, day 2, day 3 type of thinking. So day 1, we're worried about first down, which is usually run first and pass and play pass. Day 2, we're going to talk about opponent-specific keys and cues. And day 3, third down and whatever schemes we're going to employ for third down in relationship to pass rush games. We're always going to allow time for game-specific drills, unique blocking schemes, protections, etc. And I thoroughly believe that individuals should be the toughest part of practice. In my mindset, when we're going through practice, when the players get through practice, get through individual, they should say, okay, now we're going to go through team and the other things, and they're thoroughly vested in everything that you're doing. Okay. The best way to have carryover from drill to the field is to explain the why you're doing the drills, show them how it correlates to whatever you want them to do in the game, demonstrate the proper technique, and then drill it, drill it, drill it. This is really hard with no feedback, okay? So the run techniques, the first thing we're gonna talk about is get off the power stance. Your feet should be set about shoulder width apart, okay? Toe to instep stagger can be heel to toe, but you don't want a big stagger when you're defending the run because it takes too long to get that foot back in the ground. And if the offensive lineman catch you with your foot off the ground, obviously you have no power. You get your power from the ground. The body weight should be concentrated on your upfield foot. Your knees should be bent, lower back, and set to produce power angles. If we're talking about a run stand, we're talking about a flat back, so we have a good low-level entry. Hips and backs, again, should be creating a flat plane. Free hand, your down hand should be in front of your eyes. Your free hand should be cocked and ready. Down hand is 4 to 6 inches in front of your eyes. Okay, so when you're doing a get-off drill, power stance, reaction, there should always be a ball. Footwork, 2 short power steps. We're not gaining a lot of ground. Hands on takeoff, and finish is going to be lockout. The second thing that we do is a redirect drill. So we start in a power stance. We do a get off on the ball. We do our footwork. We give them a pass, draw, screen, or run. If it's a pass, it's a high hat, they're pass rushing. If they get a high hat, but the offensive lineman isn't leaving the line of scrimmage, that's a draw set. We want to play into our offensive lineman or our dummy and squeeze down. If it's a screen, it's a draw set where they're leading a little bit and inviting you up the field. We want to react back to the offensive lineman and squeeze. If we block the screen, when we see screen, we're going to put our foot in the ground and redirect back to the line of scrimmage. If it's a run, we're going to squeeze left to right, and we always have a finish to every drill. Okay. Every day or once a week, we try to do sled work, and we work the run stance, reaction, quick hands, and we want to roll the hips for power. Sorry for that typo there. That should be hips, not his. We're going to be in a 3-point stance, do the same thing with a power stance, the reaction, eyes, quick hands, popping the sled, working our feet, block out, power, escape to finish, and rip. We do the rip drill, and we have a grid. So we set up 1, 2, 3 bags in sequential order. And what we're working is our footwork, the same thing that we talked about, but now we're going to work a pivot crossover and come to balance. So this is really hard to explain because usually I jump up and demonstrate this. So the pivot crossover is a natural reaction when you're making a power move through a gap. You're going to take your inside foot. I'm not even going to, we're not even going to worry about that's not going to work because I can't demonstrate it. So the next technique we're going to do is we're talking about blocking schemes. The proper way to take on and defeat blocks, feeling the play, flow of the play, and maintaining good pad level. We're going to partner up. We're going to work that same footwork that we've talked about pretty consistently, the eyes and hands and finish. We're going to work one-on-one schemes. So in defeating the base block, we're going to partner them up, get them in their proper leverage, lock them up so the hands and feet are in the position that you want, and the eyes are down low. The opponent is going to start basing you and pushing you forward. You're going to grid down with your eyes underneath him and work your feet and hip down to it. You get in that same position where he's trying to reach you and he's pre-reached. So you're in a disadvantaged position where he's outside of you already. You're going to try to lock and bring your hips back around to get to him and bring him back up the field and through and around. But we're going to go to some tape because it's going to be easier to show you than to talk this through. So I've got some film here. And I've got to go. Can you guys see the tape? Can anybody see the tape?
No, Coach. You might have to unshare and then share again.
Okay, so how do I do that in Zoom? I'm so used to.
So if you click on your share screen again and maybe just stop, and then you'll be able to click share screen again and then pick the film that you're.
I got you. Now can you guys see the tape?
No.
Let me go back again. Tab. Now can you see it?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So we're going to talk some techniques here. This is the free technique. And you can see his upfield foot is down, and the foot approaching the V of this net is back. This is a 2-eye as opposed to a 1. And in a 2-eye, that's the V of the neck that he's reading. And the foot to the V of the neck is back. He is playing a 5 technique. So this is his V, and this foot is back. So as we go through the snap, you can see that everybody's contacting and reading the inside V of the neck. Now, if he was playing a 7 technique or a 6-eye, it would be just reverse. This foot would be back, this hand would be down and be reading the V here, and this would be his first contact. But we're playing a loose 5 here, so it's just the opposite. Now, what we do get here is this player is doing a good job of eating this double, so we have a clean linebacker. Our 2-eye eats his guard, so that's his gap. This is his gap. He's our free player, and we shouldn't have any problems. And as you can see, we get good results here. Now, ideally, we'd like him to have his pads lower because he's going to take a lot of heat here. And as he comes here, what we'd want him to do is take that hip and sink it into him, because what he's trying to do is push him across into this gap so he can release up to this linebacker. But that's coach talk. We do a good enough job here where the linebackers are playing, and that's what we want. Now this is 2nd and 3, same situation, we'll go to the tight. And again, now we have a problem, because remember before when I did my presentation, or when I was talking in the slideshow, I talked about his footwork. His base is too wide and he has too much kick. So as this play happens, it's going to take this player too long to get his foot back in the ground, and he's going to get overtaken, and we're going to lose this gap. Now we had a stunt on here. So we're telling him to go inside. And this is one of those deals where this originally was the V of his net, or the V of his gap. As he goes inside, this becomes the V of his gap, but he has to see where this V is going, because if this V is going away fast, that means that this V has to be coming to him. And the hardest thing that happens when you have these stunts, when you're bringing people inside, is that their eyes go here, and this guy will overtake him, and you'll end up with a guy getting two gapped. So ideally, what we tell our players is, as you're making this move, you're making the move to the opposite V, still reading that V. That makes him slim enough, so if this guy comes here and they're running zone this way, which is what we anticipate with the back away, is that he's still going to have a chance to be in his gap. And he has some awareness because he's a little long, but he's fighting to get back in his gap. And this is where, when we talked about earlier about that get off and redirect, because as he sees that he's wrong and his gap is going away from him, he does a good job of plowing back. And what he's going to try to do here is, if he can't be in his gap, we want to put that offensive lineman in this gap, because we have to cancel these two A's the way this punch is running, with the linebacker running to cancel B. But we end up getting capped out pretty well here. Now, this is another challenge that we have here. Because what we've done here is we put our defensive end in a 7 outside, telling him that we're going to squeeze this tight end back to this gap because we're trying to buy 2 with 1. So again, this ends up being okay for us, simply because we're working hard not to let or keep a flat plane on the offensive line. And these are all over fronts. Same thing here, we're playing a 2-eye. So the foot to his gap is down. Playing a 3, the foot to his gap is back, that's his V, that's his V. We're playing a 5, that's his V. And a really loose 7 here. So we're saying that he's gonna go hard enough here. If this tight end stays in, we're gonna push him down into this gap. Here's the challenge. because he steps too far inside and doesn't get a vertical push. When this guy comes to doubling, what happens? He's collapsed over. He's too high. But again, the linebackers read out and we're okay. Let me see if I can do this more smoothly than I did it the first time. So I stop share, and then I go back and I share screen. And I want to go back to the presentation. Share. And okay. And we're back in the presentation and you guys can all see it?
Yep.
Okay. So now, our pass rush progression is we're going to work get off our speed stance. When we talk about our speed stance, we're going to talk about our hand well ahead of our head. Our butt's going to be in the air above our shoulders. We're going to elongate that stance. So when we talked about the run stance, our feet are tight. Now we're going to get a big kick. And ideally, all the weight is on the front foot. So if you take that back foot off the ground, it doesn't make any difference because we want to take a long first step and gain as much ground as we can in the first step and try to get on those offensive linemen as quickly as possible.
Coach, when you clicked your from current slide, it didn't transition. So we're just seeing the run technique drills right now.
Okay, so I'm going to go back and go forward. You see it now?
I think it might have froze on your end. So maybe just unshare and share again.
Gotcha. You guys got it now?
Perfect.
Awesome. Okay. So when pass rushing, you always want to have a plan and one counter. And in my mind, no more than four tools in the box. You don't want to teach an if this and if that and give a guy a whole bunch of different things to do. Really, pass rush is really about get off and grooving and having one counter to the initial get off. We want to try to capture the line of scrimmage and get on the offensive linemen before they're ready for us. The better that we can do that, the more opportunities you're going to have to get to the quarterback. Great counters are stab on the edge, stutter bull inside, edge to edge, working one side, getting the offensive lineman to change his weight, and then coming back outside or inside. Speed to power, speed, stutter, speed. And those are all things that you can work as counters. But in my mind, the first thing that guy has to do to be a good pass rusher is be able to get off and get to the offensive lineman before they have their feet in the ground. Inside, the fight is usually going to start on your second step as a pass rusher. On the edge, it's usually going to start on their third step. If you look at the tackle and if you calculate where the quarterback's usual drop step is, you want to figure where's the point of interception going to be. If he's kicking and I'm rushing off the edge, how soon can I get up on him? Is it going to be 1.5 feet outside of his initial stance or 2 feet? And then you want to have a plan. If you beat him to that point, you're going to go by him. If he beats you to the point, what are your counters going to be? If you guys arrive at the point at the same time, then what are you going to do with your hands? Okay. So we've talked about the stance already. Again, your feet should be about shoulder width apart. You're going to elongate your stagger for comfort and speed. You're going to put your body weight, your entire body weight, on the inside ball of your up foot. Your knees are going to be bent to produce power angles. Your free hand is going to be in front of your eyes with your elbow bent and thumbs up. Your down hand is 6 to 7 inches in front of your eyes on a line just inside of the back foot. And your first step on snap should replace that down hand. So you're really talking about getting that foot down and in an elongated stance, whereas in a run stance, you don't want that foot to be out of the ground that long. Okay. For pass rush technique drills, I like the gauntlet drill. And we'll do this 2 or 3 ways. The way we've been doing it down here is we take all of our defensive linemen, put them in a line about 1.5 yards to 2 yards apart. And a lot of people use the bags for this, but I like a line because the defensive linemen who are in the line can present their hands as an offensive lineman would do. And you can work on your feet, your pad level, and your inside arm chop, your outside arm chop, your rips and jabs, and all those things that you do with your hands with live hand presentation. They can work the left and right side, and I just have them go up and down the line. And the guy who goes to the back of the line moves up, and it's a way to really get a lot of reps. And we're always talking about finishing to the quarterback. We'll tighten that up and do a tight gauntlet drill where the players put their hands on the back, so it's just that little space, and we're really worried about our footwork and our hands and going quickly through and working that pad level reaction, right side, left side, and finish. Now, we can do the same thing with pop-ups. The deal with pop-ups is you're still working your hands and you're working your hands and your feet, and you can be much more violent with your hands. The challenge with pop-ups is that you're not getting that reaction that you need to get with the offensive lineman putting their hands and throwing their hands on you. It's more of a static reaction. But it's still second step for the interior rushers, third step for the guys on the edge. You're going to work footwork, hands, hips, pad level, and finish. Okay. Now, a lot of people work hoops, and the hoops and stuff are good. You're still going to work get off. Now, when you're working the hoops, the thing that you have to really think about is where your player is pointing his toe to turn and to get leverage. And the thing that we've done is we always want to think about turning our toe as we're working around the hoop almost at a 60-degree angle. So turn that toe to 3 o'clock, turn that toe to 3 o'clock, turn that toe to 3 o'clock, all the way around the hoop. So because you're worried about when you clear the hips of the offensive lineman that you're blocking, if your foot is pointed straight upfield, as you would naturally when you're running, when you're trying to turn, they have a tendency to get that foot on the edge, and that's where you see guys slipping out and falling down. If they turn their foot, they're going to get more traction, and if the offensive lineman gets their hands on them and pushes them, the natural torque that they're gaining by turning their foot toward the quarterback in the direction they want to go is going to fight the momentum that the offensive lineman is adding to them by pushing them in the back as you go by. You want to drop the inside shoulder and really work that inside shoulder and turning that toe so you can pivot toward the quarterback. And the foot pivot provides that extra torque to get there. And again, we're always worried about finish at the end of all these drills. So it should be set up so you're either finishing on the quarterback or finishing on the ball or scoop or some kind of positive action to reinforce the muscle movement and muscle memory that you're trying to get into them. Now, a lot of people work karate or any kind of hands drill where you're planning to defeat the hands of the blockers. You're working hand-eye coordination, reinforcing muscle memory. Again, that pivot crossover is essential in any type of hand action because you always want to talk about twerking your foot and turning your foot toward the target, which is always going to be the quarterback or the ball. You're working pad level and finish. Okay. So I'm going to go back here and unshare the screen and reshare the screen. And I've got to be smart enough to be able to do that. Does anybody have any questions as I sit here and okay, and you can see the screen again, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So now we're going to talk about the pass rush. No? And now we got it. The challenge here with quicks is that we've really got to work on being on the edge and knowing who's blocking us, especially when we're out here as a 9 technique. So when he starts his pass rush, his aiming point should be about 2.5 yards on the outside foot of the tackle. He's elongated his stance now, and really he should be launching and trying to get it before this guy gets his hands on him. Your 1 technique has the most challenge in that he's still kicked here in this 2I because this is 2nd and 9, but as he transitions to a pass rush, he's going to be doubled. So really, you have to win with the guys who are getting singled, which should naturally be your edges and your 3 technique. And obviously, I haven't cut this for success. Now, what we're anticipating here with the back away is a 3-man slide this way, 1-on-1 with the back counting this guy. What our end does here, he does a great job of capturing the edge, and he does a great job of working his hands when that tackle puts it on him, so he gives himself a chance to clear it. What he doesn't do is he doesn't take this inside foot and torque it toward the quarterback, so as he clears the guy, as he clears this tackle, with the hand on the back, the hand is just going to give him that last little bit of push to push him by the quarterback. Whereas if he turned his toe in this same position, he's going to have an opportunity to win. Now, the hardest place to rush out of for a defensive end is out of a 7 or a 6 high. Because he's playing here, but he can't quite get wide enough to leverage this guy. So he really has to work on getting vertical through and capturing the edge before this tackle can get to him. Our end here that we've taken outside of the tight end has a much easier time. Of these guys that we're watching. Okay. So this kid played at Oklahoma State. This kid played at Nebraska. This kid played at Utah. So these are all kids who have played 4 years of university and have been in NFL camps. So we're not talking about guys who haven't been coached, but they still have the same challenges that you see with everybody else. Now, again, he's anticipating the protection. He knows, since the back is here, that the center should be reading our one technique away. So the second he gets a hard set by this guard, he's going to come back inside knowing that he's not going to get any resistance from the center. If the back was on the other side, then he couldn't make this move because the center would hit him in the face. But he does a great job of getting upfield and attacking this guard before he's ready for him. And he gets penetration and makes it hard on the quarterback. Now, this is 1st and 10, and the hardest thing here is we're playing run. So we're all gapped out. The end who's free is free to the quarterback. And the thing that we get here is you see that momentary hesitation where he looks down the line of scrimmage? He's looking for somebody coming back. We know here in this particular scheme that the linebacker is on the edge, and the linebacker is going to take any cutback, so he's free to go. So we're going to get some. So now we have 3rd and 7, so we have a real pass situation. Okay. Again, elongated stance, big kick, big kick. We'd like him a little bit wider, but he's beaten to the point, he's got to counter. And he counters back inside. Transition back. I'll share the screen. Okay, so now I've tried to leave some time for any questions, if there are any questions.
Coach, so we do have a few questions. So in terms of developing, specifically at the younger levels, the pass rush technique for kids who maybe don't see, as many pass rush reps in game, especially at the younger levels where we're running a lot. What is the main focus for developing defensive line for, say, that 10, 11, 12-year-old kid at the younger ages? What are the main priorities that you would suggest?
In my mind, the biggest thing would be teaching get off, teaching them, how to stance and start, and how to get upfield, and games. Have them play tag so they can work on their change direction. Have them run the hoop, because that's something that's fun. And have them, if you have 2 hula hoops for young kids, 2 hula hoops, 2 balls, 2 cones, have them race the hoops. Start each kid at a cone, have them run the hoop, and really talk about turning that toe toward the center of the hoop and coming out, either catching the ball or stripping the ball and picking it up and recovering and scoring a touchdown, but make it fun.
In terms of, all the defensive line characteristics you're looking at, what is something that's most common that you look for in young defensive linemen that is a characteristic that you want out of your defensive linemen?
I'll tell you a great story is I was working with the Hamilton Junior Tiger Cats because my kid played for a couple of their summer things, and we were talking with young defensive linemen, and we worked a lot on movement and then being able to transfer from gap to gap and just get upfield and get after it. The hardest thing for defensive linemen is that whole deal that we talked about, taking double teams and really grinding it out. And for young kids, I kind of feel like that's a little bit unnecessary. We want to talk about being in gaps and moving from gap to gap and running upfield and being to attack to the heels of the offensive lineman rather than taking on blocks, because it's not as much fun and it tends to drive kids out of football. If that makes, that's really my opinion on it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So at the next level, what is something that makes
I am so sorry.
Go ahead.
That word, the next level, drives me crazy.
Okay.
Because when I worked with the junior Ticats for that couple of summers when my kid was playing, when I've coached in junior college, when I've coached in American University, the CFL, the NFL, it is all the same level. It is all football.
That's good. Yeah, that's on. Okay, good. So I guess for in terms of developing your interior defensive linemen, and like you said, being able to recognize pass coverage or pass protection and understanding, the role of the center and shifting, what are some, skills that you can incorporate scheme for the defensive lineman, especially in the interior, to recognize where an offensive lineman is going to slide or, how they're going to adjust?
In my mind, the less you see, the more you see. With our interior defensive linemen, we've always just talked about seeing the V of the neck and seeing where the back is. Because if they're going to block with 6 people, they have to count. So one guy is going to count for each defensive lineman you're deploying. So if you're in a 40 front, 4 offensive linemen are blocking 4 defensive linemen. There's 1 extra offensive lineman. Where is that 1 extra offensive lineman going? If there's 1 back in the backfield and that back is offset, the extra offensive lineman is usually counting away from the back. If the back is at 0, as a defensive lineman, all you have to know is where the MAC linebacker is. If you know where the MAC linebacker is, either the back or the center has to account for the MAC linebacker. And then where the center or the back is going to go. If you're a 1 technique, you have to believe 90% of the time as a young guy that center is counting for you. If you're a 3 technique, you're an edge player, unless you're really, really good. And you're getting big penetration, most of the time you're getting singled. So the only guy who ever has to worry about a double is the 1 technique. And whenever I've worked with younger people, I've always made sure that we played our front left and right, not nose and tackle. So if we moved our front, everybody has a chance to get beat up, I say.
A question. So do you find a 2-eye technique is better for backside run defender compared to a 1 technique because of the inside leverage on the backside guard? Or do your tackles often switch between 2-eye and 1?
The reason why, 2 eyes are for the linebackers. just like playing a 6-eye is for the linebackers. Because in a 2-eye, what you're saying is you're buying the guard, and the center has to respect the 2-eye. If you're playing a 1, it's easier because it's easier to read hand down, man down. But there's a better chance your linebacker is going to have to deal with guards. So, I mean, if you want a free linebacker and a free runner, you play a 2-eye, which is why I've always coached 2-eyes, because it keeps the linebackers clean, or it gives a better chance for your linebackers to get clean. But the hardest technique to play in football is a 2-eye and a 6-eye, because if you're playing a 2-eye, you're playing the V of the neck of the guard, but you have to feel the center. And if you're playing a 6-eye, you're playing the V of the neck of the tight end, but you have to respect and feel the tackle. So we talk about having 4 eyes. 2 eyes are your hands, and 2 eyes are the eyes in your head. So you're playing a 2-eye or a 6-eye. You have to use your 2 eyes on the man you're aligned on, which is either the guard or the tight end. But you have to have your other 2 eyes on that inside V of the neck. So it's really the only cross read that you teach in the defensive front. And it's an easy thing to say, but it's a hard thing to master, and it's harder work. For younger players, I would never play a 2-eye. I'd always play a 1, for the simple reason that it's easier to teach them how to play. It just puts a little bit more pressure on your linebacker because there's more of a chance that they're going to have to deal with guards on them.
Coach, how do you help to teach, young defensive linemen or defensive linemen in general to, guys want to make tackles, right? Like they want to be the guy who makes a tackle, but a lot of times, like you said, you got to eat a double or you got to maintain a gap, or how do you, help prepare mentally kids for the role that they play in the bigger picture as defensive linemen?
Well, I always say this, and when you're younger, it may or may not apply as much, but as you get older, it becomes more and more true. The guys who get noticed on TV, the guys who get their pictures in the paper, are guys who hit the quarterback. And you can't hit the quarterback if they're running the ball. That's myself for defensive linemen.
That's a pretty easy, quick pitch, because that is completely true. Yeah. So, as especially in the Canadian game, where we do see a ton of quick game, right? Like, and we, how do you keep guys motivated to get hands up or try to be influenced in that quick 0.2 of a second where guys getting the ball out like you showed in the film? What tools can you give the guys to still play an impactful role in the quick game, when it's so fast?
Well, I mean, I think I had 2 clips of quicks where the front knocked it down, because in my mind, we're always attacking the line of scrimmage. We're always trying to play at the heels of the offensive lineman. And if we're doing that and the offensive lineman sits for a quick, we have an opportunity to bully him and get our hand up. And again, that's a TV play. And we live for the TV plays. And we talk about it all the time. Hey, let's go make a TV play. Let's go get our picture in the paper. How do we get our picture in the paper as a defensive lineman? Knock down balls, cancel the gaps so that they can't run the ball, so they have to throw it so we can knock down balls and tackle the quarterback. And everything is centered around all the speaking I do within the context of the game is, or the belief that everybody is selfish. Everybody wants to do it for themselves. How can doing it for the other guys fall into doing it for yourself? And for defensive linemen, we cancel the run so we can rush the quarterback.
So yesterday, Coach, we had Coach Greg Marshall from the Western Mustangs talking about some offensive schemes, and one of the things that he really emphasized is putting the pressure on the defensive end by, with the growth of RPOs and zone read, and in our game where we can bring a fullback across the field, and he's got to worried about getting smacked, but then also have to be able to maintain gap. How hard is it becoming for the defensive end, specifically on zone read or RPOs, to have so many roles to play and have so many things coming at them? And how do you give them the tools to be effective?
I don't see. I don't think it's any harder than it's ever been. And really, there's only one thing an end has to do. If you're a 5, you're going to read the V of the neck of that tackle. The RPO doesn't affect us. The RPO affects the linebackers. It affects the back end. We're still either canceling our gap or hitting the quarterback. And if the fullback's coming down to crack us, we have to have some awareness. But we're still canceling our gap. When the fullback comes, now we're just going to transfer our gap to him. We can't let, or we won't let those things distract us from our true read. And I'm not a guy who ever teaches multiple reads. There's only one read for a defensive lineman, via the neck to the quarterback.
That's great. You know, one of the things that we've heard kind of throughout the weekend is simplifying things for guys and giving them a very clear indication of what their job is, no matter what's flying around them. And I think that's been a constant theme for kind of every position and for every system. So, Coach, thank you so much for sharing some of your insights and being able to, you know, be able to look at the film and get an insight on how you teach defensive line. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, we're gonna give away a prize right now from Riddell. So we have, so thanks to Riddell, we're gonna be offering 4 prizes today. The first one that we're gonna be giving away today is a black RV 15 tackle bag from Riddell Sports. Daniel's gonna bring up so as you can see, that's the prize. Daniel's gonna bring up the wheel. We'll spin it to see who wins this prize and go from there. All right, Doug Richardson, congrats. We'll be in contact to see to get you your prize, and hopefully that goes to good use in your community. So next, we're going to be moving on to talk with the defensive coordinator from the University of Toronto, Coach Bob Mullen. Coach Mullen joined the Varsity Blues coaching staff in 2017 when he moved on from a 4-year stint at the St. FX X-Men as the defensive coordinator, where he helped guide them to consecutive AUS championship titles. He is also a Vanier Cup winner as both a player and a coach at Queen's University, where he served as the defensive coordinator from 1988 to 2000, where he helped the team secure 4 Yates Cup titles to go along with the only shutout in Vanier Cup history in 1992.
Aaron, I'll be right with you.
Okay, perfect. Coach, sounds good. While we're waiting for Coach Mullen to get ready to start, I do want to just give a couple of quick updates for anybody who wasn't with us the past couple of days. We had a conversation on Friday about return to football and where the Ontario government is at currently. If you want to take a look on our website for our latest release on the return to play and where the Ontario government sits and kind of what information we currently have and what we're waiting for, please take a look on that. I had mentioned in our Friday call, we are working with all the outdoor sports right now as an outdoor sport coalition to be able to both lobby the government as well as ensure that we can get back to football safely and adequately, similar to how BC, Saskatchewan, and Quebec are doing right now. So if you want to take a look at that information that is on our site, I also do want to take the time to quickly thank everybody again, the OUA and Riddell, for the support that they've put in. I want to thank Ryan Kublik for all the hard work that he's put in developing a lot of our branding. And so we have 3 interns right now on the back end that, you know, are doing a lot of great work. Sarah, Tyler, and Daniel have been working tirelessly to be able to get this off the ground, and their efforts are incredibly appreciated. So Coach Mullen, I think you jumped back in.
Yes, I'm back in, Aaron.
Okay, perfect. I'll let you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Aaron, thank you very much. If I could share my screen. We good there, Aaron?
Yeah.
So good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to begin by thanking Aaron, Tyler, and the team that put this together. I've really enjoyed the weekend to this point. The presentations made by colleagues from across the OUA have been informative and interesting and extremely well done. I appreciate everybody that is here, especially on a nice Sunday afternoon. I hope, want to commend you, all those in attendance, for your commitment to our game. And just before I begin, I also wanted to just sort of express my thoughts on COVID. COVID has taken so much away from us in the past 14 months. But as I look for a silver lining in this dark cloud, I've been really, really excited over this COVID period with the manner in which our Canadian football community has engaged the opportunity to come together in a virtual way, sharing and collaborating and talking about the game in a manner that I really haven't seen it before. And I hope that as we see COVID fade into the rear view mirror, I hope we continue this conversation and again, continue to protect, promote, and develop our great game. My contact information is there. I'm happy to share. And in terms of our topic today, I thought I'd just talk a little bit about some defensive back fundamentals, then some man coverage principles, and then talk a little bit about our catch man technique. So just to touch on general things that I think are important in terms of coaching philosophy. Brad, it was good to see Brad Miller again and to hear his thoughts on that. I think for me, I'm a believer in coaching up, not down. As Brad said, everybody wants to do it right. Everybody wants to be successful. Not everyone comes to us ready to be a first round draft pick. And I feel that, if a football player is better for the time he spent with us as coaches, we've done our job. I believe that a coach is first a teacher, but also a student. I've been around the game a long time. When I played, it wasn't just the balls that were leather, but the beauty of this game is that I've never stopped learning. I believe it's important to keep that in mind, and that's what keeps us young and engaged, and as learners as well as teachers. I believe in setting high expectations for our players, and I also believe, as a coach, we need to provide a plan, direction, and support opportunities to achieve those high expectations. And at the end of the day, it's a game and it needs to be fun. So have fun, make it fun. And I know for me, a day in the office, drilling down on videotape, it's always been the greatest gift of the day has been the couple hours on the field with the kids. So, just in terms of taking a look at the makings of a great DB, I don't think I'm going to surprise anybody, with, first starting off with what's in the boots. We're looking for speed. The game of football is a game of speed. DBs, we're looking for quickness and agility. We're looking for feet that are clean and able to, get ourselves to where we need to be, hips that are flexible and can open quickly in response to stimulus, and more, size Size is becoming important as our offensive coordinator friends are robbing volleyball teams and basketball teams of players to play receiver. Size and strength, of course, for the physical part of the game is also important. If you put all that together, you know, you've got an athlete who's in a position to be able to run, change direction, and hit. But I think there's one more element that is critical, and not just for DBs. You know, Brad was speaking of it for defensive linemen, but eyes. Eyes are perhaps one of the most important physical traits or characteristics of a great DB, training their eyes. I think as well that what's between the ear holes is also, you know, is the mark of a great DB. We're looking for a student of the game, someone with high football IQ, and as coaches, they're not going to necessarily come to us with that. So as teachers, we need to develop their football IQ. Obviously, or not obviously, we're playing a team sport. Everybody has a job, a role within the scheme. You know, a great DB is someone who knows his job, who does his job, and trusts others to do the same. A great DB is someone who's going to constantly work to master his craft. Don't waste a rep in practice. Every rep is an opportunity to improve, and improving means to be open to coaching and to study the game. And preparedness. Okay, preparedness leading up to kickoff is going to put you in a position to better anticipate. If we can anticipate, we can recognize, and if we recognize, we can respond. And then what's inside, you know, the intangibles, the heart of a champion. We need, you know, young men who play with confidence, courage, and toughness. There are times we're playing a team sport, but there's lots of opportunity for DBs to be alone on the field, and that there's going to be situations that require them to have the courage to be great in the moment, a competitive drive to be the best, and relentless effort. Never quit. Never. Not on, you know, there's, you know, no, you know, nothing sort of exemplifies that more than the player who has chased down a long run, made the tackle at the 3-yard line, and gave the defense an opportunity to keep the opponent out of the end zone. A thick skin and short memory. You know, sometimes the offensive personnel win the down. You need to have the ability to deal with the play that didn't go well, park it, get on to the next play, a next play mentality. And if you put all of that together, I think at the end of the day, you have in the back end, you have a playmaker. Guy's going to change the course of the game. Now, you know, our game is one of set piece plays. We're going to have an opportunity to win somewhere between 50 and 70 downs. So how do we go about winning the down? Number one, it starts with getting the call. We're not in, you know, the offense is in control of the tempo of the game. I haven't huddled on defense for really for as long as I've coordinated. We've taken signals from the sidelines. So we need to get the call. And then I like to talk about the 5 W's, and there's 1 H of the down. So the first question is who? And the answer is, who are we defending? What personnel group is on the field? Is it 2 backs? Is it 15, 1 back, 5R? Is it a heavy 33 group, 3 backs, 3 receivers? You know, the what? The what is down in distance. Okay, be aware of situational, the game situation. Where refers to field position. Where are we on the field? You know, we've got a lot of real estate to cover, but there's a difference between an offense that is backed up inside its own 20-yard line and an offense that is entering the high red zone. We need to understand that field position helps to inform us of what might happen. The when, clock and score. So, you know, be aware the time of game, the score of the game, of course, is going to, again, help to inform us as to what we can, you know, work to expect, narrow things down. And the answer, you know, as to why does all of this matter? I say to our guys that, you know, this situational awareness is going to give us an opportunity to avoid surprise parties. You know, I'd say I don't like walking into a dark room and flicking the light on, not having a clue what we're going to see. So putting those 5 W's together, you know, we're looking to shed some light on what we can expect to see, what we can expect to happen in the next 5 to 6 seconds. And finally, the how is really where I'm going next. How do we win the down? So, you know, we teach a progression of action, and our finish, that what we're looking to finish this drive with is a takeaway, defensive takeaways, whether it be fumble recoveries, whether it be interceptions, whether it be pass breakups, you know, take away the ball. Okay, if we can't do that, we want to get the ball on the ground. So tackling, team tackling is critically important. And in order to make tackles, we're going to have to get off block. So, you know, the finish of this is the takeaway, the tackle, and block destruction that works to get us in position to make that tackle. And we're going to back it up and start with alignment. Everything begins with alignment. If you're not properly aligned, it's hard to be successful in anything else. Assignment, know what your responsibility is. Keys and eye progression. You know, eye discipline for a defensive back is critically important. Where you know, what you need to see and when you need to see it. Narrow focus, tight focus is really, really important. And the ability to train one's eyes in the back end is going to be the difference between being where you need to be and being close. And then technique, of course, we're on the field to teach, to learn, to master the crafts. And then the finish being the takeaway, the tackle, and block destruction. So just again, sort of turning the focus a little bit to man coverage principles. I think, you know, a general principle of defense, and certainly with specifically to man coverage, is we want to defend the field from the inside out. In man coverage, a coverage scheme is going to determine the technique we play. Okay, cover 0, that is +1 pressure, no help anywhere. Cover 1 with man free, whether it's 1 free or a rat in the hole. Cover 2 man is going, you know, those kinds of man coverage schemes are going to dictate the coverage technique, the man coverage technique that we play, whether it be off man, catch, or press. This is probably the most important part of it, I think, and that is to know where your help is and where your help isn't. and you have help. You know, cover zero, you have help. The help is the pressure that you're going to bring. You've got no one free, but you need to understand that your help is the pressure that is going to speak to the technique you play. If we're talking about cover one, we're going to have post and hole help, possibly post hole or post help only, but know where that help is, deep and inside, inside deep and low, or inside deep only. And if we're playing two-man, we've got help in the deep half. So access to the help is going to be determined for you as a defender by the receiver's alignment, pre-snap, and then also through the down. So as we go to the video, I hope I can show you a little bit of, you know, we always want to leverage our help, okay? And that help, you know, again, access to help can change through the down, depending on the receiver's stem, his initial alignment, his pre-snap motion, and then our leverage. You know, our leverage is going to reflect the help we have or the help we don't have. And access to help will determine leverage. And we want to have, you know, even though it's man coverage, we need to be flexible in our focus and our eye discipline. We cannot zero in solely, you know, in getting a man coverage call, we can't lock our eyes on our coverage responsibility solely. There's a lot going on in the game prior to the snap of the ball that we need to be informed of. If we're in man coverage, I need to see through outside man coverage. You know, with outside leverage, I'm seeing through to the backfield. I want to know backfield set. Am I on the potentially on the hot side of an RPO, or I'm on the cold side? I need to be aware of the relationship of receivers to my side of the field. I need to be aware of motions that are coming to me or going away from me. So I need to be able to see the big picture while being ready to narrow my focus at the appropriate time. I think, you know, this is really important as well. We're playing man coverage. We need to expect and be ready for those things that challenge the coverage we're playing. Motion, stacks, bunches, and clusters, rubs and picks. We can't be surprised by it. As soon as we know we're playing man coverage, we all need to get on the same page and understand that this is what we're expecting, communicate prior to the snap, have a plan, and then execute it in the down. And I'll try and show some examples of a couple of those kinds of things happening on the field. As a DB, you know, we need to understand receiver break points. The more we understand about the passing game, the better we're going to be in defending it. Coach Galloway's presentation yesterday was terrific, and I hope in the video end of things here I can maybe pick up on at least a couple of things that he said. But we're gonna, you know, we need to understand break points. The quick game break point, where a route is going to break inside of 5 yards. We're then going to transition downfield into the intermediate break point, somewhere between 10 and 12 yards, and then those deep breaking routes beyond 12. So the more we need to be aware of that and have situational field awareness through the down in terms of understanding where the receiver is. And understand route running mechanics. I hope there were some DBs. Again, I hope there were some DBs listening to Coach Galloway yesterday. The more we understand about how receivers run routes to win routes, the better we're going to be in defending them. And then I think it's also important that, you know, in playing man coverage, a defender needs to know what routes he will win and what routes the receiver must earn. If you go into a situation on any down in man coverage thinking that you have to win on everything, you'll probably win on nothing. we're playing a leverage. We're aligning with a leverage, but aligning, leverage is more than just aligning. Leverage speaks to you're going to play mentally through the down with the leverage, the appropriate leverage, and understand as well that that leverage may change in the course of the down. But we want to contest everything, but we've got to know what we are going to win on, and what we're going to make the receiver earn. And then I'll sort of take a look. We're going to now talk about catch man technique specifically. And for us, catch man, when are we playing catch man? We're playing catch man. This is our base technique in our cover one coverage schemes. We're going to have post help, typically from a free safety. We could have hole help, and for a lot of what we're talking about here, let's assume post and hole help. We've got a linebacker loose as a rat in the hole, but we could also play cover one with post help only. And you could play cover one with rat hole only as well, but it just depends on scheme. So that's what we're talking about here. This is not the technique we're going to play in a cover zero situation where our help is pressure. We're going to play a different technique there. And this isn't the coverage that we're going to play necessarily in two-man. The aims of this, of the coverage catch man, of the technique, I shouldn't say the coverage, the technique itself, is to be in position to drive quick routes. So think it's 1st and 10, okay? We're playing man coverage. And what we want to do in terms of attacking the offense, we want the offense off schedule. We don't want to concede a 6-yard quick game throw and have the offense be on schedule. We want to keep them behind the chains. So this coverage technique is going to allow us to drive quick routes, okay? We want to disrupt and alter time and space of intermediate and deep routes. So in doing so, let's talk a little bit about stance. Okay, we're looking for square hips and shoulders. We're going to place our leverage foot up, and we're going to load that leverage foot about 70-30 weight distribution. We want a heel toe stagger, and we want our feet under our hips. This initial stance is going to give us the opportunity to execute the shuffle, and the whole point and purpose of the shuffle is to slow us down. So we're going to play this technique from a depth of 5 to 7 yards. Our leverage, as I said, is going to be determined by receiver alignment and the coverage call. Where is your help? So we're going to play inside leverage, inside technique, or outside technique based on where the receiver aligns, where the help is, and whether or not that help is accessible to us. Eyes and initial movement. Again, as I said before, we're in a man, the call has put us in man coverage. But again, we can't narrow our focus too early. We need to pre-snap, have a wide focus, see the big picture. We're looking for clues and alerts. And when I say clues, we should be looking for backfield set again. Am I on the hot side of a potential RPO? And receiver deployment. What threats, what alerts do we need to be aware of? Again, we need to go into every man snap, man coverage snap. We need to go into it expecting picks, rubs, stacks, clusters, those things that offenses use to disrupt and challenge man coverage. And we need to communicate, with our teammates on the field the same. So we are going to alert, not when it happens, but prior to. So we get on the page, we know collectively we are expecting it, and therefore the transition and our response is going to be calm, measured, and effective, hopefully. Okay. As the receivers begin their waggle, as we get into the down, we want to tighten our focus to the leverage hip of the receiver. And then we're going to shuffle out. So our front foot, we're going to step with our back foot first. And we are going to literally, the intention here is to shuffle out, give ground grudgingly, give ground slowly, so that we can attack the quick game. So we're going to shuffle to trigger on that break inside of 5 yards. And by having our leverage foot up, again, we're playing to defend first the leverage route. If I'm playing inside leverage, my inside foot is up, my outside foot is back. I'm going to step back first with my outside foot. And should I get an inside break, my plant foot is already set. It's plant drive. If that break goes away from my leverage, then I'm going to trigger with I'm going to drop that leverage foot, plant off it, and drive to the ball. But I want to challenge, attack, drive, quick game routes. Now, versus a vertical stem, that is receivers coming upfield beyond 5. I've canceled the initial quick game break point, and I'm now going to work into my catch technique, where the goal again is to catch the receiver as he enters that 10 to 12 yard break point, that intermediate break point. We're going to transition to a kick slide. Okay, we don't want heel clicks. We want feet just outside our hips. We want to stay big and square while maintaining leverage on the receiver. Think of defending a point guard. We want to keep our body in front of his body. At least, we want to stay on a cylinder. Okay, we want to play half of the man. And we want to, from a basketball perspective, think about taking the charge. We want this to become a game of chicken. Okay, we want to make the receiver have to deal with us. Ideally, we want to funnel him to our help. Okay, and we want, in that game of chicken, we want the receiver to blink. We want the receiver to get off. The receiver is not, no receiver wants to come off the ball and run straight into us. So we want to work to make that receiver avoid us, okay, and avoid us ideally to our help. We want to absorb, not repel. So we want to be the quicker picker upper. We want to absorb his energy, okay, not push it away. We don't want to be Gore-Tex. It's catch, not kill. And I think that's, when we talk about catch technique, that's one of the things that we, have to get our players to understand, is that this is not a matter of taking your spot on the hill that is at 10 to 12 yards and living or dying on the hill. We're going to stay alive through the down. So it's not physically, we're not looking to kill the receiver. We don't want to push him away from us. We don't want to create separation. We want to absorb and use his energy, okay, disrupt his energy, break his momentum to gain ours. And it's got to be feet first, okay? We don't want to get, hands on receivers. Hands tend to slow feet. We're going to play with we're going to bring our off hand, that is the hand away from the receiver's break. Our off hand comes to him. The near hand should just work to allow him to open the gate. We talk about don't open the gate. Our body staying square, staying big in front of the path of the receiver is the gate. We don't want to open that gate early and give the receiver a free release. We want to make the receiver push the gate open. That will bring us into a man turn where we're going to settle on the near hip, okay? And we need to have our hips low. We need low hips, low eyes. We want to see, feel, and mirror the receiver's break. Ideally, we want to funnel to help. And if we funneled him to our help, then as he makes that break, and we'll see some examples on video, if he's breaking to help, we can be aggressive to the play to the low hip. If he's away from help, if he's away from help, then we've got to, we don't want to undercut every route. We've got to high hip that route, make a play with our low arm, guarantee a tackle with our high arm. This is not high risk football. And we want to finish the play. So I'm going to stop here and go to I'll stop sharing, and we'll take it to some video. Aaron, do we have the huddle screen here?
Yeah.
Okay. So I've got some video here. It's some practice tape, obviously, here, as well as some reps from some game tape. So it's all man, and right now we're into one-on-ones. Toughest drill for a DB. No pressure on the quarterback. And I just want to preface this by saying that when we go into one-on-ones, we are always playing a coverage. Okay, so through the down of a one-on-one rep, we should be practicing and executing the coverage technique fully. So we're not always going to play inside leverage. Okay, we're going to make a coverage call that will determine the leverage that the defender should be playing. And then through the down, we want to execute the fundamentals of that particular coverage technique. So this first one here, obviously we've got inside leverage on a receiver here, balls on the hash mark. We've got help, inside here, because again, we're playing catch technique here. So we're playing a variation of cover one. We're going to have post help or post and hole help. But at this point, receiver outside, well outside the numbers, we do not have access right now to that help. So we're going to come inside, defend the inside of the field, defend the field inside out. Okay, we're square to the receiver, and I'm just going to take you through this route, and then we'll come back and take a look at it again. Okay, so right off the top, we're playing inside leverage. You can see the receiver skating down, adjusting his position at the line of scrimmage. We need to, okay, right now we're head up. We've lost that leverage. We need to get it. Okay, the defender does a pretty good job of getting back into leverage. Okay, he's maintained his inside leverage. Okay, this is not a quick game route. So now we're defending that point guard. Stay on his cylinder, maintain your leverage. Okay, don't give him room. And now, as you know, as Coach Galloway was talking about, you know, what we're looking to do at this point is we have cleared the quick game zone. We're now anticipating that 10 to 12 yard intermediate break point, and we want the receiver to be dealing with us as he enters that break. Okay. We're defending the inside. We get hands on. It gets pretty physical there. He throws us off and the ball is completed. Now, it's not all perfect here, but here's what I would want our guys to understand. From the time the ball is snapped here until the time of the throw, was 4.9 seconds. Okay. What I would expect to happen, or what we want to happen, and the whole idea of this technique is that if this is the quarterback's first look, what we want him to see is that. We want to see that collision, and ideally, now all of a sudden the quarterback doesn't know how this is going to work out, go somewhere else. It's one-on-one. There's no options for the quarterback. So I would call that a successful rep. We could be better at the transition. Okay, we get our feet turned a little bit. And it's a pretty physical play on both guys. I would hope there would be a flag, offensive flag on that one. Okay, now here, just let the play run a little bit. Good players make good coaches. Now, comment here would be that, you know, my comment here is that we're going to gallop out of here. We don't need to be this fast in our shuffle. Okay, we're a little bit too quick. Okay, he does a nice job. Okay, there's no quick game break, so slow it down. Slow it down. And ideally here, okay, we're now point guard, we're inside leverage, we're playing this with inside technique. We would like to catch that receiver, but as that receiver comes downfield, he's going to get into his speed out break at about 8 yards. We would like to be a little bit tighter, but we've done a good job of staying square. We make a great break in the ball. And break up the play. Okay, so up top here, I'm thinking back to Coach Galloway's comments and presentation yesterday. And we're going to see here our receiver execute Coach Galloway's step release. So we've got a corner here outside the numbers to the field. Regardless of what the coverage call is right now, that cornerback does not have any immediate help. So we're playing inside leverage, inside technique. Okay, does a great job coming out slow. Okay, receiver shows us, just as Coach Galloway talked about, gives us that quick break look, hoping that we jump it. Okay, we're aggressive to it. And now he's going to turn up field and then break again. Now, so that was the step release. Upfield, threaten quick, go back upfield again before breaking to the route. Now, we're fighting hard here to maintain inside leverage. And the point that I want to drive home here is that as I said earlier, when the leverage we play and our access to help can change through the down. Okay, we've now got that number one receiver who was outside the numbers now on the hash. We have help available now. That receiver has brought us to our help. So I've got the next clip is a very similar route. Okay, we're going to get another step release. This time we're going to play, our corner is going to convert his leverage as that receiver takes him to help, or as that receiver's route and stem takes him and gives us access to the help we don't have here initially. Okay, that corner now knows that receiver's inside his divider. I've got him now funneled to my help, and now I can be aggressive in making the play. We come under it, get on his low hip because we're funneling him to help. Make the play. Nice job. So whereas previous rep, we worked hard, too hard maybe, to maintain inside leverage, understand that, we always want to know where our help is, and we always want to leverage that help. Now, we're not talking about press technique. This is just, DB 101. So our corner here has chosen to press this route. Okay, feet first. Here, be it press or catch, the principles remain the same in the sense that what his mistake right here is opening the gate early. Okay, bang, he's opened his hips, given the receiver a free release. Okay, we don't want that in press or in. So we have not really influenced the release of the receiver at all. We talk about in phase and out of phase and eye discipline. Okay, the receiver's got a free release. He's down the field hard. The defender has done a good job here of understanding that if you are out of phase, which he is right now, he is out of phase with that receiver. This is one-on-one. If I had a nickel for every time I have to remind our DBs who look for the ball that it's one-on-one, guys, I guarantee the ball is coming. Right now he's not in phase. The ball doesn't matter. Until we get in phase, we need to track the receiver, have our eyes on him solely. What the defender does a really good job of in keeping eye discipline on the receiver. Now the receiver's shoulders are coming back to us. The ball in this case is underthrown. And the defender does a great job of looking up, not back, and taking the ball away. So we could have been better at the line of scrimmage. But we finished the play well. Okay, now another one-on-one rep. We're playing it. You can see here we're playing inside leverage, inside technique, and this DB is a terrific athlete, but just needed to trust his technique. He's a great athlete, fast, agile, all the things you're looking for. We just need to work the technique a little more. Here, we're too soft. Okay, he opens his hips. We have no impact really. We're not impeding any part of the receiver's release. We're playing our leverage. We're maintaining our leverage. This is just great closing speed. This is where what's in the boots matters. And if you're gonna undercut that route, you need to make sure you get the ball. Pretty good eye discipline through the down here. Looking back to the ball only when the receiver looks for it. Okay. So in this rep, again, we're playing inside technique. Okay. No, this is a vertical stem from the, right off the bat. Okay, he's coming down hard. We could, again, we're opening the gate here. Right here, we want to stay square, stay on his cylinder, and catch him. Okay, we want a collision where we disrupt his momentum in order to gain ours. So if we're square, we're going to catch that, let him push the gate open. This is a 15-yard out or comeback. All in all here, the receivers or the defenders done a pretty good job. It's pretty tight coverage. We've got inside leverage. We're making this throw for the quarterback one into a very tight window. And that catch is out of bounds. So we could be better, but again, what we're presenting to the quarterback is a contest. As he's trying to find where he wants to go with the ball, he needs to have to place the ball exactly where it needs to be for the receiver to have a chance at the catch, make those windows tight. From outside leverage or from inside leverage on an outside break, we're not going to get a whole lot better than that. He's breaking away from help. So we want to get to that high shoulder. We don't want to undercut this. Okay. You undercut it, we lose vision of the receiver, and the out becomes an out and up, and the band's playing. So this is well played, other than what we'd be looking for right now. Right now, we would like to catch more physically, being square, and then transition on that man turn to the hip. So now we're on some game tape here. Let's go to the boundary corner. And again, it's second down and 6 here. And this is what the shuffle gives us. Okay, the point and the purpose. We're off 6 yards here, 6.5 yards. We're going to come out slow so that we can drive the quick game break. Boom. Okay, second and 6. The gain is 4. The result is a punt. Get off the field. Okay, if we come back and slow it down, okay, that shuffle, bang. There's the plant and drive. Okay, downhill, aggressive. Okay, now, these aren't all great reps. This sort of speaks to the 5 W's: the who, what, where, when. You know, the who is 5R. We've got 15 personnel in the field, 1 back and 5 receivers. Okay, the where is important here. We're on the plus 30 yard line for the offense. 2nd and 1, down and distance is critically important here. It's 2nd and 1. Okay, this is a waste down. You know, what I would call a waste down. Offense always has an opportunity on 3rd and 1 to go for it if they want to. So this is the shot. We need to be aware of it. And I've got to tell you that this is week 1 of our season in 2019. And the guy highlighted here is playing his first game as boundary corner. He's a converted defensive end. So this is his first week of game action playing the hot spot at boundary corner. He's going to be great. He progressed very well over the course of the season, but right here he could help himself with a little more situational awareness. Again, we open the hips, give the receiver a clean release. Okay, we're not in phase. We're looking back to the ball. It doesn't matter. So, you know, and the ball's just a little bit off target. So, again, coming back to all the things that are going to make a DB great. This kid's got everything right in the shoes and the boots. And he's working hard to master his craft. This is the same guy. Again, down and distance, it's 1st and 10. Okay, we've got a little RPO. So pre-snap, coverage is a man call, okay? But we can't get our eyes locked. We need to have awareness. What's the situation here in the field? It's 1st and 10. We're looking at 2 backs, 24. We've got an offset week, which puts me as this boundary corner. It puts me on the hot side of any potential RPO. Which is what we get. We do a good job of coming out slow. And we drive it hard and break up the pass. Okay, it's 1st and 10. Offense is now behind the chains. They're off schedule. It's what we want. And that's what that first phase, that's what the shuffle technique is all about, giving us an opportunity to win those downs. I know I'm almost out of time, but we talked a little bit about expecting picks and rubs, man challenges. The call is man. We don't want to be surprised. So here we've got an example on the boundary side here, our boundary corner, boundary half. We're going to get whatever mechanisms you use to defeat and deal with those rubs, those stack releases, bunches, clusters. For us here, it's a man call. We're alert to shake. We get that skate to a stack, and now we're executing the shake technique. It's not a surprise. The alert was in place. Guys, the boundary corner and the half are on the same page. Corner's jumping down. He's going to take the first thing to cross his face. The half is jumping down. We're playing at levels. The half's going to take the half gets to take what he wants. He's going to take the first thing to cross his face. I always say the low man, take the slow man, and the corner's going to pick up what's left. And same side of the ball, boundary corner and boundary half here. Again, it's man, not so much a shake here, but sort of the necessity and the danger here. These receivers, we don't have a shake. We're locked on this. So, you know, in close proximity, if you're, you know, we need to play at levels. This is, you know, we fight through the switch release. And as we watch this from the end zone, okay, it's a great throw, great catch. What we don't get is, I'll show you from the end zone here. We're playing outside leverage. We've got low hole and post help inside. So our boundary half. Right now, if he just keeps his feet going and maintains, the receiver is attacking his outside leverage. We need to do a better job of maintaining that. Get a little bigger piece of him to disrupt his release. He's a bigger receiver, a smaller DB. At the end of the day, sometimes the offense does things exactly, you know, as well as they can, as well as they can. And finally here, last one, now we're getting a sort of a cluster, a bunch release here up top, 3 receivers coming together. Again, you're in man. Let's make sure that we're all on the same page, that we're ready for this. And we're going to transition to a technique to play man against that bunch release. One guy's coming down to take the point. We've got and we're playing, as you see here, we're going to work to get on 3 levels. Okay. Low man is going to take the point, and then the inside man is going to take the first inside breaking route. The outside man is going to take the first outside breaking route or the second inside break. We get 2 inside breaks. And so in man coverage, you know, catch man has been, I'll stop this share. I know I'm almost out of time. Again, catch man has been a great technique for us to work to master. And honestly, I think for a lesser athlete, it gives them the best shot of being effective in man coverage. We're going to look to disrupt, alter, and change the timing and the space of the route. I thank you very much for your attention. I commend you for being here, and I look forward to seeing everybody playing football this fall.
Thanks, Coach. So we do have a couple of quick questions. So the first, I have to, you know, the receivers like to be comfortable. The more you can make them uncomfortable, the better position you put yourselves in. So I love the, you know, that idea. So the first thing that I have is, in terms of determining the skill sets of your defensive backs and where to place them on the field, what are you looking for, you know, when you place a boundary corner versus a field half? And is there some way that you are looking at the skill set of a player and where they can best succeed on the field?
Absolutely. And it wouldn't be normal that you'd look at a D end and think his best place to succeed is a boundary corner. But every position in the back end is I think, you know, unique. Free safety, boundary half, probably the closest skill set in terms of job description and things they do. Boundary half is obviously going to be the guy that needs to be able to handle life on an island. He's going to be the one that is isolated often usually against offense's best receiver, their ex-receiver. You know, field corner is a guy that's got to be able to deal with traffic on both sides. field half is dealing with a lot of space. Sam is a tweener, a hybrid player, a demanding position. I think you've got to be a DB first, a linebacker, with a DB with a physical presence. But yeah, I think every one of those positions is unique, and often that's part of it, is to understand the job description, and I think it's important as well to move guys through different positions in the secondary to see where they fit best. If that answers your question at all, Aaron.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Coach. So the second question I have is for guys moving from community or high school into post-secondary at the DB position, what is probably the, maybe the steepest learning curve for them, and what can they do pre-moving to post-secondary that can help alleviate that?
Well, I think, in my time in the game, what is one of the things that I've noticed, in 35, 40 years of being in the game, one of the things that has happened is that DBs are coming to the next level much better prepared than they used to be. DBs are now being coached and prepared 7-on-7, the quality of coaching that young men are receiving now makes that transition smoother. I think, in terms of, working to make that transition smoother, work the physical skills, okay, the movement patterns, agility, change of direction, speed, strength, those things in the boots, because the rest of it is going to be learned where you land. You're not going to necessarily walk into a scheme or structure that is exactly the same as what you came from. So we've you need to understand that at the next level or on your next team, you're going to have to fit yourself into the scheme, the coverage patterns that are in place there. So be open to learning, be open to coaching. In the meanwhile, get yourself best physically prepared, make those boots, get the boots right, and then, begin to work on the ear holes, what's between the ear holes as well.
That's fantastic, Coach. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you sharing the knowledge today. And, it complemented so well, like you said, Coach Galloway's presentation, and understanding, both sides of the battle that we have between wide receivers and DBs. And, we really appreciate you taking the time, and look forward to seeing you on the field in the fall.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I'll enjoy the rest of the day. The rest of the clinic, that is.
Thanks, Coach. So we're going to be moving on now to talking about some linebackers with Coach Brendan Conway. Brendan is the current special teams coordinator and linebackers coach for the Waterloo Warriors. He previously played for the same team from 2011 to 2015 and finished his playing career top 10 in tackles in Waterloo football history. He also has experience in Ontario football, coaching U16 Team Ontario and the International Bowl in 2017. Coach, appreciate you coming on, talk some linebackers. We were talking D-line, linebackers are usually the guys that get some of that love, right? Because D-line do some of the work, but the linebackers come up and clean it up. But the reality is linebackers are put in a tough spot in our game because they got to play coverage. They got to play downhill. Excited to talk some LBs, man.
Yeah, no doubt. We definitely get awarded a lot for D-line's hard work. It usually comes to us. It's probably why I could say I was top 10 from what the guys in front of me did. But and I'm already off that board from a couple of my players taking over for me. So, I'm excited, though. Thanks for having me. Great presentation and great presentation so far this weekend. And I'll be talking mainly on the run game. So I'll just start sharing my screen here. Appreciate the introduction as well, Aaron. And again, thanks guys for having this. If you guys can't see this, just let me know as we run through this. I'll be talking primarily how we play run blocks at us and with our run rips. So get right into it. So what are run rips? Simplest terms are the ways we're going to have our linebackers defeat the run blocks in front of them. Give the linebackers a few different rips and techniques to do this. And kind of one size doesn't fit all in this scenario. I'll talk a lot more about this at the end of this presentation, but trying to find for each linebacker 1 to 2 ones that work well, and then keep building, their pseudo toolbox as we keep going. I have a ton of indie on the stuff we're about to show. I show a lot of game clips in this, all game clips in this. So if anyone's interested, my info is at the bottom there. I can email you the link. I got a Google Drive of a bunch of indie of this stuff if you guys are more interested in it. And everything you do with linebacker is violence. So that's going to be a word you're going to see pretty much on every slide as we go through here. The first one, we got the power rip. So the power rip was designed primarily to defeat the block at the line of scrimmage, whether that's the O-line or fullback. It can be between the tackles or to set your edge. Essentially, you're going through that blocker. You're not trying to get around him to close off your gap or to go make the play. You got to go through him. And part of that is you got to, in that next line, you got to compress the gap beside you as well. If we try to jump around a lot of time at the line of scrimmage, we're going to create those bubbles and create havoc for us to go make our play, but also that D lineman or linebacker holding that gap next to us. We're going to affect their job as well. Stacking hip to hip on him, and you're taking that same shoulder, same arm, and going through him right now. And violence as we do that. So we'll take a couple look at it, a bunch of looks at it, and we'll keep talking about it. So the first one here, we're going to look at 38. Right in the middle here at our max spot, Mike Reed. Okay, he's playing to both A gaps with our nose. You see that nose tackle ends up going to that right side A gap. There's that O lineman. We got to come downhill and close this now, create that wall. So as we come downhill, he's going to throw that rip. You see that his shoulder is going through the O lineman's shoulder. At that point, you're going to see that rip come by on the other side through him, and that leg's coming with it as well. Okay, does a good job stacking. With the power rip, I tell guys a lot of the time, if the man blocking you starts to face his guy he's supposed to block for, we're doing a good job with the power rip. Okay, so he's taken away his gap. Not only that, he's compressed the one beside him at this point. He has his gap here. He's compressed this one, and he actually makes the play on that inside one because of how physical he is on that rip. If you try to rip around him here, you're not going to get that compressed gap to the inside. You can see because of a cut block, our other backer gets out of his gap. Riddell does a good job and come downhill, rip through, physical, violent, right through his shoulder, able to make the play. Next one here, we got Sertikowski, number 42 here as the Mac. Same idea. He's going to get that fast climb to him from 68. We're going to come downhill, rip through. Not talking so much scheme. We got a little bit of chaos going on behind him, but we're power ripping through him. See that shoulder goes through his shoulder, that arm goes through his. What I'd like to see from Sertil right now is this right leg should come, or that right foot should come right behind his right foot. Get that hip to hip stack. He kind of takes it, keeps it outside of him a little bit here. Does a good job, keep running his feet through it to compress and come back to the play. But would be in a lot better shape if right now he took his right leg and planted it right behind his. Again, doesn't give him much to block when we're stacked hip to hip on him and turn him around like that. Pad level's huge. You see Serto's a little high here. There's another one a little down the line. Shows the pad where pad level can hurt you. But we got to be lower than him. Obviously, we're linebackers. We're not as big as these old linemen across the board. So when we're doing something like power rip and we're attacking the man, you got to win the pad level first. I believe this is 38 again, Reed. So playing those A gaps, he's going to come downhill. That center's releasing. We're in a wide front. This is one where we got to think, I got to be a fast trigger on this for that center. He's going to be climbing at me. I got to come downhill now. Okay, again, does a good job setting himself up. Part of this too is we don't necessarily want to always attack right in line with him. Watch this half step Rito takes just before contact. He gets that outside step with his left. So now that rip is going to come back in towards him rather than trying to fight outside as I power rip. So that's going to help with the angle of coming downhill and getting to that point. Again, he does a great job ripping high. See how high that rip is? There's no chance. When we're talking about that rip, it's either the blocker lets go or his wrist breaks because he's trying to hold on to your pads. That's how violent you got to think that rip is. There's been no wrist broken, so I can keep saying that without feeling bad, making them think about that. But we're trying to get through that arm. Okay, does a good job bringing the foot as well. Again, there's that blocker facing the guy he's trying to block for. We're in a good spot at that point. Gets a little held up, but makes the guy cut back 1, 2, 3 gaps. And the rest of the defense helps out. This is Serto again here, 42. This is one where he's a little high going into contact. So he gets a little bounce from it. It ends up helping on the play. Let's speed up here. Good. So he comes downhill again. Here's the O-lineman climbing to him. Okay, I want to insert my gap. Again, high into contact here, right? As linebackers, we can't be higher than that O-lineman attacking us. We're just going to lose the battle at that point. Okay, but rips through, sees the back, and keeps running to it as he's ripping through. So again, I just want to see lower pads here, but we want to move our feet through this as well, especially seeing that back. Those pads are turning away from me from that back. I got to rip and run at that point, get the power rip, try to compress them, but see the back, and now go make the play. Just got to be lower with our pads. We're looking at our Mac here again. I believe it's Serto, right in the middle here. Looking at him. Okay, does a good job scraping over top as it comes. Okay, O-lineman climbing to us. And again, here's a good point of just ripping through that shoulder. We're not trying to avoid him. We're trying to compress him as we rip through. Moves his feet a lot better than we've seen that first one of him. And now he's clean of him. Our D-line makes a hell of a play anyway, so we don't got to make this one, but we're in a good spot to make that play. Our Will, Mike Reed. Going to have that guard double chip off on him. Okay, and this is a situation too, and not to get too schematic on it, but back away from you, you know you're probably going to be an insert man versus if this back was on the weak side, Riddell should be thinking I'm going to be a read man, so I don't want to attack so quick. But since we're on that play side, the run play side, because the back's opposite of us, we can come downhill and attack now. Rip through again. O-line is a little late to us, so just because I say shoulder to shoulder, we don't have to, but he goes right through that arm, and you see that little step in again. He's attacking him outside in at that point. He's not trying to go around him. He's going right through that arm as it sticks out at us. He compresses his gap. He compresses that next gap, and it makes him cut back to our overload blitz we have on the other side to make the play. Okay, here's a little different look at it. So 47 here, Devin Hintz. He's going to get a puller in front of him and that down block coming up at him. He's going to power rip across his face. This isn't something a lot of linebacker, I don't teach a lot of guys to do this. Dev is a very, very, very physical player, so he can do this and be successful at it. So again, it's just what do you want to teach your guys? What do you think they're good at? And as we go through the other rips here, you'll see what I mean more. But that down block attacks him. Okay, so now I can get my shoulder and rip. Again, I'm not trying to rip and go by him. I'm trying to rip to get to stack on the other side. Does a good job compressing. You see him fighting back pressure, not get pushed out. So that cutback lane opens up. Is in a good spot here. Just want to move my feet right at the end there, that last second to make the tackle, but is in a great spot to go make this play. Shuffle over, see it, power rip across. Nice high rip, back to square. Make the play. Again, across that body like that, it takes a physical player to do that, but it's just another way we can use it. And we have another couple other options down the road here of how to get across face. So this is an edge setting one. So Serto on the edge here, walked up, gets outside zone at him. There we go. Okay, so he takes a good step with it, a little bit of a half false step, but comes back to it, gets the power rip sunk, and now we got to fight that pressure. So I got to sink my hips, get to stay square and sink my hips. Okay, he's a little late on it, so lets the edge get there a little bit, and you see him starting to get washed up field at the end. That's not ideal, right? At this point, if that back put his foot in the dirt, tries to go to that B gap, we put our D-line in a bit of a pick, or our D-lineman beside us in a bit of a pickle, but does a good job at the edge. You just want to sit right there on that 30 now. Would be in a good spot. Don't want to drag too far upfield. Okay, but turns it back in on the outside zone. Linebacker scrape and makes the play. Another example, exact same thing. Carlton outside zone. We got Serto here. Okay, so fights through that fullback climbing. He's going to get to the edge, sink that rip, sink his hips, and does a much better job staying, not getting washed up field. Sets up our D lineman for a tackle at the line of scrimmage. One more time. A great step with the outside zone. Fight through the fullback, sink that rip, sink our hips, low. Again, the same philosophy as those power routes we showed at the beginning of coming downhill. It's got to look the same at the end where we're fighting pressure. And the more we turn that man without getting washed up field, the better we are. Now from depth. So this is our Sam, Curtis Gray. He's going to get outside zone at him. And we can set an edge with it as well. From depth, not just at the line of scrimmage. Like to see much more of a rip. He almost hammer techniques this. We don't cover this and that, but that's basically how we take on pullers. We want to keep ourselves a little more free. And especially with outside zone, we're expecting this guy to want to bounce. So we got to be ready to make that play. So we don't necessarily want a hammer technique where we just put our inside shoulder into him. We want to throw a rip with that just to get rid of his hands on us. But he's physical with it. Just want to see more of a rip, nice and low. Okay, gets rid of the blocker. Just got to make this damn play. But we have got a good rally from our rest of our guys where it still ends up a TFL for us. But just a great job of coming downhill on it and setting an edge. One more time, we'll run through it. From depth, reading the outside zone. Okay, I can just power rip through this man. Want to make that damn play, Kurt. Okay, the shake rip. So a lot more elusive, I would call it. Used more at depth, right? If an O-lineman's climbing to us and we meet him at 4 to 5 yards downfield, whether it's because we're reading, we misread, whatever it is, we can't power rip into him because now we create those levels. If our D-line's at the line of scrimmage and we're 4 to 5 yards back, now we're putting in a pickle. So can't fully engage with him. We just got to get rid of him. So like I said, he's climbing to us. We got to engage. Don't want to engage, create those levels. We're going to become stuck. We're going to create those cutback lanes for that running back. Find the ball carrier at this point. So whether we're in a read or whatever it is, find him, jab to wherever, or head fake to where you're not going, swat hands and rip to the side you want to go to. So whether that's the gap you're inserting in front of you, or you want to insert across his face because of where the back's cut out of your gap, you want to insert across his face. You want to fake away. The swat's not necessary. It's nice because it gets rid of them, but the rip is the main part of it. Again, you can shake across or to that same side. And yeah, you got to have violence on this rip as well. You're not going through the shoulder like the last one. You're going through the arms, but you got to be violent on it. First one we're going to show is Jethro here. Number 8, our Mac here is going to have an O-lineman climb to him. Okay, he's 70s coming up to him. This is where it happens a lot, is that climbing O-lineman. Okay, now we see the back. All right, that O-lineman's over pursuing us a little bit. So now we just take a quick jab step to that inside, rip across. See, nice here, rip through that, get back to stack, is able to make a play back on that inside. So when we're able to get rid of that O-lineman like this, again, with speed, whether it's an over pursuing O-lineman like this is a lot of time we use it, or just flat out, we believe we should be, but we're more athletic than an O-lineman. We can use our speed when we're at that depth point. Okay, we're looking at Mike Reed here, 38. Okay, 66, that left tackle is going to climb to him. Again, same sort of thought process. And this picture shows it a lot more. I can see 66 number right now. When I can't see that, that should tell the linebacker, that should tell Riddell, I should go shake back across and get to stack on the other side of him. Okay, and that'll help us. It's very hard to insert on the inside of him right now to this point because he's turned like this. If he was more square, we potentially could, depending on the back and everything. But at this point here, we just got to shake back across that outside and get to the stack point. So he shakes, rips through, he's getting a tackle. Again, we'd like to see more of a rip on it, but he's getting ready to get that tackle as the running back is right in his face. It makes the tackle. there's any questions, Aaron, I can't really see anything but my screen.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, keep going, and then we'll ask questions at the end probably.
Okay, sounds good.
Actually, maybe the one that you might want to. Okay, so the question is what other move do you suggest you combine with the power rip or any rip? Probably fits exactly right now, anyways.
Yeah. So once you're out of the rip, it's just disengagement, especially in the power rip. So it's a pull down with that left hand and just disengaging. If the power, when the power rip's done right, you're in a spot where I can just pull that ripped arm out and run and keep moving your feet. Versus the shake here, you're going across his face. Again, we should be disengaged with him and able to run to where we need to go at that point. And as we go through here, we got a couple other ones as well to show. So I can kind of answer that as I go, I guess. So here's another way. So we saw Devin with the power rip going across the face of a down block. So this is Jethro on this one right here. Okay, he's going to get a pull in front of his face, shuffle over, and now he's got a down block coming. Okay, so Jethro is more athletic, smaller athletic linebacker than Devin is, versus Devin's more of a power linebacker. So Jethro's going to use a shake in these kind of situations. So jab step to that inside. We know we want to get over top, especially with that puller. So jab step to that inside, get across his face, rip through. Okay, if this fullback ends up blocking our Sam, Jethro's there for the insert right away. Fullback turns back to us, or Sam's got a nice cleanup play. But a great job getting over the top of him. Again, not a great first step if we were truly teaching about pullers. Let's say, Jethro, we got to keep our depth here. But dealing with the block, does a good job getting across his face. Quick little jab and shake. We're going to look at Jack Andrews here. So 45. He's going to have a two-gap scenario because of our play call. So if he power rips one side, he's declaring, and that back's just cutting off him. So what we got to do, like I said, is that with that lineman climbing is get rid of him. So that's what the shake can do for us. So he's going to jab to that inside, shake across, like, again, more of a rip to it, but great pad level to it. Just want to see that left hand rip, get rid of those arms. But at this point now, we're able to play both, and just goes outside in on the tackle. Okay, good jab step to that left side, to that inside. Get back out, want to rip, make that tackle. Looking at Devin on the edge here, 47. So we got a Sam blitz coming on the outside. So we know right now we want to shake inside. So if Dev gets a base run block at him, our shake's happening right away. Now as that right tackle steps to him, let's go a little forward here. There we go. Right tackle steps to him, quick jab with that left, ripping through with our right. Okay, there's the back. Now just keep running our feet. Okay, getting to the play. All right, does a hell of a job closing down our gap, getting across. Now let's go make the play. I want to see that rip a little higher though. See how he finishes it low? Rip right through that arm. Again, he's got to let go or I'm going to break his wrist. That's got to be your thinking how violent I want to make that rip. It's a good job chasing it down the line. So we saw this play earlier from Serto's perspective of the power rip, but we're going to look at 38 up here, Rito, as he tracks the outside zone now. Play in the stacked Mac position, gets the outside zone to the weak side. There we go, to the weak side. Okay, I get it. That back, shoulders, right? Everything's telling me he ain't cutting back, so I got to get across his face as this lineman attacks me. Okay, a little jab, good shake across. Again, just getting rid of those arms. I'm not worried about being tight to him. I'm worried about getting across his face and getting rid of his hands. Does a great job with the rip and keep moving my feet to come make the tackle. Next one is shock or shocking off. We use both to it. Not so much ripping to start, but it ends with a rip. Just like everything else does in this, but this can be used at depth, at the line of scrimmage, but it's used in the box just because, again, it's the one where we usually come off tight to it. So we can go cross face on him, so we can go shock and go across his face, or we can release to our same gap where we just put our hands on him and release to the same side that we're on our gap or the original play. So whatever side I want to go to. So say I want to go to hit to my left, I got to put my hands on the V or my same gap. I want to put my hands on the V of his neck with my outside hand and the shoulder side I want to go to. So if I'm on the left and I want to stay on the left, I'm going to attack his left side. And that's just about attacking half the man. We don't want to, especially in something when we engage a old lineman, we don't want to take on the full body of a 6'5", 350 very much. That's usually not a good sign for linebackers. So taking on half that man with it and getting extension to it, you don't want to meet him at extension. You want to be at that 6 to 8 inches away and extend him off of you with violence. So it's not a push, it's the violent act of getting him off of you. It can be done quick if you got to get across his face, or you just want to pop him and insert your gap, or you can read it. So if you're not sure where that back is, or he's still in the backfield and you don't want to clear your gap because you just don't want to fill your gap for the sake of it, you can extend them off, find that back, and once you see it, we can release with a pull down. And the release of this, guys, is you pull down on the with your hands and rip through at the end with the violence. So again, but just violence written there because the shock's violent, the pull's violent, and the rip's violent. So I believe we have both of these guys we're going to watch, but we'll watch 47 first here, Dev. So we got counter, I believe, happening. Yeah, counter happening to the strong side. Okay, so you see him here. So one of Dev's problem is he uses his head a little too much, a lot too much. So what biggest thing with this is they got to keep their head out of it, right? The shock happens with our hands, not with the hat. So we got to have the hands do that shock and extension on him. Again, play design here, scheme. He should be thinking going over top of this O-lineman, not underneath. We're not worried about the scheme right now, just the technique. So he stays on the same side of him. So does a good job extending him off. And now all I want here is that rip. So take that left arm and rip through his arms. And he's going to make this play as you're going to see this play progress here. He would have made this play if we just ripped right now, rip, and you're in a good spot to make the play. Again, even though he should have gone over top of him from the scheme standpoint, he'd still be in a good position to make that play. Okay, one more time watching him. Pop, he's in a good spot. Rip for right now. Rip through that guy. Once we got to that extension. Now we'll watch Serto coming from the weak side here. So our Mac backer. Okay, counter in front of him. We're going to shuffle. And when we get that down block coming at us, we're over top and we got two pullers in front of us every single time. So he's got 53 climbing at him. You're going to see him pop. Again, we can get a little more of a pop with that and the extension. You see that left hand grab the back of him, right? That's not a great spot for that hand to land. We want that on the shoulder so we can extension off him and open up that shoulder to where we want to go. That's the big part of why we attack the half too, is if Serto's left hand hits that outside shoulder pad, he's going to open that shoulder for us and it's going to be easier to get across his body. But does a good job shuffling our feet and now ripping through. Okay, now he's gotten rid of him. Again, a little more violent, get rid of that, break his wrist if he has to. And our free safety cleans it up, but our Mac, we're right there to make the play as well. So this is Dev on the outside here. So he's got C-gap responsibility in this play. Okay, he's coming at him here. Now, as this O-line's attacking him right here, that back's not telling me he's going to bounce outside. So you got to make damn sure, of course, you got your gap first, but we don't want to insert our gap just for the sake of saying, well, I was in my C gap, is everyone else? We do play one hat, one gap, and we have to be, but there's points too where, especially when we're able to play at depth like this, we can come back in and make the play on the inside if we have to and cover for someone else if something messes up. We got to, of course, fix that problem, but we don't want to just insert our gap for the sake of inserting our gap as well. So as this O-lineman gets to him, this back's declared inside. He's going to pop his hands. This is a really quick one. Shock him, get inside. Again, want to see the rip and the feet move right here. Rip now, keep our feet moving through it. But the extension of gets him off us anyways. Again, the play's made by the people inside, but does a good job with the technique. Okay, I believe this might be, yeah, so this is Reed here, 38. Okay, so O-lineman climbing to him. Okay, again, we're not really sure where to go here, right, with where we're at. So he's going to get to extension and read. So he gets to the extension point, reads, he moves his feet, okay? Does a good job compressing the gap. This is what the job's going to be sometimes with this, especially when he's close to the line of scrimmage. Get to the extension, compress with the O-lineman's body, and it actually helps our linebacker inside make the play as well. Okay, so but it does a good job getting to extension, getting a physical shock on him. Okay, could he get off? Could he work off here right now? Absolutely, with a rip. But I like the extension work here too, and compressing his gap. Okay, Jethro on the other side here just doesn't use his hands on it, but it's physical with it. But he uses his shoulder, not his hands. It works out for him well here, but this will just lead to out of control plays sometimes for him. So this isn't something we can rely on, right? If he wants to shake across that face with a rip or power rip him, fine. But we don't. If we're working shock here, we can't think to shoulder him and then get the push. We got to use our hands. It's going to keep us square. It's going to keep our pad level low, and it's going to keep us under control. Curtis on the outside here is what we're looking at. So 46. Okay, setting an edge. Again, another way. You saw him power rip earlier to set an edge. You see him work the shock here. Hands on. Okay, again, pretty good job. That right hand could be a little tighter towards the V of his neck. That left hand's on that outside shoulder. Get to extension, set the edge. All right, does a good job, great job pulling down and ripping to the tackle at the end here to be a part of that play as well. So again, another way to set that edge, and he's responsible for his gap first, and he's done that job. He sees that running back cut up. All right, let's just engage my block. Let's be a part of this tackle. All right, we're looking at Reed here on this one, or Will. He's going to get zone action at him, or a climbing tight end. Okay, so with that wham, as he's shuffling here, he's going to see that wham from 30, this fullback in the backfield. All right, so this guy's climbing at me. Doesn't make a lot of sense for Rito here in this case to want to insert inside because of with that wham block, our other linebackers are coming. So we're just going to get rid of this climbing tight end at us. And again, just a good shock. Use that man's momentum. It helped a lot too here, obviously, the over pursue, but a good shock with our two hands. We're in a good spot. That other fullback has to come block us. Now, at this point here, our boundary half is responsible for the tackle as we're taking off those two blocks. He's that D-gap player. But a good job, again, with the hands, just looking at 87, climbing at him, shocking him off of us, using his momentum. Looking at Reed coming to the edge here. So we're on a blitz path. All right, we're taking the C gap. You see that D lineman or DN dive into the B gap. All right, again, using our hands to get to the edge. Does a good job getting to extension, pulling them down, and getting rid of them. This is that same play we saw earlier with a great power rip from our Max Sertle there, ripping through, and our D lineman making the play anyway. So we don't got to make this one, but two backers using two different techniques, still at the point of attack, ready to play. Okay, I believe this one is going to be, there we go. Going to be Devin here. So 47. Strong side, inside backer. Okay, gets a climber. Again, there's some turn pads there, right? Not necessarily a square defender coming at us. Let's get rid of them, and we're able to come out and stack inside. Again, same thing we saw on the first clip with the hands, right? That right hand is getting to the back of his jersey. Not necessarily a deal where we want to put them. We want to get that shoulder, right? But the V neck, he hits the V of his neck well. This is Dev again. We got to get rid of the head coming into contact as well, but does a good job getting extension with the hands, moving our feet. And now we're able to come back and make the play. Okay, again, another over pursuing O-line. Let's get rid of them now and come and make the play. Looking at Dev again here, walked up now in one of our 50 fronts. Okay, again, get the hands on, get to extension, stay square, compress. Takes care of his gap with it. Okay, could be lower with our pad level. We see the O lineman here lower than us, not ideal. We want to try to compress this gap while keeping our gap integrity. So it does a good job keeping the gap integrity, makes the O lineman cut back, and you see the flow inside. Rest of the defense able to make the play. I believe this is another double one. Yeah. Okay, so we'll look at read first. So 38. Got outside zone. Find that back. Okay, again, get that quick. Ideally here, you see how he gets on his level, right? That back at this point isn't necessarily declared cutting back inside. I understand with the flow of the D-line, he might be thinking that, but if we're able to stay at that almost 1-by-1, where we're able to get over top of him and hold it, that'd be more ideal for Mike here, but does a good job on extension. And if he has to, he can rip underneath and run, but that's, of course, a little risky. So I'd like to see him at that angle of back here and attacking forward on him rather than being beside him here, but does a good job on the extension part and then come off, make the play. Running back is cutting up to us, so it works out very well on this play. But again, would just rather see him not be beside him at this point of the shock, giving him a little bit of chance to get over top if he needs to. So the backdoor rip. So basically, if that blocker's at our level, so whether it's a crack coming at us from a receiver, if we misread, O-line's already been able to climb to our level. So we're at 5 as linebackers, and that blocker's at 5. We don't want to go backwards or around him to defeat the block, right? It just doesn't. We're losing yardage, and we can't do that in the run game, especially defeating the run block. So we go underneath them. Similar to the shake rip in that there's a fake to that upside to get the blocker to step negative to where we want to go, and then we rip underneath. So the difference with this one is we're turning our back completely to him as we rip, versus with the shake, we're across his body. We're turning our back and running up underneath him, trying to keep that depth as much as possible. Okay, you don't want to rip backdoor and run forward. The reason this block is happening is because that block is happening, or the ball carrier, is going outside. So we got to keep our depth as much as possible. And of course, we got to be violent with the rip. I believe I had the one play to show this. We got Reed here, 38. He's going to get a crack from number 7. Right here, he's going to get a crack from number 7 coming at him. Okay, so he gets zone in front of him, sees it. Okay, again, could he go over top here? Maybe, but he does a good job being decisive. There's not a lot of times where you can be truly wrong using one of these rips, which I'll talk about later too. As long as you're decisive, once you hesitate, that's when we can get into a problem. But rips underneath, jabs over top, rips underneath, and gets to that stack point. So you see how he doesn't try to just run forward here. He's trying to fight back outside. When we get that crack block, or when we have that down block at our level, there's a reason. It's because they're trying to go outside. So he does a good job stacking back outside, moving our feet. Now makes the quarterback on this play cut up and come back in for the play. Full speed. Jab underneath, get to stack, get outside. And great, that's a great play overall. He did his job plus more. And sometimes it's as simple as beat him with speed. So in these couple clips I have, these can be used anywhere. Essentially what's happening is whether you get ahead of the play because of you read it fast, there's a mistake in the blocking scheme, whatever it is, the running back cuts early, O-lineman hasn't climbed, whatever it is, just go make the play sometimes. And, not to say just go play football. I don't like saying that, but you don't need to engage we don't need to rip through his arms. We don't need to try to stack him. We don't need to try to fake jab. If we're in a better position than the blocker is, just ready to rip and move your feet if the blocker comes and gets you, but go make the play, go make the tackle. Okay, so we got 2 of these. So Jack here, 45. Okay, so he shuffles inside. We get a wham, which causes him to shuffle over. All right, that's set, and 77 doesn't really expect it, so you can see he steps outside of him. So now at this point, Jack's in a good spot where I don't necessarily have to power rip to go make this play. He still throws a rip to run. And that's what we'll call this too. Beat him with speed. We'll say, hey, just rip and run on this one around him and come back and make the tackle. Okay. Again, sometimes we don't need to use one of these. We just need to go make the tackle because we're ahead of the play. All right, and the final one here. So we got a screenplay happening in front of Riddell. So he drops, he sees the screen developing right here, right? We see that alley developed for him between the two tackles. Again, we don't need to shake one or the other because he can just rip it. He can just run through this. He's going to throw a little bit of a rip on that inside O lineman just to make sure those hands don't bother him. And he's going to go make the tackle. Rip and make the tackle. Okay. Again, we don't need to shake that. We don't need to, go backdoor rip. We don't need to power rip. We don't need to shock him there because we beat him to the spot. A little bit of flex on him at the end. Okay, so what's right for your linebackers? I said it earlier, that's a little cliche, but putting tools in those toolbox. I don't have all of my, there's a couple others I don't have in this series of run rips that we use. That first year when I get them in that training camp, it's okay, what do I think this first year can do with one or two of these rips? Should he be a power rip guy? Should he be a shake guy? Is a shock a good use for him, or should he just try to stay away from the body, not necessarily going around the man, but using his athleticism on a blocker versus using the power? And then as they get older, second, third year, fourth year, by the time they're in that third year, you should kind of have all of them at their disposal to, okay, in this situation, what's best for me against this blocker as I'm scouting film that week? What's the best use for me for this week? Your Mac and your Sam have different responsibilities. You see the Sam, a lot of the time uses the power rip differently than the Mac does, right? The Mac comes right downhill to it versus the Sam's usually an edge setter with them. The shock looks different. Is it a power rip across the face? Some guys really can't power rip across a guy's face. They can more so go uphill with it and just into their gap. So two Mac linebackers can be different. You see Serto there, a lot of power rips, very powerful player versus Jethro was a lot more athletic. So he's going to shake a lot more than a lot of other linebackers do. So what works best for him as your linebacker as you keep going through and just finding it. For the high school rep level, if you find one or two that they're really good at, you're going to be in a very good spot to defeat run blocks. And the more they want to learn or the more they know, it can't hurt them. There's a point to it too, and I understand of the disabling part where you don't want them overthinking, right? And that's where I come back with, as long as you go into a block, and especially in practice film, when we're doing it, if you use one violent and you go 100% into it, you don't hesitate, you're not going to be wrong. We can talk about it as, hey, hindsight here, we can look at this block and say maybe a shake was better than a power rip on this play, but it's not a wrong use of that rip unless you hesitate, then it becomes wrong. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate you guys listening. Obviously, of course, if there's any questions, happy to take them.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Coach. So we do have a few questions. The first question that I have for you, and it's, the run game has become a lot more complicated now with the RPO, especially with linebacker. We used to just think the defensive end, right? It's like, okay, yeah. And, Coach Miller talked about it, about the keys. So I want to ask you now, for linebackers who are being caught now with run reads, and we're trying to move them off of a space so that we can throw a slant behind them or something like that. What are the main things that you're teaching your guys to put them in the best spot for success?
Yeah, patience. There's not a whole ton of fast triggers anymore, right? Where we can just come downhill and inside zone. Again, certain plays, if the big one, and I said it on the earlier clip, right? If the running back's away from me, say I'm in the will and the running back's on the strong side of the quarterback, I'm not going to be the read man on this play unless that quarterback has eyes in the back of his head. There are some OCs out there, I'm sure, that have those kind of drawn up, but for the basic principles, you're not the read man. So you can be maybe a little more fast trigger on it versus if you're on that tailback side, you're probably a read man. And once we're at our level, that's almost absolute at this point. So it's patience. And then once you know whether it's did quarterback pull it, get to your job. If the running back has it, okay, now I got to defeat that block. And so that's where a lot of because I used to be very fast trigger with my linebackers, and obviously had to adapt and adjust as RPOs kept coming at us. So that's where kind of the shake comes into play. That's where I don't have it here, but speed rip, where it's just rip across the front of his face, almost the opposite of the backdoor rip, where you just come right across his face and run because you're behind the play. Because sometimes when there's a guard pulling in front of you now, you got to sit there because you're a read man, right? And but then they hand it off, so now you got to go be a part of the tackle. So there's a lot of the engagement ones, like power rip, is good for inside zone or for front side of a play. And even inside zone, backside, you can't do it. But the shakes, that's where those came from. Being at depth, because you're having to be patient and hold your ground. You're gonna have an old lineman at depth to deal with. You got to be elusive a little more, and that's where the shock can happen too. The shock used to be one where it was stay tight all the time. Now it's, hey, just pop them and get rid of them, right? We don't necessarily want to engage and stay engaged with them. We want to pop and get rid of them because we're meeting the lineman a lot later or a lot more downfield than we used to.
It's crazy to think that even like 10 years ago, like a play action cue. Okay. I mean, it's pretty clear, but I mean, like we had the officials on, guys are getting down 5-6 yards before they even make contact with you. And it's still, it's still a pass situation, right? And it's like, it's hard not to want to play downhill as a linebacker, right? And to get into that. So yeah, that's a really good point. Okay. So a couple questions from Coach. So thoughts on the spin as a technique? Good, bad, when to use it? Should you use it?
In the run game, I'm not a fan of it. It just becomes a little out of control, right? Generally, it means you're going across the guy's face. So that better means you've taken care of your gap. You can't necessarily spin into your gap, right? But if you're stuck in a rip and you try to spin back inside, it just becomes an opportunity to get buried. I feel when you're a little out of control, when you're in the midst of the box, it could be a hold when you're getting spun, and it ain't going to get called. That's one that's you're gonna get lost in the muddle there a lot of the time, especially with the refs now behind the quarterback, not necessarily sitting 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage anymore. So yeah, I think the spin can just be a little make it unsound. Your front. I teach my guys that a little bit in the passing game, obviously in pass rush, right? It's a very good counter move for them. But that's kind of the only time I bring in the spin.
Don't tell me, Coach, offensive line hold inside the box. What do you mean? That doesn't happen, right?
Yeah, I was expecting someone to pipe up.
It's muddy inside there, right? Like you never know what's going on. So in terms of, do you have separate drills for the types of rip, or do you give freedom to use the preferred rip, based on the situation for the guys?
Yeah, so again, in that vet guys, it's, like Mike Reed there, you kind of saw him do every single one of them, right? And that's through, he'll be in his 6th year come this season with COVID, canceling last one, but he's sounded every single one of them, and that was about year 3, and that's usually how it happens is, 3rd year, you kind of know every single one of them. Now it's, hey, let's really drill these on situational when you should use each of them, versus that first year is you come in, like you got 1 or 2. I teach in that first year, one to kind of use in the box, one to use at depth or in space. And let's get really good at those for 3 months because we don't have a ton of indie time in the season. Versus in the off season, that 9 months, we get twice a week. I get to see them for an hour for indie, right? So we can really start to master more than 2 of them. So it's all based off what your linebacker likes, I think. Not to, it's not that I have 16 linebackers and 16 different, assets, but 4 of them like the power rip, or 5 of them really like shaking instead. So okay, so like take Jethro, number 8 there. He's not a big power ripper, and so there's not a ton of situations where I'm going to say, hey, you should power rip this. You said, I call it a same shake, where you jab across and come back to the same gap you're in, right? Versus Dev is a much more physical linebacker. So that's where the power up across the face came from. You don't want to shake. Let's use your advantage, which is your physicality, in different ways. And so it just keeps developing that way as well. But it's really trying to find, what do you think your linebacker is good at, and what are they comfortable with?
So I think that's it's a good way you describe that. You've got a big group of linebackers that all have a variety different of what they're really good at. Right now, let's take it back to guys you're looking at to bring to the next level. What are the things that you're looking for high school or community kids to say, that's an element in a linebacker that I'm looking for. And those are at least like the base things that I hope a guy has when they come into your program.
Yeah, I think being able to show yourself in different situations. So not every play on your highlight tape is blitz through an A or B gap for a TFL, right? Obviously defeating the run block is huge there, but if you're blitzing free, it's a cool highlight, but it's not necessarily, a lot of people can do that if given the chance. Showing your ability to defeat a run block, showing your ability in pass coverage. I think something that's huge is speed as a linebacker, especially as the middle linebackers. Like, you cannot be a box player, only a box player in the Canadian game, especially once you get to university. As the MAC, you've got to be able to play sideline to sideline. You're going to be put in situations where you got to guard tailbacks. And so you got to be able to move. I think that's one thing on highlight tapes that when you see the speed come up, it's okay. This is someone we should go after, because a lot of people can play within the box. Not to say, obviously, that's something we should always have, be able to do that as a MAC or a Will. But the more the game develops, the more we're in, RPO situations where we're going to be behind on a play. So we got to be more agile to get to the play afterwards, after taking care of our first job. The more you're going to need speed. We can't lose the power. We can't lose the physicality of the linebacker position, but you have to be able to run.
It's interesting you say that, because you watch the American game, and a middle linebacker can really just be that kind of hammer on a nail a lot of the times, right? But even their game's kind of changing in that way too, right? And being able to move and be athletic is just so crucial in our game. You talk a lot about aggression and how aggression for linebackers plays a major role in being successful. How do you teach that, and how do you cultivate it while ensuring that guys can maintain control and still maintain their, like you said, right? We got to be more patient than we've ever had to be, but still be as aggressive as we've ever had to be.
Yeah, it's like you said, the patience is first, right? And then once it's violence to the football, and it's not the old school violence. Like I said, putting your head into somebody has to be violent. It's a rip. It's ripping his arms is violent, right? Extending him off of you, putting your hands on him is a violent act. Moving violent. So you're sitting, say you're the Will, you get your read player in a zone, quarterback gives it to the running back. Now you got to move. That's violent, right? It's obviously there's other words for it, but that's what I talk about with violence too. Is now it's violence to the football, and that's just moving fast across, getting a crossover going if we have to. You see your block, however you're defeating that block, it's violent. Is it with a shock? Is it with a rip? Is it again, something else we didn't touch on, but speed rip across his face where you rip and run. Everything you do is violent, and it doesn't have to be the necessary you're killing the guy in front of you, but whatever concept you're doing, it's violent.
I think that's a great way to describe it, right? Because maybe in the past we would think, okay, violent, yeah, it's big hits, but it's more about just like being aggressive, being able to do everything that we can to the fullest extent, and really understanding the technique. I think that's a great way to put it. So last question, Coach, I have for you is, what is a kind of like a natural instinct piece for a linebacker that maybe something that's hard to teach? Like what is it, a characteristic that you're just like, that guy or that girl has that as a linebacker?
Yeah, I think it's the eyes can be tough, I find, and that obviously isn't something that just comes to somebody, right? Where they're automatically looking at an O-lineman's feet or whoever you tell them to put their eyes. I try to find that. I tell them the triangle. If they're an outside backer, it's tackle, guard, center. If they're an inside, it's center and the guards. But once you tell them that, are they doing it all the time? Is that a constant reminder one? You know what I mean? So it's not necessarily an instinct one where they're doing it right away, but once they're taught that, are they doing it still, or in game time, do those eyes kind of start to rise up and look at the backfield again? Because that's where you can get hurt, right? I think that's a big one. Just once they're told, hey, this is where your eyes should go, and that gets you ahead of a play. If you're able to see that power coming at you now, you can get there before that old lineman can. Versus if you're looking in the backfield waiting to see how they're developing, you're going to be late to it. And if you have to be constantly reminded of that, that can be a problem.
It's interesting you put it that way, because a lot of times we talk about guys like, oh, they have the instinct for the game or something like, but sometimes we forget it's how fast can somebody learn that instinct for the game, and then can they just keep that knowledge base inside of them? So I think you put that perfectly. So, Coach, thank you so much for talking linebackers. I honestly, I learned a ton today, just technique and what you guys are doing there. So, we're excited to see what your squad does in the fall, and appreciate everything you do, Coach.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate you having me on.
All right, so we're gonna move on to the next. But before we move on, we're gonna give away another prize. We're actually gonna give away 2 prizes. So I want to give another shout out again to Riddell Sports for all these great prizes that they've been able to put. Andy McCardle and his team. If you need anything for your program, make sure you reach out. We're gonna send out a 1-pager so you can get to know what you need. I know a lot of, depending on, where your helmets are at and recertification, or, as we jump into the fall season or 2022, make sure you give them a shout out, because they've been phenomenal in supporting amateur football. So for the next, we're going to be giving away a pair of JPX junior pads and a pair of Phenom shoulder pads from Riddell Sports. So Daniel's going to bring up the wheel, and we'll spin the old Wheel of Fortune wheel. We'll spin her twice. All right, congrats, Rob. Rob, we will make sure that we reach out to let you know how to get your shoulder pads. Again, hopefully that goes, to someone in your community, or, if you have someone that has value for those pads. We'll spin one more time for the second pair. Lena Vrare, perfect. All right, I know. So those 2 pads are going to go to some good use. And once again, just want to make sure I say thank you to Riddell. Because of them, we're able to give away some gifts and be able to, provide some value to the attendees. So we're going to move on to the next piece. Yesterday we talked offensive systems. Today we get to talk defensive systems. And I'm excited to introduce Scott Brady. Scott Brady is the current assistant head coach and defensive coordinator for the McMaster Marauders football program. Brady started his career in 2010 as the defensive back and special teams coach for the Mount Allison Mounties, where he also had a 4-year playing career as an academic all-Canadian running back / receiver. In 2011, he was promoted to defensive coordinator. As the DC, he led a dominant defense that allowed the team to win 2 straight Looney Bowls, as well as attend 2 more. He helped the team achieve the first undefeated season in team history in 2014. The defense led the country in points allowed per game and takeaways. In 2016, he was promoted to head coach of the Mounties before arriving at McMaster in 2017, where he still is today. Scott, thank you for joining us.
Thanks a lot for having me, Aaron.
Yeah, no problem, man. I gotta say that I still, I love watching you at Mac too, but I loved watching those Mount A defenses just fly around, and I still remember that game that you guys played in Mac and what you guys were able to do, and I'm excited to talk defense with you.
I appreciate you guys putting on this clinic, and excited to talk football. So I'm just gonna pull up my presentation here, and then I'll get started. All right, do you guys have that up there?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to be talking today just about part of our defense team, so our fire zone blitz package. And so before I get into that, I want to talk a little bit about our defensive philosophy, and then I'll go back into the fire zones and how that kind of complements what we want to do and who we want to be as a defense. So I think the starting point for us on defense, in terms of who we want to be a violent, disruptive discipline unit. And we talk to our guys about that right from day one, every single year. The priorities for us are really, we want to be the most physically dominant team on the field week in and week out. And we always want to rely on, we're never going to be out hit. We're never going to be back down from any opponent. We're always going to be the most physical unit. We want to develop an attacking mentality within our guys, and we really want to dictate how the game is being played. So anytime you're going into a game, either the offense is going to be dictating how the game's played to the defense, or vice versa. Somebody's going to be reacting, and we really want to make sure that the offense is reacting to what we do, and we're dictating where they can have success and where they can't. And we want to force them to make as many mistakes as possible over the course of the game. And then when we talk about being disciplined, we want to eliminate mental errors as much as we possibly can. We want to have great communication, which is a huge focal point for us. And really that comes down to making sure guys know what they're supposed to do. They do their job every play, and they're working with the guy next to them to complement each other. So our goals every single week, we've got kind of 3 priorities on defense that we really want to emphasize and make sure we win week in and week out. So we want to create negative plays. We want to eliminate explosive plays, and we want to create takeaways. So for us, when we talk about creating negative plays, it's obviously important in any football, but even more so in the Canadian game. In American football, if you can create 1 negative play, it's 25% of drives for offenses that end in points versus almost 50% of drives for offenses that end in points if they don't have a negative play. Even more so in Canadian football with only 2 downs. If you can generate a tackle for loss, if you can generate a sack, force them to make a mistake, it can flip the field for you. But it almost certainly ends the drive, and it puts us into really high leverage passing situations where we can cheat a lot, get into some different fronts, and really attack the offense without having to worry about them running the ball. In terms of eliminating explosive plays, to us, that's the most important factor in winning football games. We want to make the offense go 10+ run 10+ successful plays all the way down the field and execute play after play if they're going to score. We don't want to give up anything over the top. We don't want to give up any big rips in the run game. We want to make them earn everything all the way down the field. And then we want to force our opponent to make mistakes. We don't want to just sit back and say we're going to make them go 2 and out and let the offense win the game. We want to win the game on defense. We want to score on defense. We want to generate game-changing plays on defense. Okay, so right from day one in training camp and spring ball, those are the things that we really emphasize. I'll put this up here because I think it's critically important whether you're talking defense or offense. When I was at Mount A, like you were saying, working for Kelly Jeffrey, one of the great things that I learned from him is you have to take the time to explain to your guys and teach your student athletes. These are the things that actually lead to winning football games. The 2 biggest factors for us are explosive plays and takeaways. Okay, so those are 2 that we're going to emphasize every single week. This chart is basically the same thing that Kelly would do when we were at Mount A. And these are our game goals. And so we'll review this every single Sunday with the guys from the previous game to see where we were successful, where we weren't successful. I think the biggest benefit from them is that it directly correlates to winning and losing football games. But it also helps us as coaches have an idea of, here's the things that we need to work on, or here's where the game plan needs to get better this week. Maybe we weren't great on second down getting off the field, so we got to spend some more time on that. Maybe we didn't do as well as we need to in the red zone. It gives us an idea of where our weaknesses are and what we need to spend more practice time on. So the thing I love about this, again, it really directly correlates with our success in the game. And so this is from the 2019 season, so last year that we played. If you look at the takeaways and then explosive plays down here, the 2 games that we lost were this week 3 game against Western and this week 8 game against Carleton. Okay, the Carleton and Western games were the only games all year where we didn't get our 3+ takeaways. Okay, and then we actually did get the explosive play margin against Western, but just barely. And the 1 game we gave up more than 4 more explosive plays was against Carleton, and that was probably our worst game of the year. All the other games, we were successful generating 3+ takeaways and giving up 3 or fewer explosives. So, I mean, that really hammers home the emphasis on that for the guys when you can show them that on Sunday and they see how that directly correlates to their success, right? Because a lot of times what you get from guys is, why are we working on this? Why are we spending time on this? Why is it even important? But when you can show them that if we can limit explosive plays, if we can generate takeaways, it's going to lead to us being successful on Saturday. You got a great chance to increase buy in there and make sure that they understand why it's important and why you spend so much time on it. Okay. Connected to that, these are our priorities on defense. So whenever we're installing any defensive scheme, whether it's our zone blitz stuff or whether it's just a base defense, when we go into a game plan, these are really the top considerations for us and things that we want to emphasize week in and week out. So the first one here, who's deep, who's in contain, who's leveraging the ball. This is basically something that I got from Coach Knox when I first got to McMaster, which is really just isolating. Here's what our priorities are on defense, right? We always want to make sure we know who's deep, who's not letting anybody get them behind them on defense, who's in contain. So who's making sure that the quarterback doesn't break the pocket. And that's not just keep them inside, but keeping them inside and in front of you. And then who's leveraging the ball. So our second level defenders, who's outside into the ball, making sure that if it does break the line, who's turning it back into the rest of the defense. Okay. And the reason that we start with this is if you go through our explosive play cut up and the plays where we do give up a 15+ run or a 20+ yard pass, almost always it can be traced to a breakdown in one of these three things. So either somebody who's supposed to be deep wasn't deep enough, somebody who's supposed to be in contained didn't keep the ball inside in front of them, or our force players didn't do a good job leveraging the ball and forcing it back into our pursuit players and then let the ball get outside of the sideline. Okay, so that's the starting point for any scheme that we install. When we're on the practice field, whether it's walkthrough, whatever the case is, all the coaches, the position coaches especially, are verbalizing these things and making sure we make a play call. Who's deep? Raise your hand. Okay, if you're on the field, corner, halfback, you're talking to each other. Who's deep? Who's the lowest outside zone player? And they got to emphasize that and communicate that every single play. In terms of the game plan, and really where it starts to affect why we like our zone blitz package so much, we want to make teams beat us left-handed, right? So the sin to me is to go into a game and you lose the game to their best player or you lose the game to their best plays. So every single week, we want to prioritize who are their 2 to 3 best players, who can beat us, who can generate these explosive plays and have a very specific game plan for them. What are their 4 to 5 best run concepts? And then what are their 8 to 10 best pass concepts? And some of that's going to change depending on the situation that you're in. But that's a starting point for us for a game plan. And if they're going to beat us, if a team can beat you with their 12th or 15th best run pass play, they're pretty good, right? If their 4th or 5th or 6th best player can beat you, they're pretty good. But to lose the game to their best guys is something that you can't allow to happen. We want to cheat the situation, right? And so you can't defend every single thing on every play. And right at the start of camp, the way we'll explain this to the guys is, listen, if there was one call that was good against everything, we wouldn't waste our time putting in all these different calls and coverages and blitzes. We would just run that every single play. We have all these calls because you want to have a big toolbox of things that you can draw from that fits the situation and the opponent that you're playing. So what's the situation? What's the down and distance? What's the field zone? What's the game situation? Is it 2 minute, 4 minute, et cetera? And you have to cheat those things. So if it's 2nd and 6+, well, a lot of times we're not going to be in a call that's great against run, but we're only going to see that 8 to 10% of the time anyway. So it doesn't matter, right? Which is one of the reasons that we emphasize generating those negative plays so that we can create situations that we can cheat even more. Okay. And then this is a huge one for us and one we need to continue to get better at. But I really believe you want to force the offense to make as many of their decisions post-snap as possible. Okay, so that comes down to disguise, which is either showing the same thing, same look every play and then running something different, or sometimes it's showing one thing and doing something different. But even the bad teams, the bad players, if they know what the defense is in before the snap, they can execute. They know where they're supposed to go with the ball. It's easy for the quarterback to stand back there. And if they can identify what coverage you're in before the snap, they can make the right decision a good majority of the time. If you can present a different look and make them uncertain of what you're in, and then they're not making or starting their decision-making process until after the snap when they got the ball in their hand, and now 5 or 6 guys are coming after them full speed from different angles. That gets really tough, and they got to be an exceptional player to consistently make good decisions in that situation. So I think every Sunday, one of the things that we try to review is, if you're looking at this picture before the snap, if you're the quarterback, could you make a good decision here? Do you know what we're in? And if they're making pre-snap decisions, we're probably going to get beat. If they're having to make post-snap decisions, that's really hard to do consistently, play after play, right? So things like lining up in +1 and just bring +1, we don't like it. It's easy, right? The quarterback already sees that it's +1, and they're already thinking, okay, here's where I'm hot, or here's where the extra guy's bombering in to protect. You have to make them make those decisions in real time and in the heat of the moment. That's not just the quarterback, but that's the offensive line too, right? So letting them see what the front is or see who the blitzers are, and that becomes easy for them to start thinking about their rules before the ball snap. But if you can delay that moment when they get to begin thinking about what they're doing until after the ball's been snapped and that better athlete is, coming full speed off the edge, that gets a lot tougher for them to make good decisions. Okay. So when we talk about our zone blitzes specifically, we try to categorize all our different pressures, right? So we'll have fire zones, we'll have trap blitzes, we'll have man pressures, we'll have our +1 pressures, but we really want to create categories as much as possible for our guys so they understand what they are, what we're trying to accomplish, what our rules are based on what category a call fits in. Okay, so for us, our fire zones, they're 5-man rushes with a 3 deep, 4 underneath zone coverage in behind it. Okay, typically that's a 3 deep double hold concept, but not necessarily, and we will change up what the coverage is behind it. One of the reasons that we like it, we're essentially just exchanging one of our underneath zone droppers for a 5th rusher. So instead of having 5 underneath droppers, we're just playing a 3 deep zone with 4 underneath droppers. Typically in your cover 3s, your linebackers, you've got 2 hook curl defenders and then a middle over the ball dropper. Really, we're just losing one of those inside underneath guys. So we're either losing a hook curl dropper or we're losing an over the ball dropper, depending on what coverage we're playing behind it. One of the reasons that we like it, you've got a bunch of different combinations that you can do, right? So sometimes it's as simple as you're just bringing 1 second level defender, whether it's a Sam linebacker, your weak halfback, free safety, whatever the case is. A lot of times what people think of is like the American style fire zone, like the Sam Mike off the edge, dropping the defensive end opposite, which we'll do as well. So bring 2 second level guys and dropping defensive linemen out. You can bring 3 second level guys and drop 2 defensive linemen into coverage. And then for us, even though we're a base 40 team on base downs, we will get into a lot of 3-man fronts on second and long. One of the reasons for that is if you are running your zone blitzes on second down now, you can bring 2 second level guys without having to drop a defensive lineman into coverage. So the 30 front is nice because it gives you some added flexibility in terms of what you're doing in coverage. Okay. So that's what broadly our zone blitzes are. Couple reasons that we like it, and tying it back into what our goals are and what our priorities are on defense. So creating negative plays, whether it's run or pass, right? If it's run, a lot of times we're going to try to overwhelm the probable point of attack by bringing non-traditional box defenders right to the point of attack, or you're trying to attack a weak point in protection, which a lot of times is the running back, or maybe it's their worst offensive lineman. But by attacking where the ball is likely to be or where their weak blockers are in protection, you're increasing your chances of generating those negative plays. You're forcing the offensive line to block really hard looks by rushing defenders who aren't in the box count. So every offensive line in the world, if you line up in an over and an under, they can tell you who they're supposed to be blocking with ease, right? It's not hard for them to say, if we're running inside zone, well, I'm doubling to this guy. But now when they have to consider, okay, I'm doubling to this guy, but what if one of these DBs or 2 of these defensive backs right at the moment of the snap add to the blocks? How does my blocking scheme change? How does my assignment change? Whether it's them having to block or having a receiver having to come down at the last minute who doesn't really want to do the job anyway and dig one of those guys out, it's really difficult for them to consistently execute their assignment in that situation. It's a great answer, especially adding the defensive backs. And I'll look at one of these later, but adding defensive backs to the box right at the snap is great if you're getting a team like a Western where they're using receivers to add to the box right at the snap and dig out, linebackers or kick out ends or whatever the case is. And really all we're trying to do is create as much hesitation in their assignment by the offensive line as possible, right? And so some teams, they will say, we have to keep things simple so our guys can play fast. I think there's some truth to that, but a lot of times the simplicity in their mind comes down to not having a lot of calls. Really, you can have a lot of calls as long as it's simple for your guys, but a way to make your guys play faster is to put the other team back on their heels and have them reacting to you right at the snap, right? So if an offensive lineman thinks you're in an overfront, he thinks I'm doubling up to the will, but now they've seen on film, well, you'll bring the weak half, the weak corner, the free, everybody. They have to take that extra half second to confirm what they're seeing. And that allows your guys to play a lot faster and get everything back in their favor. In terms of eliminating explosive plays, when I first started learning about zone blitz, the phrase that stuck with me was safe pressure, which to me fits a lot of what we want to do. We want to attack. We want to dictate how the game's being played. We want to put the other offense under pressure as much as possible, but we don't want to be risking giving up a long touchdown every single time that we do it. So the idea that you can bring pressure, you can attack, you can create that mentality that you want to have on defense. At the same time, if you get beat, it's only going to be an 8 or 10 yard gain. That fits a lot of what we want to do. And so with our zone blitzes, worst cases, if we get beat, we know who's in contain. We know who our 3 zone defenders are. We know who's leveraging the ball back inside, and we're playing another play after it. So there's not a lot of risk in it. And we're potentially getting a lot of benefit if we create these negative plays. The weakness with a lot of it, and it depends with what you're doing in coverage, but generally with what we do when we're playing double hold, the weakness is short and outside the numbers, which is where you want the ball going anyway, right? You're forcing the quarterback to make the longest throw possible for the least amount of gain possible, right? So it's a good trade-off. It doesn't fit every situation. Some P and 10 situations, second and medium, where they like to throw a lot of quick game, a lot of the time it's maybe not a great call. But when teams aren't consistently throwing the ball short and outside the numbers, it's strong in a lot of the areas that you are trying to defend. Okay. And then zone pressure in general, as opposed to man pressure, you get much better perimeter run support. And so the thing I love about it is if somebody does make a mistake in their assignment, you still have 12 sets of eyes inside seeing the ball break. It's not like man coverage where maybe all your defensive backs get run off and their eyes are turned and nobody sees that the ball's broken that first or second level. You've always got guys with eyes inside leveraging the football in position to support. So especially on rundowns or against a good run team, you can attack the probable point of attack, but you still got guys in position to leverage the ball if it breaks and limit those explosive gains. And then again, it kind of ties in with creating negative plays, but we feel like our fire zones give us a great opportunity to create takeaways. Quarterbacks are consistently having to make throws and find windows versus pressure, which is not easy, especially if we're doing a good job disguising and making them make those decisions after the snap. You've got a much higher percentage chance of generating interceptions in zone coverage than in man, right? In man, it's tough. And really, to me, when you make a man coverage call, you're trying to get an incompletion. And so in situations like 2nd and 4, 2nd and 5, where you can't afford to give up a completion, it makes sense to be in man a lot more of the time. Zone, it helps you leverage the ball versus run, but guys are actually seeing the ball come out of the quarterback's hands. So your chances to get an interception with guys breaking towards the football is much, much higher. And again, we can generate more negative plays. We can get the tackles for loss. We can get the sacks. We can force the offense into longer yardage situations. That's where they're going to make a mistake. We can create more confusion, get into unique looks there. And if we can get into 2nd and 10 plus a lot of the time, we can really put them back on their heels and potentially put them in a situation where they're going to make a game-changing mistake. Okay. And so this is from last season. So this is part of our self-scout. So we went through all our categories of calls at the end of last season to review where we were successful, where we weren't. Is this as good as we actually think it does? So for our fire zones, we had 171 snaps of our fire zone pressures. It was just under 50% of our pressures total, so 45 and change. We allowed 4.7 yards per play for the entire season in our zone blitz package. We gave up 9 explosive plays in 171 snaps, so a little higher than we would like to. You'd really like to see that number under 5% of your snaps, and we were just over it. But our success rate was very good, right? So for most calls, you're looking at a success rate around 50%. Our success rate is based on 4 yards or less on first down and allowing less than whatever they need to gain on second and third down. And we were touching almost 60% success rate versus both run and pass in our fire zones, which is very good. And so it was effective for us. We need to limit the explosive plays a little more, but overall it was a good set of calls for us. Before I go into a couple examples and how we try to game plan it, I think just a couple keys to success in your zone blitz package. So first of all, and this isn't specific to fire zones, but this is anything, the attention to detail is really, really critical. So a lot of times what I see when you go around and watch other practices is coaches can be very detailed within their base calls, but then when they're installing a blitz, it's kind of just the attitude is go get them. And I think that's the worst thing that you can do. You want to make sure that you teach any of your blitz packages with the same level of detail that you have in all of your base coverages. So the defensive line, the blitzers, the coverage defenders, they still need to know their assignment. And the big one for us is where their eye's supposed to be. So within every one of our defensive calls, there has to be a very, very specific place that each defender on the field puts his eyes. And the thing that we tell our guys right from day one is when we're installing any of our calls, our blitzes, whatever, you should be able to hear the call and immediately be able to say to yourself, this is where I'm supposed to be looking. And if you can't answer that question right away, you don't know it well enough. If you get your eyes in the right place and you understand, you know who you're supposed to be looking at, and you understand what your reaction is based on what they do, then you've got a really good chance to be successful. So you got to teach alignment, make sure guys know where they're supposed to be at the snap. But that key and that reaction is really, really important. And I'll go into more detail on that when I start doing a couple of the actual blitzes. But you got to be as specific as possible in teaching it. With our zone blitzes, and again, this is not just for the fire zones, but this is for any call that we do have. I think it's really, really important that you teach them why you are doing these things. So again, go back to the analogy of like, if one call was good against everything, we would just do that. Fire zones are like anything else. They've got strengths, they've got weaknesses. So when you install these pressures on day one, you need to teach your guys, here's what we like these calls against. Here's what hurts these calls. And I think for every single position, but especially for the defensive backs, the way we'd explain it to them is this: is here's where you absolutely under no circumstances can get beat. And here's where it's okay if we get beat, right? They have to know if they throw the ball here, that's a weakness, that's on me, and I need to make a better play call. We may be forcing them to put the ball there in certain situations, but you have to teach them what they're trying to accomplish, what they're trying to defend. You know, if it's a deep third corner, they have to know they can never, ever, ever get beat over the top. But if they throw the ball quick to the flats right now, that's fine. That's on the call. Don't stress out about it. Play the next play. Okay. You got to get meaningful reps of your zone blitz package in practice. And so that seems straightforward, but really one of the things that, again, I'll see this at a lot of practices that you go to is they'll do walkthrough on blitzes and it's all on cans, which we'll do some of that too initially, but you have to recreate the blocking schemes that they're going to see in walkthrough. So it's not just getting on cans, but it's running all your blitzes against a run to look, a run away look, a gap scheme run look, drop back pass protection, whether it's full slide, big on big, half slide. And you have to walk through all those different reactions as many times as you possibly can. It can't just be as simple as lining up on cans and having the guys go through it without having to react to anything. If you are going to have fire zones as a big part of your package, you have to do a lot of it. And I think one of the other big mistakes, and again, this goes back to Kelly at Mount A, but one of the great things he told me as a young coach is you see a lot of places they'll run all these unique and intricate blitz packages and team run or team periods, but then you go into Skelly and everything is dropping 8 or 9 guys into coverage and running 2-man or double cut every play. It's not helping your guys get any better. It's just trying to win the drill. And so if you're gonna zone blitz a lot, you have to call your zone blitzes in Skelly, right? At the end of the day, it's a 5-man rush. The offense can pick it up. You're not always going to have a guy go free and get home. So you still have to prepare the guys for here's how we're going to cover in these situations. And Skelly is a great way to do that because the blitz isn't going to get home. The quarterback's going to have time to get the ball off, and you teach them and force them to learn how to cover when you're missing those extra defenders to help them in coverage, right? So you can't just do it in the team periods. You got to rep it in Skelly as well. Okay. And then again, this is really for the whole defense, but specific to the fire zones, you want to make sure that you can be as multiple as possible, but you do it in a way that's really, really simple for your guys, right? And I kind of referenced it earlier, but I think it's one of the euphemisms that you hear is we're just going to do a couple things, keep things simple so guys can play fast. I really think that's flawed. You need to have a big toolbox of things that you can draw on because you're going to get in these situations in games where you need to have another call. And if you haven't repped it or you don't have something in, you really have no answers at that point. I think this is one of the areas that Coach Knox, when I got to McMaster, really helped me a lot with is you can't just have your plan A. You have to have plan A, B, and C. And so sometimes that means repping things that you're not going to call for a couple of weeks, but when you find yourself in a game situation that you need it, you've gotten those meaningful reps, you're multiple enough, you've got answers ready to go, and you can still win those games in situations that you haven't necessarily repped as much in practice. The way that we do that is we try to teach jobs. And this is really within our zone blitz package is something I'm a big believer in, but we try to teach everything as jobs as opposed to just rote memorization. So for example, we'll teach a long stick technique, we'll teach an edge blitz technique, we'll teach a scrape blitz technique, and we'll lay out for the guys, here's exactly what it means when you're an edge blitzer. Here's where your eyes are supposed to be. So I'm looking through the hip of the end man on the line of scrimmage. If it comes to me, I'm doing this. If it goes away, I'm doing this. If it goes back, I'm doing this. And so now any call that we install, it doesn't matter what it's called. You're just saying you have an edge blitz and they know all their rules because you've taught them the rules for any edge blitz, right? You can install something else and say you're a scrape blitzer on this play. And if you've taught them from day one, here's what it means to be a scrape blitzer. They know all their rules right there. They know who they're supposed to be looking at. They know what their block reaction is based on what that offensive player does. And I think that's the way to be multiple. The other way that we do it is we want to present many different looks to the offense, but we want to have it basically be the same thing for us. So, I mean, one of the things that we'll do is just get all the guys off the line of scrimmage on 2nd and long and walk down into it. And really the reason we do that, part of it's to create confusion, but part of it is just to disguise that we're just running the same blitz that we've run over and over and over. Maybe we have a tendency that we only do it out of this front. But if guys are starting 6 or 8 yards off the ball and walking down into it, the offense doesn't have a chance to identify, okay, they're in this front, so we can expect this blitz. You know, other things like changing the coverage style. So sometimes starting your free safety in the middle of the field and sometimes starting with the free safety and the halfback high and then rotating to it is a good way to run the same call over and over. And you're just tagging one extra word to show a different look before the snap. So as many ways as you can come up with to disguise the fact that you're running something that you've done a bunch of times, I think is really important because it's a challenge for the offense, but it's relatively easy for your guys because they're just running the same thing out of a slightly different look. Okay. In terms of game planning in particular, I'll talk about what we look for in terms of choosing which zone blitzes we're going to run week to week versus the run and versus the pass. So versus the run game specifically, the starting point is what are their base run schemes, right? Are they an inside outside zone team? Are they a gap scheme team? Are they a team that's going to insert somebody into an interior gap a lot of the time? what are their base run schemes? What are their top run schemes? Okay. The other big one, and this is probably the biggest factor for us in determining what calls we're going to go with, is where is the point of attack, right? And we break that down into inside, off tackle, and perimeter. So inside point of attack for us is really A to B gap. The off tackle tends to be the gap scheme plays, so like power, counter, counter tray. And then the perimeter point of attack would be all your jet sweeps, your pin and pulls, your toss plays, where the offense is actually trying to gain the edge. And if you break things down by personnel, by formation, by where certain guys are lined up, you start to get a good idea a lot of the time of where the likely point of attack is going to be. I talked about it earlier. You don't just want to line up and play everything straight up. We want to cheat. And so if we have a good idea where the point of attack is going to be, well, rather than just trying to fit that run up, let's put guys in there right now. Let's bring our halfback, bring our corner, put them right at the point of attack and make the offense react to us. Okay. And then specific to the other team, we want to look at how successful their offensive line is at blocking stunts and pressures. If they're not good at it, even if, you know, they have some decent plays called or decent answers for pressure, if they're not good at picking it up, then you want to keep doing it. And I talked about it earlier, but adding non-box defenders to the box right at the snap count is huge versus the run. And so this is another one from Greg when I first got to McMaster, especially against teams like a Western or anybody who's adding receivers to the box right at the snap and trying to dig out box defenders. You could spend all this practice time teaching your defensive backs, okay, here's how we react when your receiver subs, when he slots, you know, when he blocks on the same side, when he goes back across the formation, or if we know that they're going to do it, or there's a high likelihood that they're going to do it, we can just say, go blitz the C gap right now. And that way you can do it with absolute certainty and maximum violence, as opposed to having to react and essentially teach that guy how to play linebacker and read blocking schemes at the snap. And so you do have to teach the guys how to add in when their receivers block, just because you're not always going to be in the best call. But if you know that they're going to be adding receivers to the box a lot of times it's easier just to blitz those guys and put them in the box right now, try to overwhelm the offense and let them do something with absolute certainty as opposed to having to react. Okay. And then our zone blitz package versus the pass game. The two big ones are what's the protection scheme and where's the running back going to be. Okay. So most teams, even the good ones, will change it up and it's a challenge, but most teams rely on a couple protections, right? So are they a half slide team? Are they a full slide or turn protection team? Are they big on big? Because you're going to attack those protections in different ways. Figuring out where the running back is in the protection is massive. I put in there, like, how is he at blitz pickup? And frankly, the answer is usually they're not good. Okay. But you want to attack the worst protector. And most of the time that's going to be the running back. So how can we get one of our best rushers or our best blitzer matched up on their running back? And especially if they don't do a good job getting up into the line of scrimmage and taking that guy on at the line, I mean, you can just run interior pressures all day and it's putting somebody right in the quarterback's lap if that running back isn't consistently getting up to the line. It's different with every team. Some teams will offset the back before the snap, and that gives you a good idea of where the back's going to be in protection. A lot of teams, and I actually think they're better at this at the U Sports level than at the CFL level, but a lot of teams now are trying to keep the running back in pistol as long as possible. And then he's moving up right at the last second, which I think is good. The challenge with that and the thing you look at with that is, okay, is this running back actually getting up into the line of scrimmage? And a lot of times if they're starting in pistol, they're not doing a good job getting up there because they're so much deeper and you can still affect the quarterback in that situation. The quarterback, how does he specifically handle pressure? And this is one of the things that I didn't do a good enough job at when I first started coaching, is a lot of times you get in your head, you have to beat the other team's offensive coordinator, but really you have to beat the other team's quarterback and offensive line. So a lot of times the other team's offensive coordinator, like, guys have the answers for blitzes. They have good answers. but the quarterback isn't able to execute it consistently for whatever reason. So even if they are getting into good blitz answers, if the quarterback's not doing a good job with it, if he holds the ball consistently, if he doesn't identify when he's hot consistently, then you need to keep doing it, even if they have good answers called. The other one, and this goes a little bit more into the offensive coordinator's philosophy, but generally when you're watching film, you're trying to figure out how do they like to respond to pressure. And there's a bunch of different ways you can do it, but most offensive coordinators will have, 2 to 3 things that they consistently like to do against pressure. And you have an idea of how they're going to attack you. So some of them are just going to be content to throw hot, okay, and get the ball out. Some of them are they trying to throw into the blitz? Are they trying to throw away from the blitz? You're trying to get a beat on that. Some guys, they like to add in extra protectors, right? So they're going to try to bomber in a receiver and maybe get the back out opposite, or maybe keep both in. Some of them, if they're expecting pressure, they'll get into heavier formations and try to keep 7 or 8 guys in and run, 2-man routes and try to hit a home run shot or force the pressure to come from the widest guy. So it doesn't necessarily matter what it is, but you should have an idea of how they're likely to respond to the pressures that you bring. And then the last one we'll look at is who's their worst alignment, right? Which I touched on a little bit earlier, but we want to attack the running back a lot of the time. But if we know that the right guard is not good, right, how can we get a good matchup on that right guard? Or even if they have a good protection called, if you can bring something over the right guard and he's not very good at blitz pickup or sorting out stunts or your pressure package, then it makes sense to continue to go at that guy. And every week in our scouting report, we'll just rank their offensive linemen 1 through 5. And really the running back in that number 4 and 5, they get a lot of attention in terms of the blitz package. Okay, so this is a page from our scouting report from last year against the University of Ottawa. And so this is just an example to show you how we try to game plan our zone blitzes and really the things that we would be looking at in terms of figuring out what we would want to run. So start of the week, we'll go through all their formations that they put on film, and we'll do a page like this for every single one of their formations they put on film. And we're trying to figure out a couple things, and I've highlighted the relevant ones here. This is a 2x2 wing weak look, so the fullback's offset to the boundary here. They ran this 35 times in the games that we broke down, and it was a 70% pass formation. But the ones that I've circled here, so this is their point of attack in the run game. So if you're looking at this box, you can see they didn't have a single run out of this formation to the strong side. So no perimeter strong, no off tackle strong, no inside strong. To the boundary side, there was nothing inside weak, but they had 7 runs off tackle weak and 4 runs to the perimeter weak, right? So in the run game of their 11 run plays, all 11 of them were hitting off tackle weak or perimeter weak. So right there, when we look at this, we're thinking, okay, when we see this formation, we really want to be in a weak side pressure, whether that's bringing our will and our halfback, our weak half and our weak corner. But if we can overwhelm that weak side of the offensive line and attack the off tackle or perimeter area, we've got a great chance to blow up their core run plays. The other one here, this is their protection, their core protections out of this. So 9 of their snaps were 77 protection, which for us is a 7-man protection with both backs blocking off the weak side edge. It's a full slide protection. So we know their tailback and their fullback, they're going to be off this weak side edge. It really fit well because that's the area we were trying to attack in the run game as well. So now by bringing those weak side pressures, by bringing our will in our half in our corner, we can get really good matchups in protection against their running backs and potentially blow up the run game as well if they choose to run the ball. So that's just one example from a specific game this year. But the bigger point is you want to have an idea, are we defending run or pass? Where are we leaning here? And then if we are defending run, where are they likely to run the ball? If we're defending pass, what's the protection going to be and where are their worst protectors? And let's go find a way to attack those guys. Okay, and then this is the last thing I'm going to talk about here before I get into a couple examples from film. Okay, so I talked earlier about trying to create multiple looks and being as multiple yet being simple for our guys. The way we try to do it, and I really believe this is the simplest way to do it within your blitz package, we will have one word to indicate who's blitzing. So like for us, slam means that the Sam and the Mike linebacker are blitzing. And then we can just tag one other word to it. And that still says the Sam and Mike are blitzing, but it changes the path of the blitz for the front, right? So it's all slam for us, but that one extra word allows us to present something that looks very different to the offense, right? And the reason that we have this is we want to be able to change our blitz path based on the pass protection or the blocking scheme that we're attacking week to week. Okay, so when we go into camp, we'll install slam and our base pattern is this long stick technique. But now maybe we get into a game week 3 and we want to put in our blitz where we overload the inside of this protection. Well, we'll just call slam line. And now that's our Sam and our Mike, but it's a very different path. So the reason I like that is it makes it easy to be multiple and add stuff week to week without having to come up with new terms. And you can use same as teaching for a lot of it. So we'll teach slam. Everybody on defense knows how to run slam, what the coverage is going to be. Week 3, we'll say, okay, we want to run slam line this week. And it is the same for 10 of the 12 guys. And then we'll teach those 2 guys, here's the difference when we run line. And it makes it a lot easier to be multiple in your blitz package and have as much carryover as possible for your guys. Okay, so I'll do a couple examples of our pressures here. So the first one I'm going to go through here is slam rotate. So I just talked a little bit about slam, but slam is our Sam and our Mike blitzing. So this is basically field scrape. So this is what a lot of people first think of when they hear the term fire zone, is that Sam and Mike blitzing from the field, defensive end dropping out opposite of it. So a couple things with this specific blitz. This is a long stick pattern for us. So the long stick applies to this field defensive end, the rush end. Again, we talk about being very specific with how we teach it. So the technique for the rush, anytime he's a long stick end, long stick means he's going 2 gaps over. Okay, so a stick would be a 1 gap movement. A long stick is 2 gap movement. So we tell him before the snap, I want to stem down and cheat my alignment to the outside shoulder of this offensive tackle. He cannot get any tighter than that outside armpit of that tackle. Okay, if he gets tighter than the armpit, it tips off the tackle that he's going inside. So if they're sliding the protection that way, he's just going to pass it off. He's still got to be aligned on the outside armpit at the snap, so the tackle has to worry about blocking him. The key for anybody when they're long sticking, they are keying the offensive guard. So they're keying the adjacent offensive lineman. They're keying that outside knee. Okay, so if that knee comes toward him, he's got to cross face and get into the A gap. If that knee goes away from him, he's going to try to get right in his back hip pocket and chase flat down the line of scrimmage. He doesn't have to worry about bootleg or quarterback or anything like that. He's a dive defender. So he wants to get flat down the line right through the heels of the offensive line. Okay. For the Sam, he's got an edge blitz technique. So again, we talked about teaching jobs. If you're an edge blitzer, you're keying that outside knee or outside hip of the end man on the line of scrimmage. If it comes to me, okay, I'm going to set the post, which means I'm taking that block on with my inside hand. Okay, I'm getting my inside foot high and I'm keeping my outside shoulder and leg free. And I have to make sure the ball stays inside of me. If that hip goes away from me, that tells me I'm backside of the run. So I want to get as tight to the hip of that offensive tackle as possible. And I am the quarterback defender. Okay, so call this pup technique, which means pin the hip and up. So I want to get right into the hip of this offensive tackle. I'm going to sit with my eyes, my hips, my feet in that C gap as long as I possibly can. And I cannot move until I identify who's got the ball, right? I can't make a tackle on the tailback until I make absolutely certain that the quarterback doesn't have the ball on bootleg. Okay, so I want to sit in the C gap, cancel the C gap with my body. Once I identify bootleg, okay, then I can elevate up to the quarterback. All right. And then if it's pass, if he gets a hi-hat look, okay, he's the contain rusher. So we talked about who's in contain earlier. I'm the contain rusher, which means I have to keep my outside arm and leg free as I'm rushing. And I cannot rush past the depth of the quarterback. If I get to the depth of the quarterback, then I have to counter back, but I have to keep the quarterback inside and in front of me. Okay, and then our Mike linebacker, he's a scrape blitzer. So again, talking about job, scrape blitz means you're coming from depth. You're not at the line of scrimmage at the snap, and you are trying to scrape skin off the outside hip of this defensive end as he goes by on his long stick. I'm keying this end man on the line of scrimmage again. So if he blocks out, that tells me it's run 2. I have to post the guard in this B gap. If he steps down, okay, I want to make sure that I chase behind the line of scrimmage. I'm scraping skin right off of this tackle and pursuing flat down the line. And I'm a dive player, so I don't need to worry about the quarterback keeping the ball in bootleg at all. That's the Sam's job. Okay, I want to turn my shoulders and run flat down the line and tackle the dive. Okay, so that's a long stick technique for the Sam, Mike, and rush. Our tackle, he's got a stick technique, so he's got a 1 gap movement. So again, you're moving over 1 gap, you're keying the adjacent knee. I'm looking at this guard. If it comes to me, I'm posting the A gap. If it goes away, I can chase flat down the heel line. And then our nose, he's got a cop technique. So cop means contain through B gap. Okay, so again, anytime I have a cop technique, I know I'm a B gap player, but I'm also responsible for contain. The way we teach that is you're a B gap player versus run. If you get a hi-hat pass look, okay, if I can win through the B gap, then I'm going to continue to rush through the B gap, and then I'll worry about keeping the quarterback inside in front of me. A lot of times what you see is this tackle, if they're a good player, once they recognize that this end is dropping, okay, they're going to look back inside and try to pin this contain rusher. So this guy has to be very disciplined. When I'm on a cop technique, if this tackle slams down on me, I have to cross face and work out to contain to make sure I can keep the quarterback inside and in front. Okay, so if I can win through B, great, but a lot of times you're not going to. We're kind of sacrificing your ability to pass rush for the overload that we're getting away from you. Okay, for the coverage, rotate for us is a 3 deep zone coverage where we're spinning the free safety down to the pressure. And then our weak side halfback is rotating to the middle of the field to replace him in the post. Okay, so I talked earlier about answers for zone blitz. So one of the things this is good at, a lot of teams, if they're sliding to the boundary here, they're going to be hot if you bring 2 from the field, right? The tailback has dual responsibility for the Sam and the Mike. Okay, so if they bring both of them, that means the quarterback's hot. A lot of teams, their answer to throw hot is to replace the blitz. So they're going to try to throw to this 3 strong, and we're spinning the free safety down into the area they're likely to throw hot. Okay, the other thing here is because we've got our free safety and our weak halfback high before the snap, we're showing like we're playing some kind of 2 deep or 4 deep coverage, some kind of quarters coverage, and then we're spinning to a 1 high shell right at the snap. Okay, so we're trying to create that hesitation by the offense. Our will linebacker, we teach that he's replacing our weak halfback on rotate. So he's the curl flat defender to the boundary. We teach our linebackers a little bit different in their curl flat technique than our halfbacks. Our halfbacks, if they're curl flat defenders, they'll carry a little bit more. For our linebackers, it's a jam and expand technique. So I'm going to be lined up right on the inside shoulder of this receiver. I'm going to jam and try to funnel him to my corner. Okay, so the corner can split 1 and 2, and then I'm expanding to my flat. Okay, so it's a different technique when the linebacker is doing it versus when it's a halfback doing it. All right, I'm just going to pull up film here, and I'll show a couple examples of slam. Sorry, give me 2 seconds here. All right, so I think I've got the film up on the screen here now. Okay, so this is slam. Okay, so this is from the Yates Cup here. Again, we're trying to show a 2 shell before the snap, and then we're going to spin this free safety down, halfback to the post at the snap. So the first thing is trying to show a different coverage contour and play something different. Okay, for the actual blitz, again, we're in an underfront. This end has a long stick technique. So he can cheat his alignment right to the outside armpit of this tackle, okay? But his key, his visual key is going to be this guard. If he comes to him, he's got to cross face and get in the A gap. If he goes away, he's not going to get there. So now he's going to try to chase flat through the line of scrimmage, right through the heel line of the offensive line. You can see how our rush, I don't like that he's tilted this far inside. It kind of tips it off, but the alignment is very good. He's right on that outside armpit. This ends up being a good call because they're sliding to the boundary. So again, when a lot of times when you watch clinics and people are showing blitz cut-ups, it's just somebody coming free. That's not necessarily what it's about. Western does a really good job picking this up here, but we've dictated really good matchups here, right? So we've wasted these 5 offensive linemen who are their best pass blockers on 3 of our guys, and we've got one-on-ones with their running back and fullback blocking our 2 blitzers, right? So our Sam linebackers one-on-one with the fullback, our Mac linebackers one-on-one with the running back, okay? And even though they don't win or get home here, the ball comes out. What I like about this is we've got 2 one-on-ones with their worst blockers, and it's almost directly in the quarterback's lap, which is going to make him more uncomfortable stepping into the throw. Okay, so even though this one doesn't result in a sack, we get the matchups that we want, and we put their worst protectors in a difficult situation. Okay, and then you can see here from the wide angle, our defensive end, he's going to clear his run responsibility first, and then he's going to buzz his flat here. Okay, and then this is another example. So now this would be slam with a lion path. And again, this is on 2nd and long. So now we're trying to get into a different front, a different look, and cause some confusion. So we've got everybody off the line of scrimmage here, but we're just running slam, which is a pressure that we've run over and over and over. Okay. Again, trying to make the quarterback and the offensive line make their decisions post-snap. So what I like about this is our free safety starting in the middle of the field. Our weak half is showing down, like he's going to be a low zone defender or adding to the box. And then right as the ball's about to be snapped, now our free safety is going to spin down and our halfback is going to rotate to the post, right? So we want to show one thing, create a different look right at the snap. Okay, the other one here, because it's a 6-man protection, we force them to throw the ball hot. We're spinning the free safety down to where they're trying to throw the ball, and we've got eyes inside. So on 2nd and 8 here, even if this is a completion, we've got 2 defenders in position to leverage the ball and make the tackle short of the first down. Okay, so this is slam with a line path, like I said, out of a 30 front. So it's slam for everybody except for our Mike, our rush end, and our Sam linebacker. Okay, so the difference here when we call lion, our rush is going to be the contain rusher. So he's getting upfield and he's got to keep the quarterback inside and in front. Our Mike linebacker is threatening early. He's attacking the outside shoulder of this guard, and then he's going to cross face down to the A gap. And our Sam linebacker is showing like he's an edge blitzer, which he blitzes quite a bit and is our most frequent guy that we are blitzing. He's off the edge usually, so he's showing that edge blitz. And then he's going to run what we call a delay technique. So he's showing up field for 2 steps, and then he's tight off the ass of that rush end, and he's actually the inside B gap rusher, right? And even though they're sliding this way, so the offensive line by rule should be able to pick this up if 52 keeps kicking out to that Sam, right? It's still a difficult assignment for that guy to sort out in real time, especially when you add the confusion of multiple looks to it. Okay, and then this is one more example of slam lion here. So again, this one's out of a 30 front on 2nd and long. Sam doesn't do a great job threatening upfield here. Our rush does a good job getting high. Mike linebacker crossing face on that guard. This time we get the back one-on-one in protection with our Sam linebacker. You'd like to see him work a move and not just try to bull him here. Okay, but we end up getting a good one-on-one matchup there, and we're able to collapse the pocket a bit and eventually get the quarterback down. Okay, and then I will just show, this is hawk, so this is the opposite of slam. So now we're running the long stick from the boundary here. Okay, so our end is going to run the long stick technique. So he's got to go 2 gaps over. Our halfback is the edge blitzer, and our will is the scrape blitzer. Okay, so our end, if you pause this right at the snap, this isn't very good by our end. We won't want him any tighter than this outside armpit. By being this tight, okay, that tackle is able to pass him off, and he's just going to keep setting out for our edge blitzer. So it's not a great job by our end. The good part is this guard comes to him and he does a good job working across his face into the A gap. Our scrape blitzer, he's trying to scrape, getting right off the outside hip of that end. And you can see how that opens up for him with the free run to the QB. Okay, so again, even though they're in a decent call here, okay, it's still a difficult pickup for the offensive line. Okay, and then hawk for us would be with invert coverage. So again, showing one thing, doing something else. We're going to bring pressure from the boundary. Our free safety is rotating over the top weak, and then our Sam linebacker is rotating to replace in the middle of the field. Okay, and then I will just show, I know my time's running out here, so I'll show one more blitz quickly, and then I'll get out of here. So all right, so this is under sharp rotate. So this one we like more against 2 back than 1 back, okay, because it would put a lot of stress on the Mike versus 1 back. This is what I talked about, bringing non-traditional box defenders into the box. So shark is our Sam and our strong halfback blitzing off that field edge. It's rotate, so the coverage is the exact same as what I talked about earlier. Rush still has a long stick technique. The strong half is now the edge blitzer. So again, he's got all the same edge blitz rules. He's keying me hip at the end man. If it comes to me, I'm setting the post. If it goes away, I'm shuffling. I'm playing that pup technique. So pin the hip and up to the quarterback. And then the Sam, he becomes the scrape blitzer now, but he's doing it from off the edge. So now when you're off the edge as a scrape blitzer, you're keying this end man. If he comes to me, I got to cross face to the B gap. If he goes away, I can turn my shoulders and run flat down the line of scrimmage. I'm a dive defender. I don't have quarterback responsibility. So I can turn and run and tackle the running back, and the strong half is going to play the quarterback. Okay, and my time's running out, so I'll just show a couple clips of this. Sorry, 1 second. All right, so okay, this is the first one here for shark rotate. The coverage is a little different for this one. This is a second and short situation. So again, we had a decent idea where the point of attack was going to be. So this is our Sam linebacker, our strong halfback is edge blitzers. Okay, rush end, he's still got the long stick technique, so he's going to cheat his alignment to the outside armpit. He's keying this guard, right? So if he comes to him, he crosses face. If he goes away, he's going to try to get skinny and chase through the heel line of that offensive line and go flat down the line of scrimmage. Sam linebacker, right? He's scrape blitz, so he's keying the end man. End man steps down. He doesn't have any quarterback responsibility, so he can turn and run flat down the line of scrimmage and try to tackle the dive. Okay, and then our strong halfback, he's the quarterback defender here. So he's got to play the outside gap, and he can't squeeze until he knows that the quarterback has given the ball to the back. Okay, and then last one here, same thing. So this is shark. So again, Sam linebacker, keying the end man. He goes flat down the line so he can turn and run. He's going to wrong arm anybody coming to kick him out. And then our strong halfback is the edge defender. You wouldn't want him getting upfield as much as this. You'd rather have him set the edge here and keep the ball inside in front. The nice thing with this, and again, this is a second and short situation where we think that they're probably going to run the ball. The Mike linebacker here, he's got to be blocked by a receiver because we're adding these defensive backs into the snap or into the box. So normally this Mike linebacker is going to be taken care of by the offensive line in the blocking scheme. By adding defensive backs in, now you force a receiver to have to come in and dig them out. And a lot of times they're not going to be able to do that. And we end up getting a stop there on second and short. Okay, so I know my time's almost up here, so I'll stop with the film and to see if anybody has any questions about anything I went through.
Coach, a couple questions. So one of the things you had mentioned is, setting those goals and, understanding how to be successful in maintaining those goals. I guess as the defensive coordinator, how are you communicating with your staffs to I know you had mentioned, say when you're in team, the coaches using cue words to reinforce the goals, but how do you ingrain that in the individual periods and in the other competition periods so that it's a constant reminder for guys?
Yeah, so I think it goes back to the Sunday meetings and teaching them, like, when you can give them actual numbers, that if you can win the explosive play margin by 1 and you win the takeaway margin by 1, that's a 98% chance of winning the game. And then they can actually see that show up in the results on the field where, okay, we won this weekend. And the reason we did that is we only gave up 2 explosive plays and we had 4 takeaways. Then you go out there on the practice field, everybody in the program, players, coaches, they're all bought into it. So the players are reinforcing it to each other. You got to catch the interception. Don't just get a sack. You got to tomahawk the back arm and get the ball on the ground. The coaches understand the importance of it. So it becomes everything that you do in the program is hammering those points, because everybody starts to believe that this is what's going to allow us to win games. It's not that we're so immensely talented or anything like this. Every single person in the program becomes bought in that these are the most important things in our world. And it just naturally starts to recycle through practice and through meetings, because everybody is so bought into these are the things that are going to allow us to win games. So it takes time to build to that. And it doesn't happen the first time that you put it up there. But as you start to as you start to see success, and the things that you're emphasizing can be shown to directly correlate to the success that you have on the field, it really just becomes something that everybody believes in, buys into, when they start to reinforce themselves.
In terms of being able to understand the opponent week to week and breaking down their tendencies, how do you mesh being able to, you said you having a toolbox that you can utilize, but also playing to your strength as a team as your roster kind of adjusts throughout the time that you're there. How do you combine those two, being able to be flexible enough to stop what they do best, but also do what you do best?
Yeah, so I do think they go together. With most things, there's multiple ways that you could stop something. But the starting point for us is in the off season, when we're generating our playbook, or really at this point, you're like building on your playbook. You want to create as big a menu of things as you possibly can. And you may not use some of them for like 3-4 years, but you have them. And you spend your entire off season building on those things. You have an idea of the opponents that you're going to see, year after year. You have an idea of who your best players are. And so when you go into spring camp, you're going to focus on things that are likely to be core concepts for you. But then when you actually get into the season, when you get into the prep week, okay, this team does a lot of this. What are the best answers that we have in our playbook? Not necessarily things that are currently installed, that also fit what our guys do well. And then let's go teach those things. The other part with that is sometimes what you do well. So we talked about, trying to attack their weakest protector. How can we get their weakest protector on our best? Some years you're going to have a Sam who has a really, really good feel for blitzing, or a weak half who's got a really good feel for blitzing. Okay, so we know that running back is going to be on the weak side of protection a lot of time this week. Our best blitzers are weak half. He's got a great feel for the disguise and the timing, and brings it with a ton of tempo. So, we could attack that by bringing the Will and the Mike. We could bring the half in the corner, but let's make sure that we get our best guy matched up on that running back. So you want to have a big enough menu of things that you can pull from. You never want to lose sight of what your guys do best and who your best players are. But they really they feed off each other. It's the same thing with coverage. Like, some years you're going to be better in man coverage or worse in man coverage in other years. The personnel is never going to be the same. The team's never going to be the same. But if you're having to come up with new stuff in the heat of the moment, it's really, really difficult. And so I think you want to have as much of the base as possible developed in the off season. And then you're just installing week to week what you need.
So, Coach, one of the things that's, maybe more unique to your level than the younger levels is that you get to have a little bit more of a say in how you build your team and the guys that you bring in. What are the key pieces that you're looking for in building a defense when you recruit guys, and what strengths are you looking to really reinforce on the defense?
Yeah, so I mean, that's partially true because of recruiting. I do think that and a lot of this goes back to my time in Mount A, but I think a big thing that Kelly helped me with early on is when you're coming up with creating your system and you're coming up with as many things that you want to do, you can't just rely on the fact that you're going to have exactly what you want or the best player at every single position. You have to come up with things that are going to allow you to be successful year after year when you don't necessarily have the talent or the pieces that you want. And I think one of the reasons that we've been more consistent, and some teams, they cycle quite heavily. They're really good when they have players who fit their system. They struggle a little more when they don't necessarily have the talent they want because they're reproducing the same system year after year after year. If your system's not flexible enough to fit the guys that you currently have on your roster and what they do well, you're going to have those up and down seasons where, when you're good, you can compete with anybody, but when you're bad, maybe you're missing the playoffs, whatever the case is. If you want to be consistently good year after year, you can't just rely on having exactly what you want. You have to have enough answers that allow you to take advantage of what the guys in your program currently do well. The other one is you can't rely on having your 12 best guys every single week. So, and this was one Greg was very good at, is okay, this scheme is cool if we've got all 12 guys there, but what happens when we lose 2 halfbacks and we got to have like our 8th or 9th best DB go play field halfback for us? Now, are we going to run all these match coverages that we have in, or what is that guy going to be able to do? And so you always have to have a consideration for like, are we going to be able to still do this if we have 2 injuries in the course of a game? And if you lose half your scheme when you're doing that, that's tough. And like those things to me correlate to high school football, because you don't get to choose your players. You don't get to recruit. You have to adapt to what you have year after year after year. And so for some people, the thought would be simplify, reduce as much as possible so they can learn it. I think it's the opposite of that. You want to have a big enough menu of things that you can pull from. And then once you see what you do have, pick and choose the things that are best for the guys that are currently in your world and will allow them to be successful, and then teach it in a way that is simple and clear enough that if somebody has to go in and do it and that hasn't gotten as many reps as somebody else, they can still accomplish that. A lot of that comes down to teaching the why, right? So not just saying you're running this in this play, but here's what we're trying to do anytime we run cover 3, when we run our quarter stuff, when we run our +1 pressures. And like, we'll tell this to our guys all the time, every single week, like as much as we game plan, the other team is game planning just as much for us. And we're going to see 6 to 8 novel things that we've never seen on film every single week. The only way that you can be successful when you see those things is if you understand why you're doing something and you understand the purpose behind it. If you do understand that, and again, like we'll talk about an inside blitzer, it doesn't matter if you've ever seen this run scheme before. If you understand I'm not in contain, so I'm going to wrong arm anything. It doesn't matter if you've never seen this blocking scheme. This guy comes to block me. I know I'm not the contain rusher. I have to wrong arm it. And you know how to play every single blocking scheme that you've seen. But it has to be taught in a way that guys can do that and react to novel looks in real time. And I think that directly carries over to high school football as well.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. And, we're not always going to have the best 12 on the field, like you said, and we got to be prepared for that. So, Coach, thank you so much. This was super informative, and really appreciate you taking the time on a Sunday, talk some ball. Excited to be able to see, what you guys do on the field, hopefully in 2021. And hopefully we get a chance to talk ball again soon.
Awesome. Thanks, Aaron. Have a great weekend, guys.
Thanks, guys. All right, we're going to move on to our last session of the afternoon in the clinic in total, and excited to be able to talk some special teams with Coach Spiro. And just a real quick introduction for Coach Spiro. Coach Spiro is currently an assistant coach with the Carleton Ravens. He's been involved in football for a long time. A former defensive back for the Concordia Stingers, he has worked for several universities in Canada, as well as coached in the United States with the University of North Dakota and several guest coaching appearances during NFL training camps. He has also served on coaching staffs for the Quebec provincial team and the Canadian national team in the past. Coach Spiro, thank you very much for taking the time to talk some special teams with us today.
How are you, fellas? Thank you for making me sound so old. And it wasn't North Dakota, it was North Dakota State, because the Bison people would really be upset if they heard that.
My fault, Coach.
Big rivalry. That's a big rivalry, you know. So I appreciate taking the time today to do some football. I really appreciate the time to present. I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm gonna present some kickoff drills and show some film. I'm gonna present a drill. If there's any questions, fire away. I'll be more than happy to answer anything you guys require. Let's get going. Okay. Can everybody see this?
No.
No. Let me share it. That would help. And then we get going. Now can we see it?
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay, let's talk about kickoff a little bit and how to put it together, drill work, and the way I've been, you know, through all my stops, the way I've seen it done, and the most efficient way to do this is, especially on special teams, is first of all to keep things simple, make things fun, and try to use the terminology that they do utilize on defense or offense, because you will be using multiple players, different positions. So you need to be able to take the terminology that they do use on offense and defense and adapt it to your playbook, you know. So kids, you know, you only have a limited amount of time on special teams. So you need to make sure that these kids understand what they're doing and what you want them to do in a very quick time. Okay. So that's one key factor, is the terminology you use. Let's start right away. Some of the performance standards that we require on kickoff. You know, you want to make sure that you tackle the ball carrier, the returner, on the other side of the 30-yard line. That's key. You know, in order to do that, you need some fast players. You need speed on that team. So the first drill that we're going to talk about in a little while is taking, you know, take the line. And I'll explain to you what that is. You know, all 12 players must be within 1 foot and full speed when the ball is kicked. All the players, why we rehearse this is because the players need to understand the kicker's approach. Every kicker you know, has a different approach when they're kicking the ball. So every player that's going to play on kickoff better understand that and better understand and see the kicker's approach beforehand, before getting in the game. We want to utilize, like punt, we want to make sure that the ball is kicked between sideline and numbers. We want to defend 1/3 of the field. You know, we want to get as much hang time as possible, and we want to kick the ball as deep as possible. You know, not everybody has the same level of kickers, depending on the level, and I could understand that. So, you know what I mean? We've set some standards here for university level, but it could be lower standards depending on whether it's high school or lower. All right. We utilize 4 gunners, sometimes 5, 2 primary contained players, and 2 fold players. And I'll explain all that in a little while. Ball possession is key. Obviously, we want to recover the kickoff. It's a free ball. There's no fair catch. So we want to go after that ball. We want to punch the ball out. We want to rip the ball out, and we want to recover the ball. Or we want a big hit. You know, we want to set the tempo. It's a tempo setter. We want a big hit. We want to make sure we utilize, we show them our ability, and we set the tempo. Again, our philosophy is make sure we want to kick the ball between the sideline and numbers. We want to defend 1/3 of the field. First level, we have our gunners. Our second level, we have our linebackers, and our third level, we have our safeties. All right. Again, we want to make sure that we pin our opponent inside the 30-yard line, and that will greatly reduce the chances of them scoring. You know, we also improve the chances of our defense getting in and out of the football field and forcing a 2 and out, and getting the ball back with positive field position, and therefore improving our chances to score. And we also want to force our opponents to defend different formations on kickoff. You know, you can have a condensed, what we call an accordion, a condensed formation. We can have a 2 bunches, 3 bunch formations, 1 bunch formation. You know, that again takes away time when your opponent is game planning, you know. Now, I tell the kids, the first, you know, when scan the field when you're out there, when you're lined up, scan the field, get your eyes on a swivel, what we call, you know, you need to get your reads, you know, on kickoff, your reads are probably going to be right in front of you. Who's going to block you is going to be right in front of you. So let's talk about the front side 1 right here, the F1. The F1's read, as I put it, is in that green box. It'll probably be the front side tackle, the front side end, or the front side wing who's going to block him. One of those players is going to be assigned to block our front side 1, our front side 2, or our front side 3. So primarily, that's my job to identify. That's the coach's job to identify the scheme, the opponent's scheme. But I always talk to the kids, and I don't refer to keep your head on a swivel. That's an old term that we use, keep your head on a swivel. Well, if you swivel your head, you're not seeing, if you swivel your head to the right, you're not seeing what's on the left. And so the terminology that I use is keep your eyes on a swivel, guys. You know, when you're running downfield, you want to keep your eyes on a swivel, make sure you identify what's coming at you and who's coming to block you. Okay. Now I've got a little exercise here. And like, again, you need to keep special teams fun. Hey, special teams is special education. That's exactly what I call it. You know, you've got to come at them with everything. You know, you got to draw it for them. You got to walk it with them. You've got to run it with them. And you've got to also entertain them. You know, you got to use colors. You've got to use videos. You've got to entertain these kids. And especially today, the way the kids learn, you've really got to entertain them. You know, so let's look at a quick video here. Can you guys see this?
Coach, you can see the image, but I don't think you can see if it's playing anything right now. You might have to click the link, unshare, and then share the link.
Okay, so you can't see any video right now?
No.
Okay. Sorry, fellas. Let me get this in. How about now? Can you guys see it?
Yep.
Beautiful. Okay, hold on. This is basically what kickoff is. All right. You're on a motorcycle going full speed, and you're seeing things. You're using your eyes, you're swiveling your eyes, and you're seeing exactly what's coming at you from the sides. So I'll pause the video at any time here, and I'll ask the kids, what did you just see on your right-hand side? You know, how about right now on your left-hand side? You know, they've got to be able to identify quickly what's happening around them, and not turning the head, turning the eyes. That's, you know, that's what I want to make them understand, that things happen fast on a kickoff. They need to identify who's coming at them and how they're coming at them. Does that make sense? Let me get back to our PowerPoint. Excellent. All right. These are the zones that I want to make sure that the kids understand. The first 20 yards are what we call speed and read zones. All right. So we want to take the line with speed and use our eyes on a swivel to identify who's coming to block us. The next 15 to 20 yards are going to be the avoid zones. We want to avoid everything that's coming at us in this zone. We do not want to take on anything. We do not want to collision anything here. We want to make sure we avoid any blocker with speed as they're coming at us. And the next zone is the collision zone. Well, in this zone, that means that we are nearing the returner, and we've identified the return, and we cannot avoid anything. We cannot create any lanes. We need to take on, we need to shoot things. And that's a term that I use, and I'll explain that to you guys a little later on. We need to shoot any blocker into the returner and stay in our lanes. Make sense? All right. So the first drill that we spoke about is taking the line. So we will line up the first 2 to 3 reps of kickoff. We're not drilling it right now. We are lining it up. We are lining up against our kickoff return team, and we're scheming. We're going through a walkthrough. We want to make sure that we line up our kickoff team, and our kicker will take his normal approach, his normal steps, and he will take his approach and he will kick the ball. So we will visualize what his approach is. We will time his approach, and on the next one, we will take the line with him. And we want to make sure coaches are standing on both sidelines, and they want to make sure that when the kicker has contacted the ball, everybody is within a foot to a yard from the line of scrimmage, from the 45-yard line. All right. This is something that we have to stress. This is something that we have to film. And like I said, we want to make sure we're able to take the line with full speed. I'll give you an example of that. Okay, fellas, can you see this?
Yep.
Excellent. Very simple drill. Here's our kicker. And his approach, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Everybody around him is at the line, at the level, except probably for the backside one, the backside two. All right. You've also got to stress to them that they've got to turn their heads, their eyes, while the kicker is approaching the ball. Their eyes are on him and his steps. All right. You want to take the line full speed. Any questions there with that, gentlemen? No, we're good. Excellent. Next drill that we want to focus on is, as we said, we got our speed zone and read zone. Our next zone will be our avoid zone. So we always want to avoid blockers within the first 40 yards. We never want a collision early. We always want to avoid early. All right. Using feet to avoid blocker, using our eyes to avoid hands during slap and scrape phase. Scrape paint means that we not only rip firm with the forearm, but we also replace. So that's a key word that I use. Scrape paint across his ass. Okay, we're ripping across his ass. But when I use the term scrape paint, means we also need to replace. So if we're gonna avoid off his ass, we do not stay off our lane. We get back into our lane. We replace our lane. All right. When we do attack a potential blocker in the avoid zone, we do not shorten our steps, no baby steps. We eye fixate opposite the direction we are escaping. So if we want to escape off his ass, right, we want to look opposite. We want to make him believe that we are going to escape opposite the direction that we are. So we eye fixate the opposite. We eye fixate the empty space. He hurries up his block. Then we slap and scrape paint off his ass and also get replacement. All right. We will start this process on air. First thing we will do is we're going to line up on yard lines. All right. Or we place dummies. This is going to be mass teaching. We will place dummies, bags, garbage cans, whatever it is, on yard lines. And everybody will go through the drill. Everybody. Mass teaching. And we will place dummies every 10 to 15 yards. And we want to avoid off his ass. All right. We want to avoid right or left since it's going to be bags. And then we want to make sure that we get back on the line. We've used broomsticks. And you know what I mean? To get a good bend, to make sure we rotate the hips. We get a good bend, scrape paint off his ass, avoid off his ass, and then get replacement back on the line. All right. Now, the next phase, we will do it with blockers. And I've seen it done where they use boxing gloves so you can slap, you know what I mean? You can slap the forearm, you can slap the wrist, and then rip by his ass. and then again, get replacement once again. Okay. Let me get a new share. Okay. Can everybody see this? We're good?
Yeah.
Excellent. Here we go. Same drill. We put a blocker on the line. He turns either right or left. The coach who's running the drill will tell the blockers either turn right or turn left, as you see here. And the defender will scrape paint off his ass. You see, right here, the first one, he's pretty wide. He didn't get replacement. He didn't scrape paint off his ass and get replacement on the line. All right. We want to make sure we're back on the line and then go on to the second phase of the drill. Okay. Second phase of the drill, we want to talk about shoot drill. The shoot drill is basically when we're shooting in the collision zone. Everything we do in the collision zone, we take on, we use our hands, we get separation. Just like any defensive player will take on a base block, a linebacker will take on any kind of block, or a D lineman. This is, same approach. We start off by teaching them how to shoot on their knees, how to stay low, how to extend the elbows, thumbs to the sky, all the good things we talk about. We want to make sure we hit on the rise, and we want to make sure that we run our feet. Once we get full extension on the blocker, we run our feet, and then we will teach them the shed phase. Once we are in the ball carrier's wheelhouse, then we want to make sure we shed and perform a tackle on the ball carrier. Give me a second here, fellas, and let's get on. Here we go. The second part of this drill here. The first part is an avoid. Okay, scrape paint off his ass. Then you want to make sure you shoot in the collision zone. Now, let's look at this one right here. All right. He's hitting high. No extension of the elbows. No running of the feet. All right. Those are things that we want to make sure we run that blocker right into the ball carrier. He's sloppy with his avoid. He doesn't get replacement. All right. We want to be violent with our shoot. That's why I call it shoot. We want to make sure we're violent with the hands. We want to make sure we drive him. We drive with full extension of the elbows, thumbs to the sky, and we are looking through the V of the neck. All right. Once we key the ball carrier, once we have identified the ball carrier, we want to shed and perform either a profile or a shimmy tackle. We've seen it, you know, I mean, I've done this drill exactly from starting point from the knees. And then as you see here, all right, we teach them how to shed full extension right here. I've done it with PVC tubing. I've done it with bags. I've done it with shoulder pads, with a shirt over, just to teach them how to shoot. And here we teach them how to shed violently. Once we run the feet, we'll get some resistance from the blocker. Once we feel that resistance, we can shed him violently. All right. And carry on our tackle. The other thing I want to talk about in the collision zone is how to take on a wedge. I know we're not allowed, I don't believe we're allowed to wedge anymore at the lower levels. All right, but we never want to take on a wedge. We never want to get trade 1-for-1. We always want to hit gaps. We always want to penetrate. We always want to make ourselves skinny. And you know, guys ask me, what hand do we rip through that wedge? What hand do we want to rip through the hole, coach? Dominant hand, whatever you feel comfortable with, whether it's your right, whether it's your left hand. So we want to make sure that we dip and rip with the inside hand or the outside hand. And then we want to make sure we get replacement off our blocker. Okay, that makes sense? Good. You can make it a competitive drill where you can have a gauntlet drill, a little bit of what they're doing here, but this is more of a teach drill. We can have it more competitive where they're really trying to block you, where they're really trying to cut you off at the first level. And once you've escaped the first level, we can really have a base blocker, and we can really shoot the blocker and shed him and fit up on the run on the ball carrier right behind it. Okay. Next drill that we want to talk about is cross blocks. All right, and this will happen again in the avoid phase. If we have a key blocker in front of us disappear, going opposite of us, all right, it's not that he make sure you keep your eyes on a swivel, because it's not like he's letting you go. He's setting you up either for a trap block or a cross block. All right. That means he's going opposite and somebody from the opposite direction is coming down on you. So this is what I call a cross block, as you see here. All right. So that's why we have to keep our eyes on a swivel. Once our key defender disappears opposite direction, all right, keep our eyes on a swivel. Make sure we identify the new blocker that's coming for us. And again, do not panic. We want to make sure we use our avoid technique. We want to scrape paint off his ass. If he's coming from our right side, all right, we want to make sure we scrape paint off his ass towards the right. And again, we get back into our lane and we get replacement. And again, this is going to be coached up exactly as this. We're going to put 3 potential blockers 10 yards apart, 15 yards apart in 5-yard increments. We are going to run right down the middle. Our middle blocker is going to disappear to our right or to our left. And whatever direction that blocker disappears to, the other blocker will come down on us. All right. And we have to perform an avoid technique, get back in our lane and place a ball carrier right behind them and finish with a shimmy tackle or a profile tackle. All right. As I say it, when we scrape the scrape paint technique, we always want to use a chop cross technique, meaning we're going to chop his forearm, chop his wrist with our opposite hand, rip off his ass and get back into our lanes. All right. Trap block. Trap block is, he is coming, same drill basically. A trap block is, he is coming from the from the opposite direction where our key blocker is disappearing. That means same drill. If our blocker disappears to our right, we keep our eyes on a swivel. If our next potential blocker is coming from the opposite direction that he's escaping, all right, we need once again, we need to scrape paint off his ass. Keep our eyes on a swivel, identify our key blockers and avoid him off his ass, get back in our lane. Same drill, and coach could be right behind the defender, the kickoff man, and he could direct exactly how he wants the schemes utilized. Either he's gonna show the three blockers a cross block technique, or they're gonna perform a trap technique. And here's a little gauntlet that we can go through. All right, that we can utilize. We can utilize three avoid techniques and finish with a shimmy tackle. I'm just giving you ideas out there, guys. Yeah, anything that you guys seem fit, utilize it. Invent a drill. That's what I usually do. Steal a drill. Whatever stop I've been through, I take out my little notepad and mark the drill down, keep it in my bank. Okay, and once again, here it is in a nutshell. We want to make sure we know the approach, identify the kicker's approach. We want to take the line with speed. The first 20 yards, we're full speed, and we're identifying with our eyes on a swivel of potential and key blockers. The next 20 yards is, once we've identified our blockers, we need to avoid. Any potential blocker ass first. Now, what I call wiggle is stemming. A receiver stems, all right, to break the DB's cushion. We can do the same thing, but we cannot stem too far out of our lanes. We can attack the shade of that blocker, right, to create more space for us, but I don't recommend more than 3 yards, getting 3 yards off our lanes. We need to stem him, avoid him, get back in our lane, and onto the collision and tackle zone. Gentlemen, hold on. There we go. Is there any questions with what we spoke about or what we've seen today?
So, Coach, we do have a few questions. So, first question is in the actual selection of individuals that you put on your kickoff team and the skill set you're looking for guys to be successful on the kickoff team, what characteristics and what type of positions are you looking to be effective on the kickoff team?
Listen, basically, when we're talking kickoff team, it's going to be defensive players. They need to know how to move in space. And most of the drills that we spoke about, they sound primarily, like defensive drills: avoiding, shooting, tackling, ripping, replacing. All those terms, all those skills are defensive players. Now, our gunners, our 4 or 5 gunners, primarily we want them to be linebackers. We want them to be bigger size DBs. Our contained players could be, smaller size, and our safeties could be smaller size defensive or receivers, running back type players.
Next question, Coach, is thoughts on weaving down the field, and who would you use on the kickoff and weaving in your kickoff?
Basically, it would be my gunners. My gunners would be stemmers, weavers, wigglers, as we call it.
Right.
That's what it's called, wigglers. We wiggle. If a blocker's coming to from your right side, all right, I'd compare that to, a DB playing inside man technique. So I would weave him towards that shade, towards the right side, stop his feet. Then I would avoid him, either beat him with speed across his face or avoid him off his ass. If he's crossing my face, I would avoid him off his ass, get back in my lane, and continue down into the collision zone. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. So next question we have, Coach, is does the placement of the kick in the strategy of the kickoff determine different technique or approaches for your kickoff team?
No, it wouldn't. I mean, speed is essential in everything we do. Obviously, if we're going to moonshot or kick the ball opposite, that's an alert. All our kids, they change. Obviously, they would change their pursuit lanes if we're kicking opposite. They would change their pursuit lanes if we're kicking moonshot. So no, but it wouldn't change anything. If they do have a good returner, we'll game plan that. We'll kick away from him. We'll kick shorter. We'll moonshot it. We'll try to change the kick point. So we will offset and confuse their blocking schemes.
In terms of hands team situations where we're trying to kick short or trying to make turnovers on the kickoff team, are you adjusting your personnel completely, or are you just adjusting the formation?
I'm adjusting personnel and formation. That's a very good question. You need to put people who are, first of all, I will adjust my formation, and I will have, most probably in a game, I will go in with 3 short kicks. But I mean, I'm not going to change much during the year. We'll have those in the bank for the rest of the year, and we'll practice them throughout the year. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to confuse the hands team. I'm trying to make them separate by movement behind the line of scrimmage. But we are going to a specific location with the ball. And I will change my personnel. I need guys who are able to catch the ball in traffic. There, we can utilize more receivers. We can utilize kids who are bigger DBs, kids who have good hands and are able to catch the ball in traffic.
So the next question, Coach, we have is, in terms of your kickoff team, is everyone in specific lanes, or are they positioned based off of landmarks on the field, leverage of the returner? How are you adapting your coverage lanes?
We'll start off with locations on field in the speed zone, and then we will listen. If you're a gunner, you're you've got a landmark in the speed zone and the avoid zone, and then you're adjusting to the returner. Same thing with contain. Safeties have landmarks on the field, but contain, well, they are running to landmarks in their speed zone, avoiding, and then they're adjusting to the ball carrier, depending where the return scheme is. The safeties, they will have landmarks on the football field, and they will most probably won't deviate them by much.
Coach, in terms of your overall philosophy on special teams, how would you characterize your philosophy in kind of just as a, not just kickoff specifically, but as a whole for your special teams philosophy?
Absolutely. We are an attack. We're going to attack. We're really going to attack. We're going to be the hammer, and we're going to have fun doing it. We will put pressure on the punt team. We're going to come after them, and I like to be very aggressive, and that's paid dividends. It's all, listen, there's going to be, you've got to go and sit down and talk to your head coach, talk to him about your philosophy, what you want to do. And I learned this early on in my career. If your head coach, is not a gambler, he doesn't like to fake punt. Why would you practice? Why would you spend 5 minutes of your 20-minute period a week on punt going through your fakes? You know what I mean? I rather work on my coverage. I rather work on my protection. So you've got to identify that. Now, when you're putting pressure, obviously there's going to be times when you're going to get a roughing the punter, and your head coach has to understand that. If we're going to go after punters, there's going to be, some unfortunate incidents. You're trying to control that. You're trying to make them understand where their lane is, where the block point is, how to approach the punter. But you also have to, your coach and yourself has to understand, if you're going to be aggressive, there's going to be times where you're going to make some contact with the punter. So you're going to have to live with that also, So yes, I am ultra aggressive. The kids love that. We love that. We want to make sure we get after them. We want to make sure it's fun on special teams, and kids want to buy into everything you're doing.
It's interesting you say, we've talked a lot about this weekend, understanding the analytics of, what you do, who you are, and, you talk about in practice, why practice a whole bunch of fakes if you're not gonna necessarily do them in a game. And I think one of the big themes that we've seen across the whole board is knowing who you are, what you do, and practicing it, and being good with that, and being okay with that. The next question that we have is, how important is it for a special teams coordinator and a head coach to be aligned in the decision-making process on special? Because a lot of times it's, you get the third down, special teams coordinator, if you like to be ultra aggressive or you want to fake, looking to the head coach to make that decision and being okay. How important is that relationship between the head coach and the special teams coordinator?
That doesn't, great question. That does not happen on game day. That happens during the week. Whether you're putting in your game plan on Mondays and Tuesdays, or whether you sit down on Thursday nights, you need to sit down with your coaching staff, with your coordinators, and you've got to talk about fake zones, field goal zones, when you're comfortable going for it, when you're when we're going to put on our punt safety, when the other team's potential fake punt is going to occur, the zones that will occur, the down and distances that's going to occur. That's when our punt safe team, that's when our defense stays on. When the percentages, when do we want to fake it on punt? What is the cutoff point on field goal? Who their returners are? All that has to be discussed, during the week, and everything has to be clear. There cannot be any surprises during game day. I mean, yes, you and the head man has to be, especially nowadays. a lot of head coaches are either DCs or OCs. So you've got to be highly in tune with him, and there cannot be any guessing out there or surprises.
So, Coach, the last question that I have for you is, this morning we talked to Darryl Wheeler and Lirim about kicking and the, just the incredible importance of, the hidden yards in the game. How much does it affect you as a coordinator, the level of skill of your kicking game specifically? Like, depending on the year, especially in the younger ages of community, consistency in kicking can be, a variable that's not always easy to control. How much does that affect how you actually game plan based on the quality of kicking that you actually get on a day-to-day basis?
Listen, I feel for the lower level guys. I really do. But you need to adjust your coverage teams according to where your punter is gonna. Again, you need to know where does he punt. I want the ball outside the numbers, But if my punter or kicker can't do that on our punt and kickoff team, I've got to adjust my coverages and I've got to adjust my schemes according to him. It's ultra important, so yes, at the lower levels, you have to do the same thing. You have to identify what your kicker can do and what your punter can do. And then you've got to adjust your coverages according to, the location that he's able to kick or punt.
Special teams, 1/3 of the game, can win you a ton of games if done well. And, Coach, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk about kickoff coverage, talk about, how we can get down, make plays, and just talking about special teams in general. Really appreciate the time.
I appreciate your time, guys. And hopefully we'll see each other down on the football field coming soon.
Absolutely. So before we let everybody go, we do have one more giveaway to do. But before I do that, I just want to take a quick second to thank all of the speakers from today, from the entire weekend. This has been an absolutely wonderful clinic. The presenters have been fantastic. Everybody's been engaged. We've had some great questions. And I'd be remiss again to not say thank you to the OUA and to Riddell, as well as to all the people on behind the scenes that have really worked hard to put this together. Ryan Kublik, all three of our interns, Tyler, Sarah, and Daniel, Andy McCardle from Riddell and his support, Michael Falls and the OUA head coaches and their staffs and being a part of this and really helping to drive participation. And then all the coaches who give up their time on a weekend to be able to be here and talk football. I know the passion that you have for the sport because you wouldn't be here if you didn't. And our kids and our athletes are going to be better for that because of it. So before we go, a couple things. The last prize that we'll be giving away is, I think maybe Daniel can bring it up. It is a choice of one of the GSI products. So we'll spin that wheel one last time. All right, Mark Smallwood, congratulations. We'll make sure we're in contact with you to get you your prize. Before I let everybody go, just wanted to give one quick update. So we are proud to share with everybody here that NFL Canada is planning their first annual coaching clinic on Monday, June 28th. The clinic will be geared towards Canadian youth football coaches across the country. There'll be many great speakers appearing, such as Andre Patterson of the Minnesota Vikings and Deuce Staley of the Detroit Lions. And it'll be hosted by Canada's own Kate Biernes. So we encourage you to follow our social media and NFL Canada's to learn more. Once again, thank you everybody for being a part. Take care. And, we're working hard to get everybody onto the football field as soon as we can. Stay safe, and we'll see you soon.